up their camp in Bhopal itself so that the evidence that they gather from both the accused can be secured properly. In all the heels of those developments, we're now looking at fresh developments coming to light as the accused husband, Samarth Singh, is now being taken for a medical examination by the CBI team. Now, those are live visuals on your screen as Samarth Singh, the accused in Twisha Sharma case, the young woman who died under mysterious circumstances on the night of May 12th. The husband is now being produced for a medical examination. This is right before CBI is going to produce him before the court to ask for the extension of his custody. So these are visuals on your screen, in fact, showing you Samarth being taken into the hospital by the CBI team for a medical examination. It is a routine procedure that happens, in fact. And right now, this is before that he will be produced in the court as the Central Investigating Agency will be asking for the extension of his custody. Now remember, he's been continuously questioned and grilled on the circumstances which led to Twisha's death, what exactly happened. And this comes after the court flagged several irregularities, the kind of injury marks, 7 injury marks which were found on Twisha's body. There was no explanation given by either of the accused for that. So those are the questions that are being asked to both the accused to establish what exactly unfolded on the night of May 12th, what was the entire sequence of the event. In fact, why was Twisha not taken to a nearby hospital? Why was the police station, which is just about a kilometer, not even a kilometer, less than a kilometer away from the house, why was police not informed? Now, those are the questions being asked to, in fact, Samarth Singh during investigation. My colleague Shambhavi is also tracking the story on the ground now, joins me with more details. Shambhavi, take us through what's happening right now. Samarth being taken for a medical examination right now, and we understand this will be followed up by him being produced in the court.
Yes, there are 2 developments which are happening today. Both are related to the court here. Both the mother-son duo, Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh, will be produced in court. And before that, of course, they'll be taken for a medical test. Now we know that Giribala Singh was taken in custody just yesterday. One day before yesterday, the anticipatory bail of Giribala Singh was cancelled. And then from there, they should be taken for a medical test and will be produced in the court for the first time. Apart from that, Samarth Singh is being produced in the court for the second time because earlier in the hearing where he was presented before the trial court, that is when they got a remand, a 7-day police remand. And now that the remand is over, they will ask for an extension for custodial interrogation, and that is exactly what's going to happen with Giribala Singh as well. Although she's being produced for the first time, so they'll be asking for the custody for the first time, but for Samarth Singh, they'll be asking to extend the remand. Because earlier, when he was presented in court, the police asked for the remand. The Madhya Pradesh police was handling and investigating the case. But now the CBI has taken over the case completely. It even filed a petition and application in the Madhya Pradesh High Court asking to be a party in the cancellation of anticipatory bail, as well as asking for complete takeover. So CBI now has completely taken over the case. They're also dealing with the case diary. So every possible
unfolded on the night of May 12th. What details are we picking up from that investigation which has been carried out so far?
Well, yes, there has been interrogation going on with Samarth for 7 days now. And in these, there are several aspects which has come up. Samarth has maintained that Twisha's behavior changed after pregnancy and that she wanted to terminate her pregnancy. That is why she went through NTP. He has also revealed about the argument that they had on 12th of May regarding going to Ajmer and when the original plan was going to Bangalore. Also, as his mother has continued to do, even Samarth continues to do that interrogation, he continues pointing fingers at Twisha Sharma's character, and she was talking about her behavior, which was not very good. So all these things have come up, although there has been some discrepancies in what they're saying in the interrogation and what they filed in their anticipatory bail. The fact that who went up first, was it Giribala Singh, was it Samarth Singh? Because there are different versions of it that they've only submitted and they have said till now in the case. Some places Samarth said that I went there first. In some places, Giribala Singh said that I went there first. In some cases, Samarth Singh said that I slept by 9ish that day. So there is still a lot of different stories which are coming up, different versions of the case is coming up. So given that they will ask for an extension of the custody, new information is bound to come up.
Right. Champion, also the fact that today Giribala Singh will also be produced before the court. CBI is all likely to ask for her custody. And the idea, it seems, behind that is to have both the accused give out their versions and then to have cross-examination.
Definitely, that is why they'll be interrogated together as well, and they'll be interrogated separately as well to understand what is the true version. Because again, as I said, there has been separate different versions which has been given by both Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh, and even they themselves have given two different versions of stories about their arrival as well. So there are 4 or 5 different things which are going on. The possibility of what happened and what transpired on night of 12th of May when Twisha Sharma passed away. So we will know, of course, following the interrogation of Giribala Singh, was just taken in custody yesterday. So more progress is set to come once they have complete custody of her for certain days, and then the interrogation may be carried out.
Right, Shambhavi, thanks so much for joining us and giving us all those details. We'll, of course, continue to track what happens in the court today when both Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh are produced. In fact, viewers, as a major win of People's Campaign against ex-judge Giribala Singh, she was arrested yesterday by the CBI team. Republic had relentlessly pursued the story, ran the campaign calling justice for Twisha, and yesterday was decisive. Listen in to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami on why it is too early to celebrate this win. Take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Giribala, the judge, has been arrested, but we must not celebrate yet. Yes, the judge has been arrested. We wanted her to be arrested. We feel she is guilty. We fought the system. The families fought with us and she's arrested. But we should not celebrate too early. We should remember that there is something called public sentiment management that happens in this country. When public sentiment is at a high, when people are angry because of media exposure, very often things like this happen. The judge or the prime accused who was almost getting away gets arrested. But are we sure that this will be followed through? I feel it will be wrong to celebrate too early because the circle is thus. Remember, Sushant Singh Rajput, what happened? The case was transferred to the CBI. There was some investigation about drug abuse. What happened after that? Exactly nothing came of the Sushant Singh Rajput case. It also went to the CBI. We do not know what happened to Sushant Singh Rajput. What happened in the Disha Salian case? The SIT claimed no foul play. What happened in the Ram Rahim case? Ram Rahim was granted his 16th parole yesterday or day before after being convicted of rape. What happened to the Pune Porsche case, where a rich kid got away after writing a 300-word essay? There were glaring lapses and misconduct in the whole case. But today, the victim's family got nothing, and the people who manipulated the blood samples are back home. And so just because the Twisha case has been transferred to the CBI, it is not a reason to celebrate. You see, viewers, I don't want this victory today in which that horrible person, Giribala, has been arrested, to become a matter of public celebration and for us to believe everything has happened. It's not happened. I don't want this to be the last chapter of this fight. I want this to be the first chapter because the system would want it to be the final chapter. Because when media pressure staves off, hoping that the Republic Media Network will not look at this, media pressure is staved off. The system wants this to be the last chapter, and then Giribala will come out on bail after 2 weeks. So we cannot celebrate too early. We cannot. Our scrutiny has to be strong. And our scrutiny has to be on politicians and also on the judiciary. Let me talk about the judiciary. Something is happening here. You see, the people are watching what the judiciary is doing, and the Chief Justice may not like it, but a lot of people are beginning to talk about why is the judiciary letting people down? We're not a kangaroo court, but we asked questions. We put pressure, we put the facts in the case of Justice Yashwant Verma, where burning cash was found in his house. Cash, piles of cash was burning in a judge's house in the national capital. The moment the attention goes away, what happened? Justice Yashwant Verma was given a was given an exit. So when there's no pressure, there's no action. Now, the Chief Justice of India, unfortunately, feels it is wrong to create a narrative. Well, to the Honorable Chief Justice, I would say, please see this cash. I would like the Honorable Chief Justice of India to explain to me what happened to this story about the cash. This is not my question. Honorable Justice Suryakant, this is not my question. The people of India want to know. The nation is asking, what happened in the case? Whose cash was this? Have the people of India got an answer? No. Has the judge got an exit? Yes. Is that right? No, it is not. And yet the Chief Justice makes a comment in the case of Twisha that he feels deep pain and concern over a narrative that the judiciary was attempting to shield the accused. By using the word narrative, the Chief Justice insinuates that what is being put out is wrong. Here is the full story, Mr. Chief Justice, of how Giribala got her anticipatory bail. The judge who gave Giribala anticipatory bail reports to the District and Sessions Judge of the Bhopal District and Sessions Court, who is the same person, by the way, who is the same person who Giribala called 9 times after her daughter-in-law was killed. Now, if I ask this question, I ask the Honorable Chief Justice, am I asking a wrong question, Justice Suryakant? What should I do? Should I keep finger on my lips, be a good boy, not ask any questions, just be a hagiographer? I'm asking the Chief Justice of India, should I not ask why the district judge who signed off today was the same judge who Giribala called 9 times? Should the district judge not be put under investigation as well? I'm asking the Honorable Chief Justice of India, should we report or not report on the burning cash? I'm asking the Honorable Chief Justice of India, was I wrong when I reported about the burning cash? And had I not reported on the burning cash, would people have known? There are enough people, Justice Suryakant, who want not to report. And I'm saying this directly to the Chief Justice of India. The problem in our profession has been that there are many yes men, rather than reveal, they want to conceal. And journalism, unfortunately, under the Lutyens media became a system where concealing the truth became more important than revealing the truth. Should I report or not on what has happened to Ram Rahim, the way he's being flagrantly given parole? Was I wrong in reporting, Honorable Chief Justice, on the Pune Porsche case where 300-word essay is okay and you can kill 2 people in a drunken state on the roads because you are rich and they are not? Should I ask? I'm asking the Honorable Judges of the Supreme Court, and I know I'm not exceeding my brief. I know I am not exceeding my brief as a free citizen of this country, not just as a journalist. I am asking, what is the urgency for a terrorist mercy plea to be heard at 3:30 a.m.? And I'm asking the Honorable Chief Justice of all the appellate courts in the country, when the system fails, when the judiciary fails, when the prosecution fails, when the politicians fail, when the executive fails, who do the people of the country turn to if not for the independent media? In any case, there is so much corporate media in this country. The corporate media did not ask questions on Aravali because the corporate media is owned by corporates and they do a balancing act. I don't believe in a balancing act. When the system fails, it is the media that the people can still depend on. If the media stops reporting a case, can you assure that the case will not collapse? You see, that is why I believe that the arrest of Giribala is not about Republic needing a judicial scalp. No, it is an inflection point for the Indian judiciary. It is a reminder to the Indian judiciary that they are answerable to the people. It is also a reminder to the Indian judiciary that you have to be open to feedback. If the judiciary is out of a feedback loop, it's not good. Are we not seeing case after case, incident after incident, where the judiciary wants control? The judiciary wants to be the final arbiter, right? It is. But then, please tell me that there will be no hush-hush internal probe like there was in the Justice Verma cash-tash case. There will be no hush-hush or there will be no arbitrariness like there was in the Aravali fiasco. Ladies and gentlemen, instance after instance after instance where the judiciary's inertia cost justice. And you see, there can be midnight hearings for terrorists like Yaqub Menon. That's not the point. The point is this, that somewhere I feel that judiciary is uneasy about being under scrutiny. The judiciary is uneasy about asking whether there is a fundamental collapse at some levels, where people are being denied justice. You cannot do highfalutin justice at some levels in politically high-profile cases, but in cases where the people get crushed, try to get hyper-technical about it. Hyper-technical ways of looking at cases, sans the emotion, sans the facts, sans the exposure, is going to create a situation where justice for some will be done, but it will not be seen to be done. And in a democracy, if justice is not seen to be done, then we have a real problem. Do you agree with me? If you do, ladies and gentlemen, support Republic. Spread this video. We have no agenda. not against the prosecution, not against the politicians, not against the judiciary. Our agenda is one agenda for the people. Every moment I see this ex-judge sitting in front of her law books trying to act all high and mighty because she's an ex-judge who got bail. I just want to say one thing. What has happened to the judicial system in my country? With the greatest of respect to all the senior advocates, all the judges, all the appellate courts, why are they quiet today? If Giribala's legal position and influence has been misused, we will fight it. And I'm saying tonight she should be arrested. She has got pre-FIR anticipatory bail. By seeking to quash the bail than merely cancel it, the executive is contesting a judicial order. And it is therefore making the point that the judiciary failed.
Arnab sir, thanks a lot. Salute to you, sir. All your efforts, sir, that we have got clearance from the state government for the CBI probe.
Whatever that she did was very out in the open. The fact that they overlooked it and finally they are seeing it after consistent efforts by the family members, by your channel,
and
by
now
our
she's
lawyers.
been taken to the custody of CBI. Finally, after the cancellation of the anticipatory bail, Giribala Singh has been arrested.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिंह असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ
केसरी त्योहार विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching a live report with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, today is a story that we'll talk about. It concerns you, it concerns me. India seems to be learning no lessons after toxic syrup caused deaths of about 20 children last year. Now toxic injections have killed 5 young mothers. We'll get you all the details on that, but first up a quick check at the top headlines. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Ex-Judge Giribala to be produced in the court by CBI. CBI likely to ask for the custody. Samarth Singh taken for medical examination by CBI team. It is likely to ask for the extension of his custody in the court today. Open post-mortem shocker from Bhopal. Body operated in open in Hamidiyah Hospital under no supervision. No lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin kills 5 young mothers in Rajasthan. Supreme Court had issued a notice to NTA NEET paper leak case. SC to hear the case today. In a big jolt, 2 EPS, 2 AIADMK MLAs including CV Shanmugam likely to join TVK now. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. Now, another case of public apathy has come to light in Rajasthan after 5 pregnant women died following delivery-related surgeries at a government hospital. Now, initial investigation suggests that it was fake oxytocin injections that may have administered to these patients and killed them. Now, reports say that women had developed severe complications within hours, including a sudden blood pressure drops, crashing of platelet counts and kidney failure symptoms. Now, this oxytocin batch allegedly failed quality tests and was also supplied to other government hospitals, including Kota. The controversy has now revived concerns over fake medicines in public hospitals across the country, as this comes just months after contaminated cough syrups also killed over 20 children in Madhya Pradesh. Now, the big question we are asking viewers at this moment is who cleared these drugs? Why did quality checks fail? And also, why does action only come after lives have been lost? Today, it is 5 young mothers in Rajasthan, 5 families which have been destroyed, 5 young children who have no mothers, and tomorrow it could be anyone. So those are the questions we need to be asking. We'll get you some details about what exactly unfolded. Now, it is killer oxytocin. These injections were administered to these 5 women which are found to have fake chemical. In fact, there were severe complications that these women developed right after their deliveries. They suffered from sudden BP drops, their platelet count also crashed rapidly, and kidney failure symptoms were also observed in 5 of these victims, and eventually they succumbed at government hospital. Now remember, it is the poorest of the poor lot which is coming to these public hospitals to access such services, and this is what has happened. All right, my colleague Rahul, who's been tracking this story on the ground, now joins me with more details. Rahul, take us through the entire sequence of what exactly unfolded at this public hospital. Now, 5 pregnant women have lost their lives, 5 children are without mothers. So what exactly happened? It is understood that it was the toxin chemical injected through these injections which led to their deaths.
बिल्कुल देखिए, ये जो इंसिडेंट है वो बिल्कुल मई के शुरुआत में यहाँ पर देखने को मिला। 3 मई से तमाम ऐसी जो प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन थी वो अस्पतालों में भर्ती थी कोटा के में, जिनमें से बताया ये गया कि 7 तारीख तक आते आते जिनमें से 5 महिलाओं की यहाँ पर मौत हो गई। मतलब 10 तारीख या 7 तारीख के बीच में 5 महिलाओं की यहाँ पर मौत हो गई, जिसके बाद पूरे राजस्थान भर में मेडिकल डिपार्टमेंट और खास करके यहाँ पर जो मेडिकल विभाग था उस पर बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क खड़ा हो गया कि आखिरकार कैसे इन 5 प्रेग्नेंट महिलाओं की मौत हुई। और सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये निकल कर आया कि आखिरकार क्या इन्हें डोज दिया गया कि ये सब लोग इनकी मृत्यु हो गई है। साथ ही मैं बता दूं कि जिसके बाद पता चला कि टोसिन करके इंजेक्शन होता है जिसमें ऑक्सीटोसिन की जो मात्रा थी, जो एक्टिव कंटेंट था वो बिल्कुल 0 पाया गया, जिसके चलते यहाँ पर मौत हुई है। लगातार जो जांच एजेंसियां हैं, जांच अधिकारी थे वो मौके पर पहुंचे। खुद राजस्थान के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर वो मौके पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर जाके उन्होंने देखा। उन्होंने सिर्फ इतना सा कह के पल्ला झाड़ दिया कि सिर्फ हम जांच करेंगे। अभी तक भी उनके पास कोई क्लियर जवाब नहीं है। हालांकि राजस्थान के ड्रग कंट्रोल बोर्ड ने जो ये ऑक्सीटोसिन था जिस पर फिलहाल बैन जरूर लगा दिया है, लेकिन हमने तमाम बड़े अधिकारियों से बात की, उनने भी ये बोला है कि पर्टिकुलर ये जो ऑक्सीटोसिन है वो इनकी मौत का कारण नहीं है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल कि सेम सीक्वेंस में इन तमाम लोगों की मौत हुई है, सेम डोज इन्हें दिया गया। लगातार परिवार से हमने यहाँ पर ग्राउंड जीरो पर जाने की बात की। अब बड़ा सवाल ये निकल कर आ रहा है कि उनकी जो परिवार थे जिनकी महिलाओं की मौत हुई है, किसी की बेटी किसी ने खो दी है, तो किसी की बहू, किसी की पत्नी है। अब वो जो बच्चे हैं नवजात, उनके पास अपनी मां नहीं है। पूरे जो परिवार है वो पूरी तरह से खत्म हो चुके हैं। हमने जब बात की ग्राउंड जीरो पर जाके उनकी फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन भी देखी तो वो भी काफी पुअर है। तो अब भी लेकिन उन्होंने भी मांग की है कि राजस्थान सरकार इस पूरे मामले में संज्ञान ले और संज्ञान लेने के साथ ही हमें आर्थिक यहाँ पर वो तमाम जो फाइनेंशियली चीजें हैं, मुआवजा है, वो हमें दिया जाए, ताकि और साथ ही ये भी कहा है कि ये जो इंसिडेंट हमारे साथ हुआ वो किसी और के साथ नहीं हो। हालांकि देखिए, रिपब्लिक भारत की खबर का एक बड़ा असर देखने को मिला कि तमाम ऐसे लोग थे जो उस दौरान ऑपरेशन थिएटर्स में अवेलेबल थे, उन पर जरूर उनके सस्पेंशन का ऑर्डर उन्हें दिया गया। बता दें कि ओटी इंचार्ज समेत यूनिट हेड के जो इंचार्ज थे 7 से 8 लोग ऐसे थे जिन्हें सस्पेंशन ऑर्डर जारी कर दिया है। हमने कोटा के प्रिंसिपल मेडिकल कॉलेज के जो प्रिंसिपल है उनसे भी बातचीत करने को हुई। उन्होंने बोला कि हमने सस्पेंशन ऑर्डर दे दिए हैं तमाम लोगों पर। अगर और भी लोग इसमें निकलेंगे तो उन पर भी यहाँ पर कार्रवाई होगी। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल कि सिर्फ ये कोटा में ही हुआ। बिल्कुल देखिए, ये जो दवाई है ऑक्सीटोसिन, जो टोसिन करके इंजेक्शन है, उसमें एक्टिव कंटेंट 0 पाया गया है। सिर्फ ये कोटा में हुआ है। जिस कंपनी से ये पूरी सप्लाई की जाती है वो राजस्थान के कोटा, उत्तर प्रदेश के गोंडा, तो वही मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर और दिल्ली तक भी इसकी सप्लाई होती है। और जैक्सन कंपनी जो फार्मा कंपनी है, उसने ये बड़ा दावा ये किया है कि हमारी तरफ से कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, जो भी लापरवाही हुई है वो सिर्फ कोटा में हुई है, क्योंकि कोटा में ही ये तमाम प्रसूताओं की मौत हुई है। और अभी भी मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि अभी भी 3 ऐसे केस हैं जो काफ़ी क्रिटिकल कंडीशन में हैं, जिनमें रागिनी, सुशीला, इन दोनों की भी हालत फिलहाल बनी हुई है, मौत की कगार पर बनी हुई है। सुशीला की तो हालत ये है कि 80% सिर्फ ये चांसेस है कि वो बच जाए, बाकी 20% 80% चांसेस है कि वो ना बचे, 20% ये चांसेस है कि वो बच जाए। वहीं अगर रागिनी की बात की जाए तो 50-50 चांसेस है कि वो बच जाए। हालांकि जिला कलेक्टर से भी हमने यहाँ से बात की, जो पीयूष सामरिया है, उन्होंने भी ये कहा कि अभी जो प्रसूता हैं, जो यानी कि प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन है, उनका लगातार हेल्थ जो डॉक्टर्स हैं, अच्छे डॉक्टर्स के देख रेख में, उनके सर्विलेंस में पूरा इलाज जारी है, लेकिन क्रिटिकल कंडीशन अभी भी बनी हुई है। अगर अब इनमें से किसी की मौत अगर होती है तो बड़ा एक क्वेश्चन मार्क इन पर खड़ा हो जाएगा। जी
जी, जैसा कि आपने कहा, जवाबदेही बनती है सरकार की इस पूरे मुद्दे में, और जो अकाउंटेबिलिटी है, इट गोज बियॉन्ड द कॉम्पेंसेशन अनाउंस्ड, इट गोज बियॉन्ड, एंड द गवर्नमेंट नीड्स टू आंसर क्वेश्चन दैट हु इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर दीज डेथ्स. So as far as investigation is concerned, any action on the companies which are supplying these fake oxytocins, what are we looking at in that regard?
बिल्कुल देखिए, जिस तरह से मैंने पहले भी बताया कि जैक्सन कंपनी का भी वो लगातार वो चेक कर रहे हैं कि आखिरकार ये जो 0 कंटेंट है वो क्यों मिला। उन्होंने तो ये भी कहा है कि अगर इसकी जो देख रेख नहीं करेंगे आप दवाई की, अगर इसको धूप में अगर कहीं पर रख देंगे तो भी ये ख़राब हो जाएगी। तो मतलब जैक्सन कंपनी का तो ये कहना है कि ये जो पूरी घटना हुई है उसके लिए सिर्फ और सिर्फ कोटा जिम्मेदार है, ना कि हमारी जो फार्मा कंपनी है वो। अब जिस तरह से मुआवजे की बात की, तो मुआवजे की सिर्फ घोषणा ही की गई है, मतलब कागजों में कोई दिया की बात, देने की बात फिलहाल सामने नहीं आई, जैसा कि परिवार ने हमें कहा है। लेकिन देखना होगा कि क्या इन्हें मुआवजा दिया जाएगा। और सिर्फ मुआवजे की बात नहीं है, मौत क्यों हुई ये बड़ा सवाल है, क्योंकि देखिए एक मौत की बात नहीं है, 2 की भी मौत की बात नहीं है, पूरी 5 मौत हुई है और सेम पैटर्न पे हुई है। तो कहीं ना कहीं तो बड़ी लापरवाही तो निकली है, लेकिन क्लियर जवाब अभी भी राजस्थान में तमाम अधिकारियों, चिकित्सा मंत्री ना किसी के पास है। और सिर्फ ये वो कह रहे हैं कि सिर्फ कार्रवाई की जाएगी और जल्द ही हम इसमें जांच कर रहे हैं, कुछ भी कहना अभी जल्दबाजी होगा। यानी कि देखिए 10 दिन के भीतर, 10 से 12 दिन यहाँ पर बीत चुके हैं, फिलहाल भी राजस्थान के पास कोई जवाब नहीं है कि मौत क्यों हुई।
जी बिल्कुल राहुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। और ये जो तमाम सवाल इस समय उठ रहे हैं, हम उनका जो है जवाब सरकार से मांगते रहेंगे। नाउ व्यूअर्स, इन अनदर केस ऑफ apathy in a complete disregard for human life, authorities carried out an open postmortem of an unidentified body at Hamidia Hospital in Bhopal. Now, according to reports, the Bajaria police station received an unidentified body on Monday, and as the body could not be identified, a postmortem examination was conducted yesterday. Now, what is shocking is that the postmortem was carried out in the open entirely. And more than that, the body was brought out of the mortuary in a naked state. And the stitching, in fact, was performed on a stretcher in complete disregard of hospital protocols. Now, as per reports, the entire procedure was carried out under the supervision of doctors. And in fact, more in this report. Take a look. In fact, we'll try and play the report for you, but right now, first, let's take a look at these visuals. Now, you can see how the postmortem was, in fact, carried out in the open, and how the stitching of the body is being done completely out in the open. Now, let me also tell our viewers, as per the protocols, the entire process and the stitching back of the body has to happen inside the postmortem room. But in complete disregard for the protocols, in complete disregard for the deceased person, in fact, the operation was carried out entirely in the open, and this happens to be one of the prominent hospitals in Bhopal. And despite that, no disregard for the protocols, no dignity for the dead. This operation was carried out entirely in the open. Take a look at this report.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, कल गिरिबाला सिंह से 7 घंटे सीबीआई ने पूछताछ की और इसमें कई तरह के सवाल जवाब किए गए, कई तरह की जानकारियां जुटाई गई और आज सीबीआई को जो है गिरिबाला सिंह का रिमांड लेना है। इसके अलावा समर्थ सिंह का भी जो रिमांड था वो आज खत्म हो रहा है, तो दोनों को ही अभी कुछ देर
All right, here's our visuals. All right, viewers, now shifting focus at what's happening in the state of Kerala. Now, a row over Vande Mataram has emerged over not being played in a full form in the Kerala Assembly. Now, as per reports, Vande Mataram, the national song, was not played, in fact, in full during the beginning of the Assembly session. It's the first flashpoint that has emerged between the governor and the government in Kerala. In fact, this time the government decided to sing only the first 2 lines of the song. However, CPM criticized it as some portions of the song is against some sections of the society, quote unquote. And now during the swearing-in ceremony of the new government, the song was played fully. In fact, it was hailed by the BJP and it was as per the direction of the new CM VD Satishan. The song was not fully sung. It may be recalled that as part of the nationwide initiative commemorating the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram, the Home Ministry has issued a very clear direction, in fact, back in February 2026, mandating that the community must sing and play the complete 6-stanza version of the national song. Now, the full rendition of Vande Mataram, which takes about 3 minutes and 10 seconds, is now required to proceed the national anthem at official government functions and school assemblies as well, as per the directive. It was as per the direction of the new CM VD Satishan that the song was not fully sung. So this has become the first flashpoint between the UDF-led government and Governor Aleka. It emerged at the swearing-in ceremony. In fact, remember, something similar also happened in Tamil Nadu, and this was over the Tamil song being played third, but now similar trajectory being also witnessed in Kerala. My colleague Shankar also joins me with more details on this. Shankar, decode it for us. What exactly unfolded? We understand the national song was not played entirely. It was a truncated version which was played at the directions of the government. And this is despite Governor House saying during the rehearsal that the song must be played in full.
Not even the truncated version of the Vande Mataram song was played in the assembly. They just played the musics of the first 2 stanzas of Vande Mataram song in the beginning and at the end of the assembly session. Today it was the first session of the Kerala Legislative Assembly, and VD Satishan was in touch with the Lok Bhavan for the last couple of days for finalizing the policy speech, as he wanted, there should not be any kinds of conflicts while addressing the policy speech. Like in the last tenure of the LDF government, there were some issues associated with the policy speech, and the VD Satishan's new government wanted to avoid some sort of issues with the Lok Bhavan and with the central government. So by considering these things in advance, the VD Satishan was fully in touch with the Lok Bhavan. And the Lok Bhavan was happy with the policy speech because there was nothing that against the principles which should be followed while framing the policy speech. The Lok Bhavan had directed the state government to play the full song of Vande Mataram in the beginning and at the end of the assembly session. But the VD Satishan had directed the secretary of the assembly not to play the Vande Mataram song, but to play just the music of the first 2 stanzas in the beginning and at the end. Following VD Satishan's direction, the staff at the assembly played only just the music. And following it, the BJP criticized the move by stating that the Congress-led UDF government caving in means due to the pressure exerted by the Jamaat-e-Islami and Muslim League and other communal organizations which are the allies of the UDF even before the assembly polls. They put pressure on the Congress party and even VD Satishan not to play Vande Mataram because these organizations consider Vande Mataram is some sort of communal, the mention of some Hindu goddess in the song made them upset, and even some years ago, the Congress resolution was passed against playing a Vande Mataram song in their programs. They sing only the first two stanzas but in the assembly, not even the stanzas were sung, but just the music was played at the beginning and the end. And BJP state leader V. Muralidharan, who is also an MLA and a former central minister, he criticized the Congress for disrespecting the national song, and also stated that they surrendered before Jamaat-e-Islami and the Muslim League for not playing the song in the assembly. And after the session, even the former Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan accepted that there is no practice. In the last time when during the swearing-in ceremony on May 18th, the full song of Vande Bharatam was played, and CPM criticized it by stating that the Congress party became an agent of the BJP, and that is the reason why they are playing even Vande Mataram song during the swearing-in ceremony. Right. And V.D. Satish took note of that, and this time decided not to play Vande Mataram in the assembly session, the first assembly session of the 16th Kerala Legislative Assembly.
All right, so the first friction point has already emerged between the Lok Bhavan, and the government will, of course, have to see how the equation pans out in the coming few days. Thanks so much, Shankar, for joining us and giving us all those details. And now, viewers, moving on to what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Now, major political shake-up is in fact underway in the state as two AIA-DMK MLAs, Vijay Bhaskar and CV Shanmugam, are now likely to resign from their MLA post and set to join TVK. Now, it is a big jolt for the EPS faction of AIA-DMK. In fact, it seems when... All right, viewers, cutting across to live visuals, we're getting at the moment of the accused Samarth Singh in the CBI office. Let's take a look. All right, viewers, we're getting some live visuals. In fact, this is after Samarth Singh, the accused in Twisha Sharma's case. His medical examination was held. The CBI team had taken him to the hospital, and now he's all set to be, in fact, produced before the court. Now, his custody ends today, and the Central Investigating Agency is all likely to ask for the extension. But these are visuals coming to light from the CBI office. In fact, this is where you can see that Samarth Singh, in fact, is present, the accused husband in Twisha Sharma case. Now, he has been questioned over the past 1 week over what happened on the night of May 12th. What was the relationship that he shared with Twisha? Were there differences? Was it a marital discord being witnessed in their equation? What was the equation Twisha shared with the mother-in-law? Because as Republic had exposed that she was constantly telling her mother in the last few days that she was being harassed by the in-laws and the husband at large. So those are the questions that are being asked by the CBI to Samarth Singh, who's in the custody of the Central Investigating Agency. And today, as his custody ends, he will be produced before the court. But before that, we are getting you visuals, in fact, from a CBI office where Samarth Singh is present. And this comes right after his medical examination was held, as he is now all set to be produced before the court. In fact, we are looking at the wheels of justice are moving rapidly in this case ever since the Central Investigating Agency has taken over the investigation. They are also requesting a space to set up a camp in Bhopal itself so that all the evidences that they gather in this case can be secured properly. Now, remember, just yesterday, 3D mapping of the entire house was taken place, and today we are looking at more action, specifically with regards to Samarth and his custody, which is all due to end today. CBI will now be asking for the extension, as still there are several questions which remain unanswered. Why was Twisha's family not informed? Why was the nearby police station not informed? And why was even the ambulance not called for Twisha? Those are the questions that will be asked at the moment. And now, as the investigation continues, we're getting you visuals. In fact, Giribala Singh is also present there, the mother-in-law and the other accused in the case. Now, remember, both the accused, the mother-son duo, will be produced before the court today. So, as you can see on your screen, we're getting you live visuals from CBI office. This is where the ex-judge Giribala Singh and the son Samarth Singh both are present before they will be produced in the court today. Now, CBI in fact arrested Giribala Singh just yesterday after Madhya Pradesh High Court cancelled her anticipatory bail, and both the accused will now be produced before the court. CBI is likely to ask for Giribala's custody and the extension of Samarth Singh's custody as well, who continues to be in the custody of the Central Investigating Agency. Now, there are several questions being posed to both of them regarding
को लेकर जो टीम है वो सीबीआई दफ्तर से निकल रही है। पुलिस का घेरा, पुलिस का पहरा आप यहाँ पर साफ तौर पर देखेंगे। सबसे आगे जो गाड़ी आपको नजर आ रही है उस गाड़ी में सीबीआई के दफ्तर है और एक गाड़ी में समर्थ को बिठाया गया है। देखिए, इसी गाड़ी में बीच में जो बैठा हुआ है वो समर्थ है और इसके पीछे वाली जो गाड़ी है उसमें गिरिबाला आपको साफ तौर पर नजर आ रही है। और पुलिस देखेंगे उस गाड़ी को बाहर निकालने के लिए जो एक ह्यूमन चेन है वो यहाँ पर क्रिएट किया गया है। देखिए, ये जो सीबीआई दफ्तर है और सीबीआई के जो ऑफिसर्स है वो यहाँ पर है। देखिए, इस गाड़ी में गिरिबाला ठीक बीच में गिरिबाला और आगे वाली गाड़ी में जो समर्थ है वो यहाँ से निकले हैं और अब इन दोनों को यहाँ से ले जाया जा रहा है। संभवतः कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। कोर्ट में पेश करने के बाद आगे इस पूरे मामले में जो लीगल कार्रवाई है वो साफ तौर पर की जाएगी। और पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में जो जांच है वो दोनों को आमने सामने बिठा पूछताछ करने की जो बात है वो की जा रही है। अगर मैं आपको लाइव तस्वीरें दिखाऊं, हम उस गाड़ी यहाँ पर चेस करेंगे ताकि पता कर सके कि किस डायरेक्शन में जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मूव कर रही हैं। और आप ये देखिए, आगे जो पुलिस का जो काफिला है वो सीबीआई का जो काफिला है वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। संभवतः पहले एक तरीके से गिरिबाला का मेडिकल भी जो है वो करवाने की बात साफ तौर पर की जा रही है। लेकिन ये सभी जो सीबीआई की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगी। देखिए, सीबीआई ने जो डिटेल रिमांड नोटिस पूरे मामले में तैयार किया उसमें साफ तौर पर यह बोला गया है कि कार्रवाई करनी है, इस पूरे मामले में इन्वेस्टिगेशन करनी है और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण कि गिरिबाला और समर्थ को आमने सामने बिठाकर जो पूछताछ है वो भी साफ तौर पर करनी है और उसी बेसिस पर आगे की जो रिमांड है वो साफ तौर पर लेने की जो बात है वो सीबीआई के द्वारा की जा रही है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण ये पहली ऐसी तस्वीर है जब दोनों, चाहे वो बेटा हो माँ, दोनों को सीबीआई ने इस पूरे मामले में गिरफ्तार किया है और उसके बाद आगे की जो कार्रवाई करने की बात सीबीआई के द्वारा साफ तौर पर की जा रही है। जिस तरीके से गिरिबाला के ऊपर ये एलिगेशन लग रहे थे कि उन्होंने सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी की, गिरिबाला के ऊपर ये भी एलिगेशन लगे कि उन्होंने त्विषा की मौत के बाद 46 फोन किए और वो ऐसे लोगों को फोन किए जो कि जुडिशरी से जुड़े हुए थे, लोकायुक्त से जुड़े हुए थे, कुछ उसके अंदर आईपीएस भी बताए जा रहे थे। लेकिन उसके बावजूद जिस तरीके से ये पूरा केस आगे बढ़ा, एंटीसिपेटरी बेल जो है गिरिबाला को दे दी गई, जो परिवार है वो सीधा हाईकोर्ट पहुंचा और उसके बाद जब हाईकोर्ट से एंटीसिपेटरी बेल खारिज की गई उसके बाद सीबीआई ने कल गिरिबाला को इस पूरे मामले में जो गिरफ्तार है वो साफ तौर पर किया। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इस मामले में अब ये कि दोनों को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा। पेश करने के बाद दोनों की कस्टडी मांगने की कोशिश जो है वो सीबीआई के द्वारा की जाएगी, दलीलें कोर्ट में रखी जाएंगी। 2 दिन जो कि समर्थ सीबीआई की कस्टडी में था, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी तक निकलकर सामने आई उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो कोर्ट को दी जाएगी। उसके अलावा सीबीआई ने अभी तक जो 4 दिन की इन्वेस्टिगेशन सीबीआई ने इस पूरे मामले में की, अभी तक क्या कुछ सीबीआई के हाथ लगा उसके बारे में जो जानकारी है वो कोर्ट को बताई जाएगी। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण गिरिबाला, क्योंकि उनके ऊपर एलिगेशन लग रहे थे कि उन्होंने सबूतों को एक तरीके से छेड़खानी करने की कोशिश की, जो गुमराह है सबूतों को वो साफ तौर पर किए, जो इन्फ्लुएंशियल लोग थे उनको संपर्क किया, किस बेसिस पर इस पूरे मामले की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो हुई थी, वो सभी चीज़ों को देखने के बाद, उन सभी चीज़ों को वेरीफाई करने के बाद जो कार्रवाई है वो आगे अब सीबीआई करेगी और उसी बेसिस पर रिमांड मांगने की जो कोशिश है वो सीबीआई की होगी और उसी को देखते हुए जो कार्रवाई है वो सीबीआई को अब आगे करनी है। जो हमें जानकारी मिल रही है कि गिरिबाला की तकरीबन 7 दिन की जो पुलिस कस्टडी है वो मांगेगी सीबीआई और देखना होगा कि कोर्ट उसको कितना समझ पाता है, कितने दिन की कस्टडी जो है वो गिरिबाला की देगी। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण इस पूरे मामले में कि दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ करने की बात सीबीआई के द्वारा की गई है। सीबीआई ने जबलपुर हाईकोर्ट में भी अपनी दलीलों में साफ तौर पर कहा था कि इस पूरे मामले में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो डिजिटल और साइंटिफिक तरीके से की जा रही है। यही कारण है कि कल गिरिबाला से जब 7 घंटे की पूछताछ की गई तो टीम लगातार उस पूछताछ के दौरान सबूत भी इकट्ठे कर रही थी, पूरे घर की 3D मैपिंग भी कर रही थी, लेकिन गिरेबाला से पूछताछ भी कर रही थी। सोर्सेज ये भी बता रहे हैं कि गिरेबाला पूछताछ में सहयोग नहीं कर रही हैं। उनसे जिन बातों के बारे में, जिन सवालों के बारे में जवाब मांगे जा रहे हैं, वो बार बार अपनी लीगल टीम का हवाला दे रही हैं। वो बार बार ये बोल रही हैं कि मुझे मेरी लीगल टीम से बात करना है। तो कोर्ट में आज जब सीबीआई अपना रिमांड नोट पेश करेगी, उसके अंदर इन बातों को भी रखा जाएगा। सीबीआई की तरफ से ये साफ तौर पर बोला जाएगा कि इस पूरे मामले में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी तक चीजें निकलकर सामने आई हैं, उन इन्वेस्टिगेशन पॉइंट्स को जो एक तरीके से गिरिबाला से कन्फ्रंट कराना है। साथ ही सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, समर्थ ने अभी तक जो कुछ सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बताया, उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद किस तरीके का जो चीजें निकली हैं, उसको भी गिरिबाला से कन्फ्रंट कराना और इसी बेसिस पर जो कार्रवाई है वो की जाएगी।
All right, viewers, we're looking at CBI team, in fact, departing from its office, and they're on their way along with Samarth Singh and the accused mother-in-law, Giribala Singh. Now, the mother-son duo both are to be produced in the court today, where the CBI will be asking for the extension of Samarth Singh's custody, while asking for the custody of Giribala Singh, who was arrested by CBI just yesterday. So, as of now, Republic, in fact, is on the trail, and the CBI team has now departed from its office, and they're on their way to the court, where both the accused, the mother-in-law Giribala Singh, and the husband Samarth Singh will be produced before the court today. Getting you all the updates on that. In fact, with that, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back with more updates of what is happening in Twisha Sharma case, as both the mother-son duo have now been taken by the CBI to the court. Getting you all the updates on the other side.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
कोशिश को कामयाबी, कामयाबी को शोहरत बनते देखा है। हाँ, पिछले 60 सालों में मैंने देश को बनते देखा है। कमला पसंद, 60 सालों से अनोखा स्वाद।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The top headlines today: ex-judge Giribala to be presented in court by the CBI. CBI likely to ask for Giribala's custody. CBI completes medical examination of Samarth. CBI likely to ask for Samarth's custodial extension today. Open autopsy shocker from Bhopal. Body operated in open in Hamidia Hospital. No lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan. Supreme Court had issued notice to NTA in NEET paper leak case. Supreme Court to hear the case today. Big jolt to EPS. AIADMK split imminent. A big question mark coming up. Now 2 AIADMK MLAs, including CV Shanmugan, likely to join the TVK. A big row emerging over Vande Mataram has emerged over now not being played in full in Kerala Assembly. As per sources, Kerala government neglected Lok Bhavan directions. Viewers, a very good afternoon. You're beginning this bulletin with a major story. Now, the Delhi High Court has not given the relief for the deep state Deep K. Delhi High Court won't restore deep state Deep K's Cockroach Janata Party's handle. The Delhi High Court has said it won't restore the Cockroach Party handle. And in the latest development regarding the case surrounding the Cockroach Janata Party that has gone viral, now the Delhi High Court has said that they will not be granting any relief for Deep K's handle, the Cockroach Janata Party. This is coming in as a big development now. Right, viewers, right now we are cutting across to the live visuals happening right outside in Bhopal regarding the Twisha Sharma death case, as Giribala is now being taken for her medical examination. Just moments ago, Samarth, her son, has also been conducted a medical examination now and before producing before the court. And this is now visuals, live visuals, Giribala. There on your screen, ex-judge Giribala after the arrest by the CBI and just moments before to be produced before the court is now going for the medical examination. And live visuals we are tracking for you right now on your screen as ex-judge Giribala is being taken.
आमने सामने बिठाकर और तमाम जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसके बारे में पूछताछ की जा सके। विजय निशांत के साथ अतुल शर्मा, रिपब्लिक भारत, भोपाल।
Right, those were the visuals that we just witnessed of ex-judge Giribala Singh being taken for her medical examination, and both her and her son will be produced before the court as well, and CBI is likely to seek for her custody as well. And this is regarding after the Madhya Pradesh High Court have cancelled her anticipatory bail, and she has been arrested by the CBI in connection to the death of Twisha Sharma. And now Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law, has now been taken for the medical examination. Just moments before, her son Samarth Singh, Twisha Singh's husband, has also completed her medical examination, and both the mother and the son will be taken before the court today, will be produced. The CBI is likely to ask for extension of the custody of Samarth Singh as well, and CBI is also likely to ask for the custody of Giribala as well.
के अफसर हैं, हमने उनसे पूछने की कोशिश की कि आखिर वो कितने दिन का रिमांड यहाँ पर जो है वो समर्थ और गिरीवाला का लेना चाहते हैं, लेकिन सीबीआई की टीम ने कुछ भी बोलने से इनकार किया। गिरीवाला ने कुछ भी बोलने से इनकार किया, वो सीधे कोर्ट के अंदर चली गई। अब चुप मिल जाती है, इसके बाद से ही मामले ने और ज्यादा तूल पकड़ा। अग्रिम जमानत का विरोध हुआ, लोगों ने भी किया, त्विषा के परिवार ने भी किया, और जो तमाम लोग सामने बात की उनका कहना था कि अमूमन ऐसे केस में अग्रिम जमानत नहीं मिलती है। फिर कोर्ट हाई कोर्ट गया, हाई कोर्ट से गिरीबाला की अग्रिम जमानत याचिका खारिज हुई, और उसके बाद सीबीआई की टीम ने, दिल्ली सीबीआई की टीम ने उन्हें अरेस्ट किया। अरेस्ट करने के बाद कल 5 बजे अरेस्टिंग हुई। उससे पहले 7 घंटे तक गिरीबाला से पूछताछ की गई। समर्थ ऑलरेडी सीबीआई की कस्टडी में, लेकिन उसका रिमांड अवधि 2:30 बजे खत्म होना था, इसीलिए करीब 1:30 बजे का ये समय हो रहा है। और गिरीबाला और समर्थ, माँ बेटे दोनों, समर्थ सिंह क्रिमिनल लॉयर, गिरीबाला सिंह इसी कोर्ट की, भोपाल जिला कोर्ट की डीजे रही हैं, और आज उन्हें इसी कोर्ट में आरोपी के तौर पर लाया गया है। और उनसे अब जाहिर सी बात है, अंदर सीबीआई की जो टीम है वो कोर्ट में पेश करके रिमांड मांगेगी। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रिमांड की मांग की जाएगी, जिससे कि इस पेचीदे केस को सुलझाने में इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी की जा सके। ये कोर्ट की तस्वीरें यहाँ पर देखिए, कितनी ज़्यादा हलचल है। तमाम लोग और जितने भी यहाँ पर वकील थे वो यहाँ एकजुट हो गए थे। वो भी शायद इस तस्वीर को देखना चाहते थे, क्योंकि वकीलों के लिहाज से अगर सोचें तो कई वकीलों ने उनकी कोर्ट में पैरवी करी है, कईयों में सजा और जमानतें उन्होंने दी हैं, तो सभी में उत्सुकता थी। लेकिन अब बड़ा जो घटनाक्रम होने वाला वो यही कि सीबीआई जो है वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रिमांड मांगेगी। इस दौरान गिरीबाला सिंह से अलग स्टेटमेंट लिए जाएंगे, समर्थ सिंह से दूसरी जगह दूसरे कमरे में या लॉकअप में अलग स्टेटमेंट लिए जाएंगे। फिर दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर स्टेटमेंट दिए जाएंगे, और इन स्टेटमेंट में जो विरोधाभास आएगा, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ऐसे जवाब होंगे जिसमें गिरीबाला कुछ कहेंगी, समर्थ कुछ कहेगा, और दोनों को जब क्रॉस से आमने सामने बिठाया जाएगा तो उसमें कुछ और निकल कर आएगा, और उसी से सीबीआई की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन की दिशा है वो आगे बढ़ेगी। क्योंकि कई जो पेच आ रहे हैं, जैसे कि जो फर्स्ट पीएम रिपोर्ट है उसमें मल्टीपल इंजरीज आई। सिर में चोट की बात हाई कोर्ट में रखी गई त्विषा के वकील की तरफ से कि सिर में चोट कैसे आई, ये चोट मरने से पहले की है। और भी कई पेचीदगियां हैं, जैसे कि अनुराग श्रीवास्तव त्विषा के वकील हैं, उनका कहना था कि जब से गिरिबाला अग्रिम जमानत पर थी उस दौरान वो उसी घर में रही जहां पर कि क्राइम स्पॉट है, जहां पर कि फांसी के फंदे पर झूलती हुई त्विषा मिली थी। तो ऐसे में 15 को जब उन्हें अग्रिम मिली, उसके बाद से बेल खारिज होने तक 10 से 12 दिन का जो समय था उसमें वो उसी घर में रही और उसमें हो सकता है उन्होंने कई सबूतों से छेड़छाड़ की हो। हालांकि जो जिस रूम में त्विषा रहती थी और जो क्राइम स्पॉट है छत, उसे सील किया गया था, लेकिन उस पर भी आरोप लगे कि जो SIT थी उसने उन्हें देरी से सील किया। तो कई पेचीदगियां हैं, कई ऐसे सवाल हैं जिनके जवाब देश की जनता के साथ साथ इस खबर से जुड़े सभी लोग जानना चाहते हैं और इसीलिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रिमांड की यहाँ पर मांग होगी। अब कोर्ट में जज क्या फैसला लेते हैं, कितने दिन का रिमांड देते हैं, ये कुछ देर बाद तय हो पाएगा, लेकिन ये तय माना जा रहा है कि CBI रिमांड लेगी और इस रिमांड के दौरान जो CBI दफ्तर है वहाँ पर इन लोगों से कठोर हार्ड सवाल होंगे और उन सवालों में हालांकि CBI के सामने भी बड़ी चुनौती ये है कि जो 2 आरोपी उनके सामने हैं, एक क्रिमिनल लॉयर है, दूसरी जो गिरिबाला सिंह वो खुद जज रही हैं। कई ऐसे कोर्सेज उन्होंने किए हैं, चाहे वो क्राइम सीन को लेकर हो, क्राइम सीन टाइमलाइन को लेकर हो, चाहे वो साइबर का हो। तो ऐसे में बड़ी चुनौती यही है CBI के पास कि वो किस तरह से इंटरोगेट करती है, किस तरह से पूछताछ करती है कि इन कानून के जानकार लोगों से जवाब निकलवा पाए। क्योंकि क्रिमिनल लॉयर के तौर पर समर्थ सिंह कई केस लड़ चुके हैं, जज के तौर पर गिरिबाला कई जजमेंट दे चुकी हैं। तो वो कानूनी पेचीदगियां जो हैं जिनमें आम आदमी उलझ जाता है या ट्रैप हो जाता है सवालों में, CBI हो चाहे बाकी एजेंसी, लेकिन इन 2 आरोपियों को उलझाना या सही चीज निकलवा पाना ये एक बड़ी चुनौती होगी। और इसीलिए CBI की टीम को आपने देखा होगा कि तमाम जो वैज्ञानिक उपकरण होते हैं, हाईटेक संसाधन होते हैं, उनके द्वारा भी 3D मैपिंग भी की गई। पूरे घर की रिक्रिएशन में भी कई ऐसे उपकरणों का उपयोग किया गया, क्योंकि CBI को भी पता है कि जिन लोगों पर ये आरोप लगे हैं, मतलब एक्यूज 1 समर्थ सिंह और एक्यूज 2 गिरिबाला सिंह, दोनों कानून के बेहद ही मंजे हुए खिलाड़ी हैं, तो उन्हें वो बारीकियां पता हैं, तो वो उनसे कुछ
Right, these are some of the live visuals that we are fetching for you. At this moment, Giribala set to go for medical examination, and as our reporter was also on the ground, and as per the reports that we're getting, that the CBI is likely to seek a remand for the custody of Giribala and also to extend the custody of Samarth, who is her son, and both of them will be produced before the court now in connection with the Twisha's death. And this comes as a high-profile arrest yesterday after the CBI has arrested the judge, the ex-judge, the mother-in-law of Twisha Sharma, and after a long hours of interrogation and also recreating the crime scene that happened, the scene of the alleged murder or the alleged hanging of Twisha Sharma in her home. A 3D mapping was also conducted at the site, a particular scene, and there was also Samarth present during the moment, and the mother-in-law as well. And following a long hours of interrogation, both of them will be produced before the court today, and Giribala Singh was in fact arrested yesterday in high-profile case after evading arrest for a very long time. And also it is to be noted that Giribala Singh in fact was very fluent in a course that she undertook as part of a career as a judge, like the crime scene management, which now begs the question if the footage that was out in the public, was there any falsities, was there any fraud, any changes that's been made.
कोर्ट के अंदर ले जाया गया है और थोड़ी देर में सुनवाई जो है वो शुरू होगी। CBI से जब हमारी बात हुई, सोर्सेज का ये साफ तौर पर कहना है कि अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन, चाहे वो गिरिबाला के घर में 7 घंटे की पूछताछ हो या उसके अलावा गिरफ्तारी के बाद जब मेडिकल एम्स में कराया गया और CBI का जो दफ्तर भोपाल में वहां ले जाया गया, उसके बाद से गिरिबाला जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर रही है। ज्यादातर सवालों के जवाब वो यही कह रही हैं कि वो कोर्ट में बताएंगी। वो बार बार CBI अधिकारियों को ये बोल रही हैं कि अब मेरी लीगल टीम से मुझे मिलने दीजिए। तो इस तरीके से अभी तक का जो 24 घंटे पिछले, चाहे वो गिरिबाला के घर के अंदर उनसे पूछताछ हो या सीबीआई का जो दफ्तर है भोपाल में वहां पर पूछताछ हो, किसी तरीके से कॉपरेशन, जांच में सहयोग गिरिबाला के द्वारा नहीं किया जा रहा और इस बात को भी डिटेल रिमांड नोट में सीबीआई की तरफ से जगह दी गई है। सीबीआई की जो तर्क है उसमें साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि गिरिबाला और समर्थ दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ करनी है और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जो दूसरी बार पोस्टमार्टम कराया था वो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट अभी सीबीआई को नहीं मिली है, उस बारे में जानकारी जुटानी है और उसमें जो फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आएंगे उस बारे में समर्थ और गिरिबाला से पूछताछ करनी है। गिरिबाला कैरेक्टर इसलिए भी महत्वपूर्ण है क्योंकि उनके ऊपर यह आरोप है कि उन्होंने सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी की, तो इस बारे में सीबीआई का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि जो एविडेंस उन्हें अभी तक मिले हैं, एक डिटेल जो क्वेश्चन है इस पूरे मामले में तैयार किया गया है, पूरी टाइमलाइन को खंगालना है। वो 40 से 55 मिनट का जो मिस्टीरियस टाइम है उस दौरान क्या कुछ हुआ, किन लोगों से बातचीत की गई, उन सभी के बारे में जानकारी जो है वो जुटानी है और यही कारण है कि सीबीआई कोर्ट में ये दलीलें रखेंगी और उस बेसिस पर रिमांड मांगी जाएगी। कोर्ट को देखना होगा, कोर्ट के विवेक पर निर्भर करता है कि वो कितने दिन की कस्टडी गिरिबाला की सीबीआई को देते हैं। सीबीआई का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि घर में जो फॉरेंसिक जांच कराई गई और कल जिस तरीके से 3D मैपिंग पूरे घर की कराई गई, उस बेसिस पर जो भी फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आ रहे हैं उन सभी फैक्ट्स को भी गिरिबाला से कन्फ्रंट कराना है, इसलिए भी कस्टडी बेहद जरूरी है। लेकिन एक दिलचस्प बात अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में यह भी पता लगी कि समर्थ इस इंसिडेंट के बारे में जो टाइमलाइन बता रहा है वो टाइमलाइन बिल्कुल अलग है, जो कि गिरिबाला से पूछताछ में और जो चीजें अभी तक निकलकर सामने आई हैं उससे मेल नहीं खा रही हैं और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे मामले में डिटेल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है। और अब सबकी निगाहें मेरे पीछे इसी जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट है यहाँ पर टिकी हुई है और किसी भी समय जब सुनवाई शुरू होगी तो जाहिर सी बात है कि दलीलें सीबीआई की तरफ से रखी जाएंगी। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए यहाँ पर रुक रहे हैं, इस खबर पर हर अपडेट आप तक।
Right, that's a major revelation that was given by our reporter on the ground, saying that after the interrogation separately of the ex-judge Giribala and her son Samarth, the timelines of their statements do not match, which means that only lead to only one thing, that the evidence also raised in question, the evidence could also have been tampered, and saying that the timelines that was stated by Giribala and the timelines stated by Samarth Singh are not matching, and these are being considered also by the CBI with regards to the investigation as how it will be carried out, and they will in fact be seeking for the custody of both Giribala and the extension of the custody of Samarth Singh as well. So this is a big revelation coming in as the investigation has been taken over by the CBI, with ex-judge Giribala being arrested now, and now with them, both of them being to be produced before the court, and the CBI will seek to take the custody of Giribala, saying that the statements that they have given separately in separate interrogations of both the mother and the son do not match. So this is a big issue. This is a big question that's coming up. And also more focus in what happened on the night of May 12th when Twisha Sharma died, and this after coming major lapses in the autopsy also, and now we are getting reports that CBI has not taken the autopsy report so far. But regarding the statements that has been taken so far during the interrogation of both Giribala and Samarth Singh, the statements given by each of them do not match. These are on separate accounts of interrogation that took place, and now the CBI is likely to seek for the custody of Giribala and also the custody extension of Samarth Singh, as Samarth Singh's earlier custody that was granted to him ends today after a 7-day period, and now both of them will be produced before the court and then will be taken over by the CBI investigation onward as well. And this is a major situation now coming in, a big development with the CBI saying that the statements of both the mother and the son do not match. As we all know that the son, the husband of Twisha Sharma, Samarth Singh, was absconding since May 12th for almost 10 plus days, for almost 2 weeks, and then only after he filed for an anticipatory bail in the Jabalpur High Court was he summoned to the court, and he appeared then, and after that he has been in the custody of the CBI, and now an interrogation has also taken place between of both the mother and the son separately, and where the accounts narrated by both of them was not given. All right, now these are latest visuals we're getting, that Giribala Singh, the mother-in-law, being presented to be presented inside of the court. Now, those are visuals inside of the court. Samarth Singh also coming inside of the court now. Shortly from now, they will be right inside of the courtroom, the main courtroom, and both of them, the mother and the son, are being presented before the court. These are live visuals on your screen now, Giribala and Samarth Singh. In connection to Twisha Sharma's death, both of them being produced before the court as we speak. Live visuals from the ground from Bhopal as ex-judge Giribala after her arrest and her son Samarth Singh being produced before the court right outside. These are live visuals that we are getting, both of them, Giribala, both of them inside of the court. And shortly from now, both of them will be presented before the courtroom, before the judge. And the CBI will also be seeking to extend the custody of Samarth Singh while also seeking to attain the custody of Giribala. Live visuals now coming in as a major development and a major twist to how the whole case unfolded since May 12th and after Republic's relentless campaign and also raising serious lapses in the earlier investigations, and also putting into light the tampering of evidence in both the material evidence and also circumstantial evidence, and also tampering with CCTV footage. And now, after the CBI has taken over the case and after the long hours of interrogation, now Giribala has been arrested. She was arrested yesterday and now being produced before the court, and now live visuals right before your eyes on your screens now, viewers. Giribala being produced before the court. These are her visuals entering the court, and the son, Samarth Singh, also being produced before the court. I'm now joined by our reporter Jatin on the phone line, who will give us more details on this latest development. Jatin, I would like to know from you mostly that both the mother and the son are being produced before the court as we speak, and the CBI may also seek to extend their custody. I would like to know more details of what has happened so far, and for our viewers, break it down.
बिल्कुल, देखिए, सीबीआई की टीम दोनों को लेकर इस समय पहुंची है अंदर कोर्ट रूम में, और सुनवाई इस पूरे मामले में जो है वो शुरू हो जाएगी अब से थोड़ी देर में। एक डिटेल रिमांड नोट इस पूरे मामले में सीबीआई के द्वारा तैयार किया गया है, और इस रिमांड नोट में साफ तौर पर उन सभी अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में बताया गया है, और गिरिबाला को लेकर अभी तक जो भी फैक्ट सामने आए हैं उसके बारे में जो है वो कोर्ट को इस पूरे मामले में जानकारी दी गई है। सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में यह है कि गिरिबाला से कल जब पूछताछ की गई थी तो उस पूछताछ के बाद भी गिरिबाला जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर रही है। वो बार बार अपनी लीगल टीम से मिलने की बात कर रही है। वो बोल रही है कि वो कोर्ट में अपना जो पक्ष है वो रखेंगी, और इसी बातों को सीबीआई एक डिटेल रिमांड नोट के तर्ज पर कोर्ट के अंदर रखेगी, और मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी की जो बात है वो सीबीआई के द्वारा की जा रही है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ समर्थ को भी पेश किया गया है। सीबीआई दरअसल ये चाह रही है कि गिरिबाला और समर्थ दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर जो पूछताछ है वो इस पूरे मामले में की जाए, और उसी कड़ी में अब दोनों को पेश किया गया है। समर्थ जो कि पिछले 2 दिनों से सीबीआई की कस्टडी में था, समर्थ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो फैक्ट्स निकलकर सामने आए उस फैक्ट्स को भी वेरीफाई किया जा रहा है, और गिरिबाला से भी उन फैक्ट्स के बारे में जो जानकारी है वो ली जानी है, और इसी आधार पर जो एक तरीके से कोशिश है कि मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी गिरिबाला और समर्थ दोनों की मिले, ताकि आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो इस पूरे मामले में की जा सके। सीबीआई का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि इस पूरे मामले में उनके पास अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जो टाइमलाइन है उसको गिरिबाला से कन्फ्रंट कराना है। जो एलिगेशन गिरिबाला के ऊपर लग रहे हैं कि उन्होंने सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी की, और जो कल जिस तरीके से 3D मैपिंग पूरे घर की गई, जो इंसिडेंट 12 तारीख का पूरा टाइमलाइन था उसके बारे में गिरिबाला से पूछताछ करनी है। तो ये सभी पॉइंट्स रिमांड नोट के अंदर रखे गए हैं, और इसी रिमांड नोट के आधार पर सीबीआई की टीम कोर्ट में जो गिरिबाला की कस्टडी मांगेगी, और समर्थ से लेकर जो अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन निकली है उसके बारे में कोर्ट में जानकारी भी देगी। अब से कुछ देर में जब सुनवाई इस पूरे मामले में शुरू होगी तो देखना होगा कि कोर्ट कितने दिन की कस्टडी देता है और आर्गुमेंट किस तरीके के रहने वाले हैं। जी।
Right, and also do tell us that earlier it was reported that the statements recorded from Giribala and Samarth Singh was not matching.
बिल्कुल, देखिए 2 दिन से समर्थ
right, well, okay. Yes, the statements recorded that we've received was not matching. Do you have any details, and what was the particular statements that were not matching that was also raised? I'd like to know that from you.
एसआईटी ने समर्थ को अरेस्ट किया था तो कोर्ट में पेश करके 7 दिन की कस्टडी ली थी। उसके बाद सीबीआई ने इस पूरे मामले में एफआईआर दर्ज कर ली और एसआईटी से समर्थ की कस्टडी ले ली। तो 2 दिन तक समर्थ अभी सीबीआई की कस्टडी में ही था। 2 दिन में समर्थ से जो पूछताछ की गई, पूरी टाइमलाइन के बारे में, 12 तारीख के इंसिडेंट के बारे में, सीपीआर देने से लेकर और जो सीसीटीवी लीक किए गए वो किस बेसिस पर लीक किए गए, वो जो भी जवाब समर्थ ने दिए उस बारे में कल जब सीबीआई की टीम गिरिबाला के घर पर थी, उनसे पूछताछ की गई तो दोनों के स्टेटमेंट में कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन सीबीआई को नजर आया और यही कारण था कि घर में ही गिरिबाला को अरेस्ट किया गया। 5:10 पर अरेस्ट टाइम डाला गया और आगे इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा रही है। जो बातें उस इंसिडेंट के बारे में समर्थ बता रहा है और जो बातें गिरिबाला उस इंसिडेंट के बारे में बता रही है वो मिसमैच कर रहा है और ये पॉइंट भी रिमांड नोट के अंदर अभी इस समय जो सीबीआई है वो कोर्ट में बताएगी ताकि दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर फेस टू फेस बिठाकर पूछताछ की जा सके कि आखिरकार इस 12 तारीख को जो हुआ उसका असली सच क्या है। और इसी आधार पर सीबीआई की कोशिश है कि दोनों की रिमांड ली जाए जिसमें गिरिबाला भी हो, जिसमें समर्थ भी हो और दोनों से भोपाल में
That's excellent. That's very good information. In fact, thank you so much for joining us and for all of your inputs on this broadcast. And now we are taking a very short break, but we are still tracking the story of Giribala and her son Samarth being produced before the court. Coming up next after a very short break. Stay tuned on Republic.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does every moment I see this ex-judge sitting in front of her law books trying to act all high and mighty because she's an ex-judge who got bail. I just want to say one thing. What has happened to the judicial system in my country? With the greatest of respect to all the senior advocates, all the judges, all the appellate courts, why are they quiet today? If Giribala's legal position and influence has been misused, we will fight it. And I'm saying tonight she should be arrested. She has got pre-FIR anticipatory bail. By seeking to quash the bail than merely cancel it, the executive is contesting a judicial order. And it is therefore making the point that the judiciary failed.
Arnab sir, thanks a lot. Salute to you, sir. All your efforts, sir, that we have got clearance from the state government for the CBI probe.
Whatever that she did was very out in the open. The fact that they overlooked it and finally they are seeing it after consistent efforts by the family members, by your channel, by our lawyers.
She's been taken to the custody of CBI. Finally, after the cancellation of the anticipatory bail, Giribala Singh has been arrested.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिंह असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Correct. The taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Ex-Judge Giribala produced in court by CBI. CBI seeks remand of Giribala. CBI completes medical examination of Samarth. CBI likely to ask for Samarth's custody extension also. Open autopsy shocker from Bhopal. Body operated in open in Hamidia Hospital. And no lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan. And Supreme Court had issued notice to NTA NEET paper leak case. SC to hear case today. Big jolt to EPS, AIADMK split imminent. 2 AIADMK MLAs including CV Shanmugam likely to join TVK. Row over Vande Mataram has emerged over not being played in full in Kerala Assembly. As per sources, Kerala government neglected Lok Bhavan directions. And no Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Deep K. Delhi High Court won't restore Deep State Deep K's cockroach party handle. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news that we are fetching on the Giribala case, on Twisha death case. Now, the CBI has sought a 5-day remand for Giribala, while also requesting a 5-day extension of Samarth's remand in this case. And the Defence Counsel has stated that they have no objection to the remand demand. Now, CBI seeks 5-day remand of ex-Judge Giribala. We'll have to wait and watch that whether that will be granted or not. We hope it's granted. And also, they are also seeking extension.
तो समर्थ को लेकर जो पहले जानकारी अभी हमें मिल रही है कि 5 दिन की कस्टडी सीबीआई ने मांगी है और गिरेबाला को लेकर भी कोशिश ये है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा दिन की कस्टडी मिल सके ताकि इस पूरे केस की जो टाइमलाइन है उसको किसी तरीके से सामने आ सके। अभी तक की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो पता लगा है कि गिरेबाला जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर रही है। इस बारे में जानकारी कोर्ट के अंदर जो वकील है सीबीआई के वो अपनी दलीलों में अपनी बात रखते नजर आएंगे। दूसरी तरफ समर्थ से पिछले 2 दिनों में सीबीआई ने जो कुछ पूछताछ की है उस पूछताछ के बारे में भी कोर्ट में जानकारी दी जाएगी। किस तरीके का उसका बिहेवियर और 12 मई को क्या कुछ हुआ, 12 मई की शाम से लेकर 13 मई की सुबह तक क्या कुछ हुआ, उस बारे में समर्थ ने जो जानकारी बताई है उसको गिरेबाला से कन्फ्रंट करना है। इस तरीके की दलीलें दी जाएंगी। कल 7 घंटे जब गिरेबाला से उनके घर में पूछताछ की गई, जिसके बाद गिरफ्तारी की गई, उसमें सीबीआई सोर्सेज का यह कहना है कि समर्थ ने जो टाइमलाइन सीबीआई को इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान बताई और गिरेबाला से 12 तारीख की शाम और 13 तारीख की सुबह तक की टाइमलाइन जो पूछी गई उस बारे में बहुत ज्यादा विरोधाभास है, कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है। यही कारण है कि दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ करनी जरूरी है और यही तर्क सीबीआई कोर्ट के अंदर भी रख रही है ताकि दोनों से आमने सामने पूछताछ की जा सके। दोनों के स्टेटमेंट में जो विरोधाभास है उसके बारे में फिर इंक्वायरी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जा सके ताकि असल सच 12 तारीख की शाम और 13 तारीख की सुबह में क्या कुछ हुआ, वो 40 से 55 मिनट का जो रहस्य बना हुआ है वो सीसीटीवी किस तरीके से लीक होता है, क्या क्राइम सीन उसी टाइम इंटैक्ट कर लिया गया था, उसके बाद डीवीआर सीज करने के बाद वो सीसीटीवी बाहर क्यों आया। ये तमाम ऐसे सवाल जवाब है जिनको करना अभी जरूरी है। लेकिन सीबीआई सोर्सेज का ये कहना है कि गिरेबाला जो कि जांच में सहयोग नहीं कर रही हैं, वो बार बार अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान ये बोलती है कि वो कोर्ट में जवाब देंगी। सीबीआई के सवालों का जवाब देते हुए वो कहती है कि वो अपनी लीगल टीम से मिलना चाहती है। तो गिरेबाला का जो बिहेवियर रहा है उस बिहेवियर के बारे में भी सीबीआई जो है वो कोर्ट में अभी बता रही है। देखना होगा कि दलीलें सुनने के बाद कोर्ट का निर्णय क्या कुछ रहता है। लेकिन सीबीआई सोर्सेज का बहुत क्लियर कहना है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन डिजिटल और साइंटिफिक प्रूफ के बेसिस पर चल रही है और यही कारण है कि सीबीआई ने गिरेबाला की टेलीकॉम ऑपरेटर को एक पत्र लिखकर ये जानकारी मांगी है कि 10 तारीख से लेकर 20 तारीख यानी कि 10 मई से 20 मई के बीच में गिरेबाला किन किन लोगों से मिली, उसकी जो कॉल डिटेल्स और जो एक तरीके से लोकेशन लॉग्स हैं वो सिक्योर किए जा सके और उसको सीबीआई को हैंडओवर करने के लिए बोला गया। दरअसल सीबीआई ये जानना चाह रही है जो 46 कॉल किए वो कॉल जो कि आईपीएस भी थे, जुडिशरी से जुड़े लोग भी थे, लोकायुक्त से जुड़े लोग भी थे, उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट इस केस में किस तरीके का है। और जो एलिगेशन परिवार लगा रहा है कि लगातार गिरेबाला ने इस केस को इन्फ्लुएंस करने की कोशिश की, ना सिर्फ इन्फ्लुएंस बल्कि सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी करने के आरोप भी लगाए। अभी जो अंदर सुनवाई चल रही है उस सुनवाई में बहुत क्लियर सीबीआई ने जो कोर्ट में बताने की कोशिश ये है कि सबसे बड़ा आरोप गिरेबाला के ऊपर यही लग रहा है कि उन्होंने सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी की और वो सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी करने के जो एलिगेशन लग रहे हैं उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट करना बहुत जरूरी है और यही कारण है कि गिरेबाला की मैक्सिमम डेज ऑफ कस्टडी जो है वो दी जा सके। वही समर्थ ने पिछले 2 दिनों में सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो बातें बताई हैं उनको गिरेबाला से कन्फ्रंट कराना है और गिरेबाला जो बताएंगी उसको समर्थ से कन्फ्रंट कराना है और इसी बेसिस पर आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन और सबूतों को इकट्ठा करने की जो बात है वो सीबीआई की तरफ से की जा रही है। सीबीआई का बहुत क्लियर कहना है कि जो एलिगेशंस लग रहे हैं उस एलिगेशंस के बेसिस पर टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर और साइंटिफिक एविडेंस के आधार पर जो सबूत अभी इकट्ठे किए जा रहे हैं उसको फॉरेंसिक की मदद से वेरीफाई कराया जा रहा है और उसको ग्राउंड पर एग्जामिन किया जा रहा है। राम,
All right, so these are the latest pictures, latest visuals of Giribala inside court, and the judge has been arrested, and they are seeking the custody of Giribala in this case, and also they are asking for a 5-day custody. That's what we are getting, and also they want an extension in Samarth's custody. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting now from Manipur. Now, out around 11 a.m. today, fresh firing was reported from Patlijiang area by suspected Kuki armed groups towards TM Kasom on NH 202 under police station Litan, Ukhrul district. Now, reportedly, one civilian truck driver, was hit in the firing while traveling from TM Kasom to Ukhrul. Now, SF's army. Now, BSF operations have been launched, and during the attack, the assailants fired indiscriminately, killing non-Manipuri truck driver on the spot. This is an exclusive first on Republic story on a television screen. As you can see, the truck driver was killed because of this firing which happened right now. On your screen, latest development. All right, we have Johnson joining us live from Manipur for the latest on what's happening. Johnson, what's the latest that you're fetching? Because we are getting to know that a truck driver has been killed because of the indiscriminate firing that happened.
Yes, Shivam. This is one of the very unfortunate incidents that happened today. Since from May 13, there is a very huge tension both in the hills among these ethnic groups, the Kuki and the Naga. So while this security convoy were trying to escort a truck, this FCI transportation vehicles along with some goods and all. So in the early morning at around 10, this security convoy was blocked by the women folks of the Kuki groups in Sankai area, which resulted in the security forces to fire multiple rounds of tear gas to disperse the crowd. But unfortunately, in a follow-up incident, after the security forces moved towards the TM custom area, this is under the National Highway 202, there is Imphal Ukhrul Road. So suddenly, huge firing was reported. Targeting towards the security convoy and targeting towards the truck drivers who are carrying goods products for the welfare of the public. So in that very unfortunate incident, one truck driver, which is reported to be a truck driver of the FCI, was killed, and he is reported to be from West Bengal also. And not only this incident, one of the police personnel also reportedly got injured, and this incident happened at around 11 to 11:20 a.m. this morning. And yes, right now there is very huge tension in TM Kasom and also in Sankai area, and also the security forces have also started to operate joint combat operations in order to arrest all those culprits. And right now, the dead body of this non-local truck driver is on the way to Rim Smokes for further post-mortem and for further verification. And also, the security forces clearly retaliate towards the targeted towards the area where the firing is reported. There is also in the more mainly Kuki-dominated area. There is in the Talaijang, as per the report. Bilas says right now there is very huge tension. Security forces fired tear gas to disperse the crowd, those who blocked the road, and also the security forces retaliated along the targeted.
Yeah. Johnson, has any group claimed responsibility for the attack which happened?
As of now, yes. As of now, there is no authority, there is no official claim, there is no official claim from any side. But from the ground report from the Naga civilians, from various Naga side, it is reported that the attack is carried out by armed Kuki groups from the Sankai Hill range, from the Sankai Hill top range. The first one, they were the first target of firing was just to distract all those security forces who were escorting the convoy. So after that, this unfortunate incident happened, resulting to the killing of one non-Manipuri civilian truck driver, which is reported to be from West Bengal. I have mentioned earlier. Back to you, Shivam.
All right, Johnson, thanks a lot for the latest details. Keep tracking all the latest developments on this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting, and this is about the cockroach party. Now, Deepke, who went to court to seek relief for the blocking of the X account, the social media platform account, has received a big setback because no Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Deep K in this case, because Delhi High Court won't restore Deep State Deep K's Cockroach Party handle, and because they have clearly declined, and Delhi High Court won't be restoring Cockroach Party handle in this case. A big setback for the Deep State Deep K in this case, because his account was blocked. His account was blocked by the government, and there is no relief in sight for him because the court, the High Court in this case, has declined to grant him any relief, and to give an order of unblocking of that account in this case. Now, the Delhi High Court on Friday also directed Mete's review to examine the plea of the party of the founder Abhijit Deepke without granting any immediate relief for his petition, and which has also raised some key questions over the unblocking of the account. Big breaking news development in this case. No relief for Deep State Deepke in this case, who is the founder of the party, of the Cockroach Party, who wanted a relief on the blocking of the X account. But Delhi High Court has directed Mete's review committee to examine Abhijit Deepke's plea for unblocking the Cockroach Janata Party's X account. A notice has been issued also, and no relief for him. All right, let's go to Sarthak for all the latest updates in this story. All right, Sarthak, what's the latest that you're fetching on the story? No immediate relief for him, but some orders, some observation by Delhi High Court.
Well, absolutely, Shivam. There is no relief for Abhijit Deepke and Cockroach Janata Party. For those who don't know what Cockroach Janata Party exactly is, it's not a conventional party. It's a satirical online movement that was started after a remark came from Chief Justice Surya Kant some time ago in a hearing, after which this online movement started, and later what we learned was the centre had blocked the Twitter account of Cockroach Janata Party, stating that there were security concerns. What was the exact reason, that has not been explicitly described by the centre. However, that account was blocked, stating that there were some security concerns, and against which Abhijit Deepke reached out to Delhi High Court, expecting to set off that block that was established over the Cockroach Janata Party Twitter handle. But as of now, what we know, the Delhi High Court has turned down his plea, and they are not going to block they are not going to remove the block that has been established by the centre. They have said that under Section 69A of the Information Technology Act, there is a review mechanism. If a Twitter account or a social media handle is blocked, there is a review mechanism that they can seek out for. After which a review committee is formed, and they decide whether the block that has been done over any Twitter handle or any social media handle, is it right or not. There is a process that needs to be followed, and the Delhi High Court has directed him to follow that process, and after which
but Sarthak, don't you think this is also because of the overconfidence of Abhijit Deepke in this entire case, because he saw that so many people have started following the Cockroach Janata Party, but they have direct links. The report suggests they have direct links to Aam Aadmi Party also, and they are completely anti-government in their stand. And many a time, Sarthak, you have seen that opposition parties have taken the stand against the BJP, and sometimes they have gone anti-national in this case, though satirical, but the number of followers and no clarity about the funding and how it is being run, or is it being operated by the opposition parties or directly linked with Aam Aadmi Party or something like that. So that should also be taken into account.
Absolutely, Shivam, that should be taken into account, because government has, though not explicitly told what could be the reason, but security concern is something that they have mentioned, due to which they have blocked this Twitter handle. And the reports are coming in that Abhijit Deepke in the past has had some connections with the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is not the first time attempts have been made to sort of attack the integrity of the country in some way or the other. The whole idea of forming this satirical movement was to somehow just target the social media handles of Bharatiya Janata Party. Maybe they were trying to get more followers, try to add more people to this movement. However, the government has said that there were some ulterior motives. There was something far more anti-national in this entire movement, due to which there are heavy security concerns, due to which this particular account needs to be blocked at this point. What are the details? We are trying to get more, trying to extract more information on that. But for now, the Delhi High Court has established that this block on this Cockroach Janata Party's Twitter handle will remain, and if they have any grievance, they can reach out to the review community under Section 69A of Information Technology Act, as I said before, and that committee will decide whether the block that was established on this Twitter handle was right or wrong, and later on, if they feel, they may reach out to the courts.
But maybe, definitely, on one point, they claim that it is a satirical account. However, the founder of this party, the satirical party, is not in India. He's operating from abroad. So that also needs to be taken into account, because everything that they are doing is against BJP. And many times, as we have seen earlier also, opposition stand goes mostly against the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, you rightly put it, Shivam. He, as a matter of fact, Abhijit Dipke does not live in India. The reports are coming in that he resides in US, and from there he is operating this Twitter handle, or was operating this Twitter handle. The whole idea was to target BJP in some way or the other, try to add more people to this movement. The intentions and the motives are clearly very anti-national, or they give an idea of creating something that could be anti-national. As I said before, this is not the first time such attempts have been made. Such movements have been established in the past as well, and the details are still pending. But there is something fishy about this entire movement. That is for sure, Shivam.
All right, Sarthak, thanks a lot for all the latest details on this story. Keep tracking all the latest developments, and it needs to be further investigated. Now, let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting right now. On reports of DKS becoming next Karnataka CM, the Cafe Coffee Day, the famous Cafe Coffee Day, stocks have hit 20% upper circuit. Now, DK Shivakumar's elevation lifts sentiment, and DKS linked to VG Siddharth, late CCD founder. Now, CCD shares jumped from rupees 28.99 to 34.78 within hours. It's a huge jump if you look at the numbers, from 28 to 34 directly. And this because of the links. DK Shivkumar's elevation lifts a sentiment, and DKS linked to VG Siddharth, the late CCD founder. And the CCD shares saw a huge jump of 28 to 34. All right, let's go to Pranav for all the latest on what exactly has caused this sharp jump in the share prices. Pranav, what exactly do you think is the reason? Is it clearly because markets, as you know, as we all know, run on sentiments, and there's a clear link between DKS and the late co-founder?
Well, absolutely. You know, this is one of those cases where we are actually seeing the markets kind of having fun with news developments. In fact, if you remember, just last week when Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni had posted a picture of Melody Parlay, which is not a related company, actually, that stock had jumped 7%. And that is precisely the kind of thing that we're witnessing right now. CCD, Coffee Day stock, has actually jumped 20%. Now, the NSE and BSE actually have a mechanism wherein if a stock suddenly jumps, there is a ceiling and trading is halted. So right now we're seeing that CCD stocks actually jumped 20% upper ceiling. It jumped just about 20% within a few hours, and it could be one that it is linked to DK Shivakumar's elevation as Karnataka Chief Minister. That is one, and second, of course, the results that have been declared yesterday, wherein CCD has witnessed a growth.
Pranav, the main point is the Shivakumar. The Shivkumar is deeply connected to the CCD family through matrimonial alliance, and we are being told that his eldest daughter Aishwarya is married to Amartya Hegde, the son of the late CCD founder. So that becomes a family alliance, and people will be positive about that for CCD, because if you have a relation, if there's a family relation between the chief minister and also a big company, then definitely there will be boost. They presume this.
Well, that remains that still remains a speculative zone. As far as his links with family are concerned, yes, you rightly said his daughter is married to the son of CCD founder Siddhartha, late Siddhartha. So yes, there is definitely a connection. And then we can just put two things next to each other: that the stock is jumping, the stock has risen 20% at a time when DK Shivakumar is likely to be elevated. It would be difficult to actually very precisely link the stock rise to DK Shivakumar's elevation, but then yes, these two things happening parallelly to each other and after the results were announced yesterday.
That's why, Pranav, it is very difficult to time the markets and understand the markets clearly and how they will be reacting. Pranav, please stay with us. We have another big breaking news development and we'll need your voice on that, your comment on that, and it is India to remain fastest growing major economy. And RBI says that Indian economy resilient despite global headwinds. And RBI also says that Indian economy resilient despite the global headwinds. And very positive on the Indian economy, this comment. And this comes that India to remain fastest growing major economy. Pranav, coming back to you for the details. This means this very positive sentiment about the markets and also the Indian economy. And this comes from the RBI, Pranav.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the RBI has just released its annual report, and I'm going to be reading out some of the important takeaways from the report for our readers. One is that India is projected to grow at around 6.9% despite global uncertainties. So while on one side the RBI has taken a note of global headwinds, the West Asia conflict, it is saying that India is likely to remain one of the fastest growing economies, major economies in the world. That's point number one. Point number two is rising oil prices have put inflation pressures domestically back home. So RBI has projected that inflation could rise to 4.6%. Well, that's above the RBI's mandated limit of between 2 to 4%. So that could be a cause of concern. And RBI report has said that food and fuel prices could be the major factor contributing to the downside, pushing the inflation further. It is further saying that India's growth is underpinned by strong domestic demand and policy stability. So yes, on one side, RBI is taking note of global pressures, global headwinds, oil prices, but on the other side saying that the economy continues to remain resilient.
All right. Thanks a lot, Pranav, for all the latest developments. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, so this is RBI's statement, and now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up after a short break. And this is Open Autopsy Shocker from Bhopal, where a body was operated in the open, stitched on a stretcher in Hamidia Hospital. And also coming up, no lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्से और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
एयू करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। एयू
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women, before the politicians stepped in.
Viewers, top headlines. Ex-judge Giribala produced in court by CBI. CBI likely to ask for Giribala's custody. CBI completes medical examination of Samarth. CBI likely to ask for Samarth's custody extension today. Open autopsy shocker from Bhopal. Body operated and open in Hamidia Hospital. No lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan. Supreme Court had issued notice to NTA NEET paper leak case. Supreme Court to hear case today. Big jaw to EPS AIADMK split. Eminent? Well, 2 AIADMK MLAs including Cv Shanmugam likely to join TVK. Big row over Vande Mataram has emerged over not being played in full in Kerala Assembly. As per sources, Kerala government neglected the Lok Bhavan directions. No Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Dipke. Delhi High Court will not restore Deep State Dipke's cockroach party handle. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The CBI has sought a 5-day remand for Giribala while also requesting a 5-day extension of Samarth's remand. Defense counsel stated that they have no objection to the remand at all. CBI is seeking 5-day, I repeat, 5-day remand of ex-judge Giribala. CBI also seeks a 5-day extension of Samarth's remand. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And like we're telling you, today is going to be a very interesting day when we talk about the CBI seeking a 5-day extension of Samarth, because as CBI investigation into Twisha's death is advancing with Samarth and his mother set for the court appearance shortly, Samarth's police custody is expiring and the CBI may request an extension for further questioning as it continues to unravel the case's details, especially after Giribala's recent arrest. So what can we expect later on? Well, we can expect the CBI seeking a 5-day remand for Giribala while also requesting a 5-day extension of Samarth's remand. The defense counsel stated that they have no objection to the remand at all. The CBI is seeking a 5-day remand of Giribala and a 5-day extension of Samarth's remand. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers, and on your screens you can see that both Giribala, the mother-in-law of Twisha, and Samarth, the husband of late Twisha, are inside the court with exclusive pictures coming in just for you, because today is court day. That is right. Today is court day with CBI's is going to produce both prime accused Samarth Singh and his mother, the former judge Giribala, before the Bhopal court today. So we're counting down to that. And also let's tell you that Samarth's police custody is ending today itself, and CBI will be asking for extension of his remand for further interrogation as investigators continue piecing together the circumstances surrounding Twisha's death. We'll try to go across to our reporters too in a short while from now, who are reporting from outside the court, so we understand what the latest is. But the development comes a day after the CBI arrested former Judge Giribala following the Madhya Pradesh High Court's decision to cancel her anticipatory bail in the Dowry death case. Now, CBI has intensified their probe as well with the tunnel view mapping which has happened. It's a high-profile investigation. CBI has employed tunnel view mapping technology at the crime scene to reconstruct the sequence of events surrounding Twisha's death. The advanced forensic mapping exercise is aimed at creating every detailed visual reconstruction of the house layout, movement patterns, and possible events leading up to the incident. So these are pictures coming in for you because today is appearance day. I repeat, today is appearance day for both Giribala and Samarth. We're getting some more updates coming in right now. Republic TV viewers, left threatens more violent attacks against ED. CPM leader publicly threatens, challenges ED over raids. He says attacks against ED is just a trial as more will follow. So big updates coming in here, viewers. Let's tell you exactly what this new breaking news is about, viewers. So we see that 2 days after the attack against ED officials by left leaders and members, a senior CPM leader and Palakkad district secretary of the party, E.N. Suresh Babu, has stated that during a public event that the attack against ED officials is just a beginning and much more attacks may take place if such actions from the ED continue. So left threatens more violent attacks against the ED. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. We'll try to go across to a colleague in a short while from now to really understand what the latest is. But left threatening, saying that there will be more violent attacks against the ED. CPM leader is going ahead and publicly threatening, challenging ED over raids. He says attack against ED is just a trial as more will follow. 2 days after the attack against ED officials by left leaders and members, a senior CPM leader at Palakkad district secretary of the party, E.N. Suresh Babu, has stated during a public event that the attack against the ED officials is just a beginning and more such attacks may take place if such actions from the ED continues. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now, but CPM leader publicly is threatening and challenging the ED over the raids which have been happening. So back to our updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV, and let's tell you exactly what has been happening. CPM workers had attacked ED vehicle during a protest amid raids at former Kerala CM's residence, and left leaders calls the attack just the beginning. Let's go to Shankar, who's joining us. Yes, Shankar, go right ahead and tell us. There's a new threat which has come in from the left leaders. They're saying that there will be more such attacks. Yes, Shankar.
Yes, from the very next day when the attack took place, all the left leaders were backing the CPM, DYFI and SFI leaders who unleashed the attack against the vehicle in which the ED officials were traveling. And now the supporting the practice is continuing. Even today, Pinarayi Vijayan termed the incident this a casual protest, and there was no violence involved. And as the protesters were sitting in front of the house of Pinarayi Vijayan so peacefully, and he was telling that there was no such issue took place. But the Palakkad district secretary E.N. Suresh Babu was threatening and challenging the enforcement director officials that if ED continues to hold raids and continues to do the activities against the CPM, more such violence will take place against him. They said it is just a trial firework, and more such attacks will take place in the coming days if ED continues to do such activities against the CPM. And in the meantime, the CMRL and the CMRL officials approached the High Court seeking to quash the proceedings and the ED proceedings against CMRL and Exalogic Solutions. And the High Court is stated to consider the matter at around 3 p.m. today. And the move of the CMRL approaching the High Court came just 2 days after the High Court division bench quashed a similar petition filed by CMRL 2 days ago. demanding to quash the ED probe, but after disposing of the plea, the court also directed the ED to hold an extensive probe into the case and to ensure that all the accused, all the culprits behind this illegal money laundering case should be brought before the law. You know, ED conducted a raid 2 days ago at the houses of Pinarayi Vijayan in Kannur and Thiruvananthapuram districts, and also at the house of his son-in-law and former minister Muhammad Riyaz. The raid continued in the house of some officials of CMRL and even Exalogic officials, Exalogic Solutions officials as well.
Yes.
And the ED could seize some crucial evidence from the houses during the raid, and they
yes, absolutely. Shankar, hold on for a second there. We actually have that left leaders, Palakkad District Secretary E.N. Suresh Babu, CPM leaders' statement. We have that entire statement. We'll play it out first for our viewers to really hear what he said. Let's play it up.
ഭീകരനും ഗുണ്ടയായിട്ടൊരു ഡിവൈഎസ് ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു മാങ്കൂട്ടം MLA ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നല്ലോ. അയാളുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ സൗത്ത് പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ ആക്രമണം നടത്തി. അവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന CIന്റെ കോളറിൽ കയറി പിടിച്ച് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ ഷർട്ടിന്റെ ബട്ടൺ മുഴുവൻ വലിച്ചു കീറി. തോളിലെ നക്ഷത്രം അറ്റുപോയി. ഒരു കേസും എടുത്തില്ല. എന്നാൽ മെലിഞ്ഞാന്ന് SFIയുടെ പ്രവർത്തകർ സമാധാനപരമായി ഒരു മാർച്ച് നടത്തി. ആ മാർച്ചിൽ ബാരിക്കേഡ് മറിച്ചിട്ടതിന് എടുത്ത കേസ് PDP ആക്ടാണ്, PDPP ആക്ടാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കണം, 10 വർഷക്കാലം ഈ കേരളം ഭരിച്ച ഇടതുപക്ഷ ജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിയും ഭരണം മാറിയതിനെ തുടർന്ന് ഏതാനും ദിവസങ്ങളായ VD സതീശന്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള ഐക്യജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിയുടെ പോലീസും തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം. ഇപ്പോ ഇവിടെ ഒരു നോർത്തിലൊരു CI ഉണ്ട്. അവന് വല്ലാത്ത ചൊറിച്ചിലാണ്. ആ ചൊറിച്ചിലൊന്നും ഇടതുപക്ഷ ജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിയോടും കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റുകാരോടും കാണിക്കാൻ നിൽക്കരുത് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് താക്കീതായി പറയാനുള്ളത്. അതൊന്നും വേണ്ട. മാന്യതയാണെങ്കിൽ അധിക മാന്യത കാണിക്കുന്നവരാ ഞങ്ങൾ. മാന്യത വിട്ടാൽ നിന്റെ നെഞ്ചത്ത് കയറി താളമേളം ചവിട്ടും ഞങ്ങൾ. അതിലൊന്നും യാതൊരു പേടിയും വേണ്ട. അതിലൊരിക്കലും പേടിക്കൂല. ഇതൊക്കെ കണ്ടും അനുഭവിച്ചും നിന്നെക്കാളും ശക്തിയും കരുത്തുമുള്ള ഒരുപാട് പോലീസുകാരെ നേരിട്ടുമാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഞങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം ഇവിടെ ഒരു DYSP ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മുത്തങ്ങ സമരം എല്ലാവർക്കും ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടാവും. ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ ടൗണിലെ DYSP ആയിരുന്നു. അവനെക്കാളും ഭീകരനും ഗുണ്ടയായിട്ടൊരു DYSP ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഈ പാലക്കാട് ജില്ലയിൽ വന്നിട്ടില്ല, ഇനി വരാനും പോകുന്നില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഗുണ്ടായുധം കാണിക്കാൻ പോലീസുകാർ മെനക്കെട്ടാൽ ആ ഗുണ്ടകളെ ഒതുക്കാനുള്ള കരുത്ത് ഇടതുപക്ഷ ജനാധിപത്യ മുന്നണിക്കുണ്ട് എന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കിക്കൊള്ളണം. അതുകൊണ്ട് കേരളത്തിൽ ഭരണം മാറി എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് എന്ത് തോന്നിയാസവും ചെയ്യുക എന്നതാണ് കേരളത്തിലെ VD സതീശന്റെയും BJPയുടെ സഹായത്തോടുകൂടി നിങ്ങൾ എന്ത് പേക്കൂത്ത് നടത്തും എന്നതിന്റെ തെളിവാണ് സഖാവ് പിണറായിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ റെയ്ഡ് നടത്തിയത്. EDയെ ആക്രമിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് വിലാപിക്കുകയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ രമേശ് ചെന്നിത്തലയും കോൺഗ്രസും ഒക്കെ. ഇതിപ്പോ ഒരു സാമ്പിൾ വെടിക്കെട്ടല്ലേ? ഇതിന്റെ അപ്പുറമുള്ള നല്ല പൂരം കാണാനല്ലേ പോവുള്ളൂ. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് EDയും ഇല്ല, ഒരു ചുക്കുമില്ല. രാജ്യത്തെ ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് പട്ടാളത്തെ നേരിട്ട് വളർന്നു വന്നവരാ അവനെ.
All right, getting you some more breaking news coming in, viewers. This is in connection with the NEET paper leak. NTA files affidavit ahead of the NEET hearing. NTA says mulling computer-based test for NEET from next year. So what we see, viewers, NTA is filing an affidavit before the Supreme Court in the NEET examination leak case. It said it's committed to strengthening exam integrity, transparency and fairness through ongoing reforms. Remember, the Education Minister had said the exam might be moving to a different format, and the NTA saying that they're mulling computer-based test for NEET next year. That means there could be more transparency, something the students have been asking for. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. What does it say in the affidavit? Sarthak joining us live. Yes, go ahead, Sarthak. What does the affidavit say? They say they're working in coordination with the Ministry of Education to strengthen the examination system. Go ahead, Sarthak.
Well, Shivangi, on May 25, 2026, Supreme Court had ordered the NEET committee to file a response in the court, and this time around there's a hearing in today's in the Supreme Court today that we are constantly tracking, and for that NEET has filed a written affidavit in the court, and which has pointed out some essential things, like for example, NEET is clarifying what all directions they have taken forward so far, what all have they done to ensure that the exams are conducted in a fair manner. For example, the NEET has mentioned the committee has mentioned that they have monitored committee is active, which is being headed by Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, and the other members include Professor Ramanan Murthy, Professor Aditya Mittal. There is senior Ministry of Educational officials are also included. And this time NEET has told in their affidavit that they may move to CBT mode. Now, what is CBT mode? It's a computer-based test. Till now, the exams were conducted in a pen and paper examination. The NEET 2024 or UG 2024 were conducted in a pen and paper test. They have said that they are moving to a computer-based test. Further, they have said that there is massive security upgrade that was allegedly they were following in the NEET 2026 as well. However, things turned out differently. And they are also restructuring the entire examination. 16 new senior posts have been created. That includes 8 director level positions and 8 joint director level positions. Further, they say that IITs, UGC and CBSE experts have been brought in, and they will be actually managing the entire conduct of the exams. There are state and district coordination mechanism activated. Further, they say there are new anti-cheating technology that has been established. This highlights several technological interventions. For example, QR verification, live photograph capture, fingerprint authentication and Aadhaar verification.
I'm sorry, Sarthak. I have to interrupt you right now because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. So we really have to move ahead to that. But we'll get our viewers all the updates coming in. Okay, let's move ahead. Viewers, at around 11 a.m., fresh firing was reported from an area by suspected Kuki miscreants towards TM Kasom on National Highway 202 under PS Vitan, Ukhrul district. Reportedly, one civil truck driver hit in the firing while traveling from TM Kasom to Ukhrul. Now, we understand that security forces have launched an operation, BSF, Army. During the attack, the assailants fired, killing non-Manipuri truck driver on the spot. So once again, ethnic violence continues, ethnic tensions continue in Manipur, and these armed Kuki groups and these miscreants have opened fire. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Army, BSF launching operation in Ukhrul. Blockade, firing and ethnic violence continues in Manipur. For the past few weeks now, we have seen there has been an uptick of violence in Manipur. One of the deadliest violence is happening there since May 2023. I really want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. We are being joined by Johnson. Tensions in Ukhrul, and like we were discussing earlier, the violence in Manipur has taken a new turn. Latest shots also coming in for our viewers. If you could just help our viewers understand what are we looking at and the latest incident of violence.
Yes, Shivangi. By the beginning of the crisis, Manipur since 3rd May, the crisis was just between two groups, between the Meitei and the Kuki. But now, as Chip mentioned, there is a very huge turning point. There is a very huge U-turn that the Kukis have targeted the indigenous people, both Meitei and the Nagas. Right now, today, in one of the very huge breaking incident happening in Manipur, the security convoy, they were blocked by the women folks of the Kuki community at Sangkai. This is along the National Highway 202. they were transporting good products. So following that, the security forces fired multiple rounds of tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse the protesters. So in that very incident, a few of the protesters got injured. But following the incident, the security forces overpowered and also they moved forward to carry those goods products by who were carrying by the FCI trucks. But unfortunately, the FCI truck along with the security convoy, they were again attacked by the armed Kuki groups, by the armed members of the Kuki groups at TM Kasong area, which results into killing of one truck driver. I repeat, this results into the killing of one truck driver, which is a non-local, and it is reported to be from, and the truck driver is reported to be from West Bengal. So right now there is a very huge tension, very huge tension in TM Kasong area, resulting exchange of firing between the Kuki groups and the security forces. The security.
Yes.
Groups where when it's reported the firing took taken place. So right now there is a very huge tension, and also security forces have also started to conduct operation to arrest, to name all those culprits, and the dead body of the non-local driver is yet to be arrived at Rimsmo. So in the beginning, one of the security personnel from the town police station also got injured. Right now there is a very huge tension, and Manipur is still burning, and also it is very signified that the Kuki groups, it is well known to all the Kuki groups that those drivers who will be carrying good products along this national highway will either be Meitei Pangal or the non-Manipuri. Besides knowing all this fact, the targeted attack, it clearly proves that the Meitei Pangal or the non-Manipuri who will be traveling along the national highway are not safe. Back to you, Shivangi.
Well, okay. Thank you for joining us with all those details, Johnson. I'll be coming back to you for more as tensions rise in Manipur Republic. We'll keep getting our viewers all the top updates. Let's move ahead, viewers. A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded on Thursday. This happened in Florida, and homes shook across surrounding areas, sending a towering fireball into the night sky. The incident, which Blue Origin described as an anomaly, is the latest in a string of setbacks for Jeff Bezos' aerospace company as it races to close the gap with Elon Musk's SpaceX. Take a look.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded dramatically during a late-night test at Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Thursday. The explosion occurred around 9 p.m. The massive explosion occurred during a hot fire test, a critical stage where rocket engines are ignited while the vehicle remains anchored to the launch pad. Blue Origin described the incident as an anomaly, a term commonly used in the aerospace industry to refer to technical failures or explosions. Emergency officials confirmed that there was no danger to public from fumes or debris, and no injuries were reported. The incident marks another setback for Blue Origin's New Glenn program, which has already faced delays and regulatory scrutiny. Blue Origin has increasingly expanded its presence in human space flight and tourism as well. Now, with the New Glenn facing another major hurdle, all eyes will be on how quickly Bezos' company can recover and resume testing in the intensifying billionaire space race.
Every moment I see this ex-judge sitting in front of her law books trying to act all high and mighty because she's an ex-judge who got bail. I just want to say one thing. What has happened to the judicial system in my country? With the greatest of respect to all the senior advocates, all the judges, all the appellate courts, why are they quiet today? If Giribala's legal position and influence has been misused, we will fight it. And I'm saying tonight she should be arrested. She has got pre-FIR anticipatory bail. By seeking to quash the bail, then merely cancel it, the executive is contesting a judicial order. And it is therefore making the point that the judiciary failed.
Arnab sir, thanks a lot. Salute to you, sir. All your efforts, sir, that we have got clearance from the state government for the CBI probe.
whatever that she did was very out in the open. The fact that they overlooked it and finally they are seeing it after consistent efforts by the family members, by your channel, by our lawyers.
She's been taken to the custody of CBI. Finally, after the cancellation of the anticipatory bail, Giribala Singh has been arrested.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The top headlines today. Ex-judge Giribala produced in court by CBI. CBI likely to ask for Giribala's custody. CBI completes medical examination of Samarth. CBI likely to ask for Samarth's custody extension today. Open autopsy shocker from Bhopal. The body operated in open in Hamidiyah Hospital. No lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan. Supreme Court had issued notice to NTA in NEET paper leak case. Supreme Court to hear case today. Big jolt to EPS. AIA-DMK split imminent. 2 AIA-DMK MLAs, including Shivi Sanmugan, likely to join TVK. Row over Vande Mataram has emerged over not being played in full in Kerala Assembly as per sources Kerala government neglected Lok Bhavan directions. No Delhi High Court relief for deep state DIPK. Delhi High Court won't restore deep state DIPK's cockroach party handle. A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Jongtham Amrita, and very shortly from now, Giribala and her son, Samarth, sentencing will be pronounced as a CBI has produced both of them in the court. Giribala Singh and her son, Samarth, after being arrested by the CBI, especially Giribala was arrested yesterday after a high-profile interrogation and long hours of interrogation. And now, just moments ago, they have been produced before the court by the CBI. These are the latest that we are tracking for now as of the context being Twisha Sharma's death case, as Republic has relentlessly raised severe lapses in the investigation. And now the latest that we're getting so far, viewers, is that the CBI gets a 5-day remand of Giribala Singh. This was the expected outcome. In fact, CBI had wanted to take the custody of Giribala, and now, after being produced before the court, the CBI now gets a 5-day remand of Giribala, a custody of Giribala now with the CBI. As more investigations continue, we are also getting reported there were statements recorded in interrogation of both the mother and the son separately, where those accounts now do not match. There was a mismatch between the accounts on what happened on the night of May 12th and what happened on the days following that. We know that Samarth Singh was absconding just after Twisha Sharma died, and Giribala Singh herself also got the anticipatory bail just after May 12th. And now there were separate interrogations of both of them, and they did not match. So these accounts were also considered while being produced in the court today. And now the CBI has received a 5-day remand, has gotten a 5-day remand of Giribala.
हालांकि ऑर्डर अभी जब मिलेगा सीबीआई को तो उसके बाद बहुत सारी चीजों में क्लैरिटी होगी कि सीबीआई ने और क्या कुछ बोला कोर्ट के सामने अपना पक्ष जो है वो रखते हुए। लेकिन जो पॉइंट्स हमें मिल रहे हैं उसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण यही था कि गिरिबाला से पूछताछ के बाद समर से कन्फ्रंट कराना है, दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर जो है वो पूछताछ करनी है, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण 12 तारीख को क्या हुआ उस पूरे सीक्वेंस को खंगालना है। इससे पहले 2 दिन समर्थ भी सीबीआई की कस्टडी में था, उससे जो पूछताछ की गई थी, जो बातें उसने बताई हैं, उन सभी फैक्ट्स को भी गिरिबाला से कन्फ्रंट कराना है। हलचल लगातार आप देखेंगे यहां पर बढ़ रही है। सीबीआई की गाड़ियां पीछे की तरफ खड़ी हुई हैं, इस बात के भी क्यास लगाए जा रहे हैं कि उनको दूसरे गेट से भी यहां से निकाला जा सकता है। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण यही है कि 2 जून तक अब जो गिरिबाला है वो सीबीआई की कस्टडी में रहेंगी, उनसे अब सीबीआई पूछताछ करेगी। हालांकि मेडिकल भी उनका कराना होगा, उसको लेकर कोर्ट की तरफ से क्या गाइडलाइन दी गई है, क्या हर 24 घंटे में मेडिकल कराना है, इसको लेकर क्लियरिटी थोड़ी देर में हो जाएगी। लेकिन त्विषा की मौत के पीछे कारण, ट्विशा की मौत का वजह और उसके बाद किस तरीके से, क्योंकि गिरिबाला के ऊपर सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जो आरोप लग रहे थे कि सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी करना, उसको लेकर सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले में इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। सीबीआई के रिमांड नोट पे बहुत क्लियरली मेंशन है कि सबूतों के साथ छेड़खानी के आरोप गिरिबाला पे लगे। 39 लोगों की मदद ली गई, नहीं ली गई, किस तरीके से ली गई, क्यों अप्रोच किया गया, किन लोगों से बात की गई, ये ऐसे सवाल थे जिनके जवाबों को ढूंढने की अब सीबीआई की कोशिश। और यही कोर्ट में लगातार सीबीआई की तरफ से बोला भी गया था कि गिरिबाला बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, एफआईआर में आरोपी नंबर 1 है, समर्थ जो आरोपी नंबर 2 है, उनसे पूछताछ में जो फैक्ट्स निकलेंगे उसको वेरीफाई करना है और उसके बाद आगे जो एक तरीके से फॉरेंसिक रिपोर्ट आएगी वो महत्वपूर्ण रहने वाला है। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण गिरिबाला के फोन को फॉरेंसिक जांच के लिए भेजना है। उस फोन में किनसे बात की गई, क्या कुछ था, क्या डिलीट किया गया, उसको रिट्रीव करना। ये जैसे जैसे चीजें इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकलकर सामने आएंगी वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट होगा। लेकिन तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे कि जो लोकल पुलिस है उनकी मूवमेंट भी आप देख रहे हैं कि कोर्ट के बाहर आपको साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर नजर आ रही है। किसी भी समय जब उनको बाहर लाया जाएगा उसके बाद सीबीआई अपनी कस्टडी में लेंगे और उसके बाद सीबीआई का जो भोपाल में दफ्तर है वहां पर इस पूरे मामले में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो साफ तौर पर की जाएगी। लेकिन अब 2 जून तक गिरिबाला सीबीआई की कस्टडी में और लगातार उनसे अब हर एंगल पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी।
Right. These are some of the reports that we're getting that CBI has reconsidered that there may have been tampering of evidence of both the material evidence and also in the CCTV footage. And also we're getting reports of accounts of mismatch in the interrogation statements of Giribala and her son. And also we are getting reports that there might have been the tampering of evidences and lapses in the investigation in the earlier autopsy as well. These were some of the key issues that the Republic campaign has raised and relentlessly ever since the death news surfaced, the news of the death of Twisha surfaced. This was not just a dowry harassment case, but it went deep, very deep, and a misuse of the law as well. These are the latest now, viewers, as in the case of Twisha death, Giribala, the mother-in-law, and husband, Samarth Singh, were produced in court today, and now the CBI has gotten a 5-day remand of Giribala. This after being produced, and now CBI has arrested Giribala yesterday from her home, and after recreating the scene on the night of May 12 on what went down, and there were several interrogations as well.
उसी के सवाल जवाब जो है वो ढूंढना है। लेकिन सबसे महत्वपूर्ण उस रात 12 तारीख की रात की पूरी टाइमलाइन को खंगालना है। वो 40 से 55 मिनट क्यों देरी हुई?
एक एक करके पूछो ना भैया, आप पूछो ना
सर। आज भैया नीचे कर लो। नहीं सर, बोल के भीतर
पूछ लो आप क्या बोल रहे हैं। मैं एक एक करके बोल रहा हूँ।
क्या कर रहा है?
मुझे जो बताना था मैंने बता दिया कि गिरिबाला और समर्थ सिंह दोनों की 2 जून को 2 बजे तक के लिए सीबीआई रिमांड हुई है। अब वो सीबीआई के इंट्रोगेशन में 2 तारीख को 2 बजे तक रहेंगे। अगर सीबीआई को उसके बाद और आवश्यकता पड़ती है तो सीबीआई आगे रिमांड के लिए भी मांगेगी, नहीं पड़ती है तो तब की तब से देखी जाएगी। हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन सही दिशा में चल पड़ा है और इन जो समय सीबीआई ने उनसे पूछताछ के लिए लिखा उसमें निश्चित रूप से सही वास्तविक तथ्य सामने निकल करके आएंगे। बिल्कुल संतुष्ट है, क्योंकि सीबीआई की हमारी मांग थी। सीबीआई बहुत अच्छी गति से, बहुत तेजी से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। अब सीबीआई पे हमने छोड़ दिया है, सीबीआई अपने तरफ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। वो क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकाल करके लाते हैं ये उन पर है, और अभी हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि अब एक निष्पक्ष अनबायस जांच सीबीआई के द्वारा
बात भी सामने आई है कि गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ के वकीलों ने अपनी बात नहीं रखी, आपत्ति नहीं लिया।
ट्रायल कोर्ट में ट्रायल यहाँ होगी या बाहर कराने की बात आएगी, ये सब अभी के विषय नहीं है। जांच पूरी हो जाने के बाद चालान प्रस्तुत होगा।
राजू कैमरा पीछे का जूम करना, ऊपर आपत्ति नहीं ली है।
उनके पास आपत्ति करने के लिए कोई उनके पास ग्राउंड्स ही नहीं थे, क्योंकि जब गिरिबाला की कल वहां से हाई कोर्ट से बेल एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हुई है, उसमें माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने ये बात भी संज्ञान में ली है जब सीबीआई और शासन के ऊपर से मुद्दा उठाया गया था कि गिरिबाला की उनको अंडर कस्टडी की आवश्यकता है और वो बिंदु माननीय न्यायालय के सामने सीबीआई की ओर से स्पष्ट किए गए थे कि किन बिंदुओं पे उनको जांच करने के लिए आवश्यकता है अंडर कस्टडी। तो जब वो ऑब्जर्वेशन हाईकोर्ट के सामने हो चुका है तो निश्चित रूप से हमें तो इस बात में कोई शक नहीं था कि सीबीआई उनको रिमांड पे लेगी और उनसे गहन पूछताछ
दोनों को आमने-सामने बैठा के पूछताछ करने को लेकर क्या
सीबीआई इस विषय में सीबीआई बेहतर जानती है। सीबीआई अपनी तरफ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेगी। उन दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाना है या और भी कोई लोग अगर इन्वॉल्व मिलते हैं तो उनको भी आमने सामने बिठाना है, ये सीबीआई का लुक है। सबूत से छेड़छाड़ की बात तो कल हाईकोर्ट के सामने ही सीबीआई और शासन दोनों रख चुके हैं कि सबूत से छेड़छाड़ पुलिस द्वारा सबूत जब्त करने के पहले ही छेड़छाड़ हो चुकी थी। डीवीआर और सीसीटीवी फुटेज से पहले ही छेड़छाड़ हो चुकी थी। ये तथ्य एडवोकेट जनरल साहब ने हाईकोर्ट के सामने बहुत डिटेल में स्पष्ट किए थे कि डीवीआर से पहले ही एक्सेस निकाला गया था, उसमें से एक सिलेक्टेड पोर्शन को छांटा गया, उस सिलेक्टेड पोर्शन को भी टेम्पर करके मीडिया में जारी किया गया। तो ये चीज़ तो हाईकोर्ट के सामने शासन और सीबीआई की तरफ से रखी जा चुकी है कि इसमें ना सिर्फ तथ्यों के साथ छेड़छाड़ हुई है बल्कि सीबीआई की तरफ से ये तथ्य भी माननीय न्यायालय के सामने रखे गए थे कि पहले पोस्टमार्टम के समय उनको ऐसा पूरा भरोसा है कि इन्फ्लुएंस किया गया था और उस इन्फ्लुएंस के संबंध में भी गिरिबाला की अंडर कस्टडी इंट्रोगेशन की ज़रूरत है। ये बात सीबीआई की ओर से माननीय उच्च न्यायालय के सामने स्पष्ट रूप से रखी गई। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो परिवार पहले से शंका जाहिर कर रहा था वो सारी चीज़ें कहीं ना कहीं डायरी में थी और वो सारी चीज़ें एडवोकेट जनरल साहब ने पॉइंट आउट की है, सीबीआई के वकील ने पॉइंट आउट की थी हाईकोर्ट के सामने। तो अब हमको भी ये पूरा भरोसा है कि केस डायरी में इतना कुछ है जिससे कि सीबीआई को एक अच्छा मजबूत इन्वेस्टिगेशन उनके द्वारा किया जाएगा। लिया है संज्ञान में कि उनकी अंडर कस्टडी इंट्रोगेशन की आवश्यकता है और इसीलिए एंटिसिपेटरी बेल उनकी जो क्वैश हुई थी वहाँ से हाईकोर्ट से, तो इसीलिए वो तो ऑब्वियस था कि सीबीआई अपने इंट्रोगेशन के लिए उनको रिमांड पे लेगी ही लेगी। थोड़ा सा अपन बाहर आ जाए।
आगे की जो कस्टडी है वो वहाँ से ली
Right, this
जाएगी।
was the latest outcome.
2 जून तक जो कस्टडी है वो संभवतः उनकी जो है वो ली गई है। और ये देखिए सीबीआई की गाड़ी है और इस गाड़ी में समर्थ को और गिरिबाला को दोनों को ले जाया जाएगा और सीबीआई अब उनसे अपने दफ्तर में पूछताछ करेगी वो सभी सवाल जिनके जवाब से फरार था समर्थ और 10 दिन तक तकरीबन फरार रहा। और आप ये देखिए कि पूरी सिक्योरिटी के साथ अब जो समर्थ को सीबीआई अपनी कस्टडी में लेकर पीछे वाले गेट में आप देखेंगे पीछे वाली सीट पर इस समय समर्थ को बिठाया गया है और आगे जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है अब वो सीबीआई इस पूरे मामले में आपको करती हुई नजर आएगी। तो देखिए ये तस्वीरें ये एक तरीके से भोपाल जिला कोर्ट के बाहर की तस्वीरें जहां लॉकअप का ये पूरा इलाका है। यहाँ से समर्थ को अब यहाँ से ले जाया गया है, सीबीआई अपने साथ लेकर यहाँ से निकली है और कस्टडी जो है वो 2 जून तक मिली है। अब समर्थ को भी सीबीआई के सवालों का जो जवाब है वो साफ तौर पर देना होगा और यही कारण है कि इस पूरे मामले में जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो सीबीआई के द्वारा की जाएगी। गिरिबाला और दोनों को आमने सामने बिठाकर जो पूछताछ है वो की जाएगी। अब 2 जून तक की कस्टडी है और उस कस्टडी के आधार पर जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो अब सीबीआई करती हुई नजर आएगी। जी
So these are the latest visuals that we're getting, and this after the CBI has now gotten the 5-day custody of both Samarth Singh and mother Giribala, and till June 2, and they will be interrogating them as well regards to the Twisha death case. And now the CBI is considering all of the other material evidence, including Twisha's diary, Twisha's WhatsApp chats, the CCTV footages and more. All of these will be considered again in this investigation as the CBI has now formally taken over. Yesterday, Giribala was arrested from her home and now being produced before the court. The CBI has now gotten the custody till June 5 and of both Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh, the latest that we're getting. And also during the interrogation, there were reports that there was a mismatch of the accounts of what went down on May 12. All of these will
बाहर निकाला जा रहा है कोर्ट के गेट के दफ्तर की।
So live visuals of Giribala now on your screen, viewers, after the CBI has gotten her custody for 5 days, and till June 2, starting today, 5 days custody of Giribala by the CBI, just not her but also her son, as Samarth Singh's custody was ending today, and it has now been extended. The CBI has extended the custody of Samarth Singh as well till June 2. So both the mother and son now have about 5 days now. The CBI will be considering, and more questioning will be taking place between the mother and son duo regarding Twisha's death case, and a thorough examination is being taken place. A very thorough crime scene re-investigation, a crime scene of what went down on May 12th has been examined last night several times, with the presence of Samarth Singh as well.
गेट से जो गिरेबाला है उनको बाहर जो है वो निकाला जाएगा। समर्थ यहाँ से जो है वो अभी सीबीआई की टीम लेकर पहुंची है, लेकिन दो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बातें हैं। एक कि इन दोनों से पूछताछ आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ करना बेहद महत्वपूर्ण है, और ये कोर्ट में बताया भी गया। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी बात कि जो गिरेबाला के फोन को एक तरीके से फॉरेंसिक जांच के लिए भेजा जाएगा, उसकी रिपोर्ट के आधार पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन की जाएगी। तीसरी, वो 46 लोग क्यों फोन किए गए, क्या उनसे किसी तरीके की मदद ली गई, उस बेसिस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाएगा। चौथा, समर्थ को फरारी के दौरान किन लोगों ने मदद की, उस बेसिस पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन, और जरूरत पड़ेगी तो सीबीआई का यह भी कहना है कि आने वाले समय में कुछ और लोगों की गिरफ्तारी भी की जाएगी। चौथा, चोट किस तरीके से त्विशा की बॉडी पर आए, क्योंकि पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट इस और इंडिकेट कर रही है कि वो चोट उसकी मौत से पहले के थे, तो क्या किसी तरीके का जो टॉर्चर है वो किया गया था। ये सवाल ऐसे हैं जो इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन को एक नया डायरेक्शन दे सकते हैं, और इन्हीं सवालों के जवाब गिरेबाला को देने होंगे। इन्हीं सवालों की जो जवाब है वो एक तरीके से जो समर्थ है उनको भी देने होंगे। हमारे साथ सत्य विजय भी हैं जो कि कोर्ट के अंदर थे। सत्य विजय, कोर्ट में आप मौजूद रहे, क्या कुछ सीबीआई की तरफ से बोला गया, क्योंकि 2 जून तक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहने वाला है ये पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन। अभी तक समर्थ से पूछताछ हो रही थी, अब गिरेबाला से भी पूछताछ होगी। कितना महत्वपूर्ण अब लग रहा है आपको, क्योंकि शुरुआत से आप इसको कवर कर रहे हैं, क्या निकलने की उम्मीद है अब सीबीआई के हाथ में?
यह देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात तो ये है कि इस पूरे मामले में जब सीबीआई ने 5 दिन का रिमांड मांगा, गिरिबाला सिंह का रिमांड 5 दिन का और समर्थ का जो है 5 दिन बढ़ाने का, इसका एक्यूज्ड के वकीलों ने विरोध नहीं किया, तो जाहिर सी बात ये तय हो गया था कि 5 दिन का रिमांड मिलेगा। दूसरी तरफ इन 5 दिन में सीबीआई को क्रॉस एग्जामिन करना है। समर्थ से कुछ हद तक पूछताछ हुई है, लेकिन गिरिबाला से अभी कोई पूछताछ नहीं हुई है, क्योंकि सीबीआई की जो टीम है वो अभी कागजी कार्रवाई और जो फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन, मेडिकल और बाकी चीज़ों में व्यस्त थी। हमारी ऑफ रिकॉर्ड सीबीआई के अफसरों से बात हुई, इसमें सबसे एक बड़ी बात मैं बताना चाहूँगा, जब सीबीआई ने गिरिबाला से पूछा कि आप कानून की इतनी जानकार हैं और आपने एंटीसिपेटरी का पैतरा क्यों अपनाया, एंटीसिपेटरी के लिए क्यों गए और आपका बेटा फरार क्यों हुआ, इस पर गिरिबाला ने कहा कि उनसे गलती हो गई। अगर वो अपनी गलती माने, मतलब कानूनी नज़रिए से देखें तो उनका जो स्टेप था अग्रिम जमानत का, जिससे और ये इशू बढ़ा कि एक जज को अग्रिम जमानत एक्सेस है तो क्या इसलिए अग्रिम जमानत सेम डे दे दी।
तक जो एरोगेंस और एटीट्यूड दिख रहा था, त्विशा को कटघरे में खड़ी कर रही थी, अब वो अपनी गलती मान रही है।
हाँ जी हाँ, ये घर जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान सीबीआई ने उनसे सीबीआई दफ्तर में पूछताछ की और उनसे कहा कि आप इतनी बड़ी गलती, क्योंकि कानूनी पेचीदगियां जो होती हैं उसमें ये होता है कि अगर अग्रिम जमानत पे वो नहीं जाती और उन्हें अग्रिम जमानत नहीं मिलती तो शायद इतना बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं बनता देश।
हाँ, बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, हम आपसे बात करते रहेंगे, लेकिन सत्य विजय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि फरारी करवाई अपने बेटे को, इसको लेकर जो गिरेबाला है उन्होंने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि उनसे गलती हुई। एक छोटे से ब्रेक के लिए हम यहाँ पर रुक रहे हैं।
Right, these were the latest that we're getting regarding the Giribala's custodial hearing that went down today. It was produced in the court, and now Giribala has been in the custody, now being now under the CBI custody for 5 days. Just not her, but her son Samarth Singh as well. Both of them will be under the CBI custody for 5 days till the 2nd of June. And the CBI will in fact be conducting many questionings between the both of them, and also these several accounts that have been recorded on what happened on the 12th of May. Both of their accounts will also be placed in front of them, and there were also reports from our reporters earlier saying that both of them will be placed in a single room and the accounts will be read out just to corroborate the evidences of what happened on the night of May 12th. And also the other evidences will also be taken into consideration. For example, Twisha's diary, personal diary, the WhatsApp chats that were revealed, in fact mental torture, harassment from the in-laws for a very long time, and also the CCTV footages. There will be questioning about any evidence of tampering as well, because there were lapses as well. There were time gaps of 2 days while running behind. So, and also we know from the profile of Judge Giribala that she in fact took courses on crime scene management, and that also raises serious questions of tampering of evidence. And the CBI has in fact taken note of these items, of all of these things, and they will also be reconsidered in this investigation, as the CBI has now undertaken a full-fledged investigation.
लेकिन उनकी तरफ से कोई जवाब नहीं, कोई रिएक्शन उनकी तरफ से नहीं। और अब सीबीआई की टीम गिरिबाला को अपने साथ लेकर यहां से निकल रही है। 2 जून तक की कस्टडी में गिरिबाला अब रहने वाली हैं। उनसे सीबीआई का सवाल जवाब जो है वो होगा। और आप देख रहे हैं कि लगातार अब जो टीम है सीबीआई की गिरिबाला को लेकर अपने साथ यहां से निकली है। आमने सामने बिठाकर पूछताछ करनी हो, आगे की जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो साफ तौर पर करनी हो, और वो सभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के जो पॉइंट्स हैं वो अब साफ तौर पर आने शुरू होंगे जब सीबीआई समर्थ और गिरिबाला दोनों से पूछताछ करेगी। और उस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में जो फैक्ट्स निकलेंगे वो इस केस की जो एक क्लियर पिक्चर है वो सामने रखेंगे। और इसी को देखते हुए कोर्ट ने गिरिबाला और समर्थ दोनों को 2 जून तक जो सीबीआई कस्टडी है वहां पर भेजा है। और सीबीआई अब दोनों से अपने अपने डायरेक्शन में, अपने अपने एंगल्स पर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती हुई नजर आएगी। विजय निशान के साथ जतिन शर्मा, रिपब्लिक भारत।
Those were the visuals of Giribala being taken away in the CBI custody. Now she has been the CBI has been given a 5-day custody of Giribala Singh, and more questioning will be conducted during the custody. And this is a very big development, viewers. A judge, an ex-judge, now under the CBI custody, and she will be questioned on account of the death of Twisha Sharma, a woman from Noida, and facing several months of harassment and torture. And we will be covering all of the latest on the other side. We are taking a very short break, and coming up next, Giribala and son in custody, in CBI custody. Now we will track all the details, and stay tuned on Republic TV for more details. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए, उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only every moment I see this ex-judge sitting in front of her law books trying to act all high and mighty because she's an ex-judge who got bail. I just want to say one thing. What has happened to the judicial system in my country? With the greatest of respect to all the senior advocates, all the judges, all the appellate courts, why are they quiet today? If Giribala's legal position and influence has been misused, we will fight it. And I'm saying tonight she should be arrested. She has got pre-FIR anticipatory bail. By seeking to quash the bail than merely cancel it, the executive is contesting a judicial order. And it is therefore making the point that the judiciary failed.
Arnab sir, thanks a lot. Salute to you, sir. All your efforts, sir, that we have got clearance from the state government for the CBI probe.
Whatever that she did was very out in the open. The fact that they overlooked it and finally they are seeing it after consistent efforts by the family members, by your channel,
and
by
now
our lawyers.
she's been taken to the custody of CBI. Finally, after the cancellation of the anticipatory bail, Giribala Singh has been arrested.
Five-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain in now custody till 2nd of June. In a big win for People's Campaign, CBI now gets 5-day custody extension of Twisha's husband Samarth Singh till June 2nd. Autopsy shocker coming to light from Bhopal. A body operated in open in Hamidiyah Hospital. No lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan.
NTA files affidavit ahead of NEET hearing in Supreme Court. NTA says a mulling computer-based test for NEET from next year. Supreme Court had issued notice to NTA NEET paper leak case. SC to hear the case today. Big jolt to EPS as AIA-DMK split now seems imminent to MLAs, including CV Shanmugam, likely to now join TVK. Row over Vande Mataram has now emerged over not being played in full in Kerala Assembly. As per sources, Kerala government neglected Lok Bhavan's directions. No Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Dipke. Delhi High Court won't restore Deep State Dipke's cockroach party handle. All right, here's our top focus at this hour. Now, Supreme Court hearing in a NEET paper leak case, in fact, has begun at the moment. SC questions NTA on how paper leak happened again. Now, in fact, the Supreme Court to NTA is a big question being raised. Problem with recommendation, no proper implementation is what the Supreme Court is now saying. This as the hearing continues at the top court as far as NEET paper leak is concerned. Now, at the moment, the hearing is underway at the top court. It is regarding the paper leak case, and we are getting some statements coming in from the Supreme Court saying that recommendations were not followed and there was no proper implementation of safeguards. In fact, questions are being posed to NTA, which is the central agency for carrying out these exams across the length and breadth of the country. The hearing is now begun in the Supreme Court, where SC in fact is posing direct questions to NTA regarding the paper leak. All right, my colleague Sarthak has been closely tracking this story. Sarthak, do tell us, what's the latest we're picking up? The hearing has begun and big questions now being posed to NTA.
Well, Ishita, the hearing has started in the Supreme Court. Multiple petitions were filed after the NEET exam got leaked a month back, nearly a month back. And now the hearing is underway. SG Mehta is appearing for the central government. Justice Narasimha has raised some pertinent questions. For example, how much monitoring of implementation has happened so far and how did this failure occur? Because just to remind the viewers, this was not the first time the NEET paper had leaked. It had leaked back in 2024 and some years back as well. So it's not the first time such a leak has happened. So why is it happening? After the 2024 leak, a special committee was formed by the central government, which was being headed by J. Radhakrishna, who happens to be a former ISRO chief. So in connection to that, an affidavit has also been filed in the Supreme Court, which has very important details that they have mentioned. For example, they have mentioned in the affidavit that a monitoring committee that was formed after the 2024 leak, that is still active, and they are relentlessly working towards it. Then they suggest that NEET may move to CBT mode, which is a computer-based test. Just to remind the viewers, till now, the NEET exams have been conducted in a pen and paper format, and now they're suggesting that they may move after the 2026 NEET examination leak. They may move to computer-based tests that may allow them to eradicate all these possibilities of a paper leak. Third, they suggest that there is a massive security upgrade in the NEET UG 2026, which was clearly not evident in the NEET 2026 upgrade. But they're suggesting that they might upgrade after.
Has happened. Fourth, they suggest that the NEET has been restructured and 16 new senior posts have been created. 8 director level posts have been created. 8 joint director level posts have been created. And other NTA says experts from IITs and CBSEs will be included in this committee. So multiple things are going on. But at this point, J. Radhakrishna, who happens to be the head of the committee, the former ISRO chief, says that in 2025, he suggests taking the defense that in 2025 NEET exam exams were conducted in a fair manner. There was no problem in conducting those exams except a power cut. Everything else was pretty fine. But they are taking measures to make sure that such leaks do not happen. The arguments are underway. Justice Narasimha is taking this very seriously. Multiple petitions were filed in the Supreme Court, including one filed by the Federation of All India Medical Association. They are demanding to completely scrap the National Testing Agency and a new body to be formed for conducting these kind of exams, alleging that NTA is incompetent because this is not the first time such a leak has happened. It has happened several times in the past, and this causes a lot of mental trauma to the students, and they should be safe. Their rights should be safeguarded in this regard. Exams should be conducted in a fair manner, and such leaks should not happen. So arguments are underway. We are constantly tracking it. We'll be getting minute by minute details of these arguments.
All right, so it seems that direct questions are now being posed to NTA, and one thing that the Supreme Court is constantly flagging is the repeated breaches that have taken place, the recurring leak problem that students across India have been facing.
Yes, absolutely, Ishita. As I mentioned before, this is not the first time such a leak had happened. It has happened in the past as well, in 2024, in 2022, in 2019. Multiple leaks have happened in the past few years, and why there is such a lapse in making sure such leaks do not happen? Is it a problem? Is it the incompetence of the officials who are working at NTA? Is it the technology that they are following? Is it the process that they are following? What is wrong that such leaks are happening repeatedly? So this is something that has to be addressed. J. Radhakrishna suggests that the committee is undergoing investigation and try to make sure that certain measures are taken just so that these leaks do not happen in the future. But certainly Justice Narasimha has raised some pertinent questions, and they might be in a difficult predicament to answer these questions. They might not be able to have a clear answer or a defense in their favor to tell the Justice Narasimha that these are the reasons why, these are the specific reasons why these leaks are happening. The arguments are still taking place. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta is representing the central government. So what will happen in the court, we are constantly tracking that. We'll be getting minute by minute details.
Right, in fact, as the hearing continues, Sarthak, we're now looking at the top court pointing out one persistent problem, that most institutions are ad hoc. So there is no one institution to pinpoint the problem or to hold somebody accountable, which is why you see the leaks occurring.
Yes, absolutely. When NTA was formed, the whole idea was that the examination will be conducted in a fair manner. Every important examination that happens in the country throughout the year will be conducted by one single organization. And if there is some sort of lapse at the end of that organization, how do we hold that organization accountable? J. Radhakrishna has appeared and he suggested that for long term, total he has given 35 recommendations, and for short term, he says that they have recommended 60, which have been mostly implemented. So all the recommendations that they have mentioned in the affidavit for today's hearing, they suggest that they have pretty much implemented all those recommendations. But it seems like Justice Narasimha is not really taking that into consideration. He does think that there are certain lapses, and maybe the National Testing Agency and the committee that has been formed against these leaks, they certainly do not have the high-end answer that they are expected to have. And further, they suggest that important committees may include district magistrates and police officers, and there is some new cheating technology that they would be implementing. How are they going to implement those technologies? They say that there will be QR verification, there will be live photograph capture, Aadhaar verification, and whatnot. There would be CCTV surveillances. So these are certain points that they have pressed in the affidavit, and their arguments. They are arguing on these specific points. like I said, the argument is still underway. It will be too early for us to jump to any sort of conclusion at this point. We will still have to wait and try to extract more details in this, Ishita.
Right. Of course, Karthik, the hearing is still underway. There's a back and forth going on as far as proceedings are concerned. But the big question is, even if there are recommendations in place, the question, the persistent problem boils down to the implementation, whether or not those safeguards are implemented to ensure that there are no leaks taking place in the future.
Yes, absolutely, Ishita. This is that one point that Justice Narasimha has constantly pressed upon, that you are suggesting that you will be taking these measures, and you have given these ideas that we will be doing CCTV surveillances, we'll be doing QR verification and Aadhaar verification and whatnot. But how are you going to implement that? Well, because these were the recommendations that were suggested after the 2024 NEET leak as well. But still, the paper got leaked in 2026. If they were so competent and they were taking care of all of these measures, and they were doing all of these verifications, why did the 2026 leak happen? It should not have happened in the first place. A huge controversy erupted. There was protest across the country regarding this NEET leak, and it also takes a mental the students who are preparing for the NEET exam, they prepare for years for this exam, and they go through a mental trauma when such a leak happens, because then you will have to conduct these exams again. And so these are certain things that the NTA has to be held accountable for. And exactly that is happening in the arguments. As I mentioned before, SG Tushar Mehta is representing the central government, and they have filed a 34-page written affidavit in the court regarding the 2024 leak, and they have also taken the 2026 leak into account as well, and they have mentioned certain details about that as well. So they are arguing on that. But the main point is that you have suggested all these ideas and all these measures that you would be taking regarding to ensure that such leaks do not happen in the future. But how are you going to implement that? That is a bigger question. Ishita.
Exactly. NTA is in the dock because NEET is one exam where leaks have constantly occurred across the length and breadth of the country. And in fact, you see Justice also asking that, such a leak has never happened with UPSCs, trying to give an example to SG that, see, UPSC is a good example to follow. Why NTA cannot implement the same model?
Yes, Ishita, this is the latest that we are getting. There's a lot of back and forth happening between Justice Narasimha and J. Radhakrishna's counsel, where Justice Radhakrishna has very explicitly mentioned that UPSC is also one exam that takes place every single year, but we have not seen, at least in the recent past, such leaks happening in the UPSC exams. How are they able to conduct these exams? So many students, millions of students apply for these exams, yet there has not been a single incident in the recent past where a UPSC paper has been leaked. Whereas on the other hand, the NEET exam has been leaked multiple times in the recent past. It leaked in 2026, it leaked in 2024, 22, 2019. Why are these leaks happening if you have everything in place, every measure that you have mentioned in your affidavit? You are taking all those measures and you are incorporating some new measures as well. Why are these leaks happening? That is one question. They have cited examples of how UPSC exams are conducted across the country. There is a preliminary exam, there is a mains exam, and they never tend to happen. There has never been an incident in the recent past where these exams have leaked. But with NEET, it has happened multiple times. Why is it happening? So there are certain lapses, there are certain issues that need to be fixed, there are certain questions that need to be answered, and it seems like NTA will have to answer those questions. J. Radhakrishna is a reputed man. He happens to be the former ISRO chief. He is heading the committee that was formed after the 2024 leak, and he is in a position to answer those questions. So whether he will be able to answer those questions or not, this is something that we are tracking and following up with the case. Ishita.
Right, of course, and also Sarthak, just before the hearing began, there was also an affidavit filed by the NTA detailing that how they have implemented the previous recommendations coming in to ensure that there is no leak in the place. If you could just go ahead and give us details of that affidavit filed by the NTA.
Well, Ishita, it's a long affidavit. It's a 34-page affidavit that they have filed in connection to today's hearing because, as I mentioned before, a special committee, a high-level committee was formed by the central government after the 2024 leak. There was, again, a huge controversy at that point. After which this committee was formed, which was being headed by J. Radhakrishna, who happens to be the former ISRO chief. And this time around, they have filed a fresh affidavit in the court. They had filed a report before that as well, where in November 21, 2024, they had filed a report before the court where they had given 101 recommendations for reforming NTA. And now they have filed a fresh affidavit in the court after an order was passed on May 25, 2026, where Supreme Court was seeking a response from the committee regarding how are they carrying out the reformation of this non-national testing agency. And now they have mentioned certain explicit details about what all they have incorporated and what all they will be incorporating in the future. For example, as I mentioned before, they have told the court that the monitoring committee that was formed after the 2024 leak, that is still active. It is being headed by K. Radhakrishna. There are other important members like Professor Ramamurthy is there, there is Professor Aditya Mittal, and senior Ministry of Educational officials are also there. They may move, as I mentioned before, they may move to CBT mode because till now the examination was being conducted in a pen and paper format, and they may go to a computer-based test. Then they have said that they are completely restructuring the National Testing Agency. 16 new senior posts have been created. This would include people from IITs, experts from UGC, CBSE, and there are some...
Sarthak, in fact, hold on to your thought. We're getting some big takeaways from the hearing which is underway right now, in fact, at the Supreme Court regarding the NEET paper leak. All right, viewers, in fact, we're getting some observations coming to light from what Supreme Court is now saying to the centre regarding the paper leak. Supreme Court points out it is very traumatizing for the students to go through this cycle again and again. In fact, they point out that how students spend years and years of study, their devotion goes into this, sweat, blood and tears, and it is very disappointing for the students and very traumatizing, and not just for the students, for the families involved as well. Now, that's a big observation coming in from the Supreme Court regarding the NEET paper leak. Remember, over 22 million students appeared for the NEET exam, which the paper for which was leaked and then eventually cancelled. So as Supreme Court is now making its a big observation, it goes on to mention that how it is traumatizing for the students, for the families, and we cannot afford to disappoint youngsters, in fact. Coming back to you, Sarthak, on this now, it's a big observation that the Supreme Court has made regarding what is actually unfolding. Now, in fact, the top court goes on to mention that one cannot traumatize students. It is very painful that students have to go through this. The entire cycle of exam has to be conducted again because of this paper leak. And not just that, the SG also mentions, highlighting how serious the government is regarding the paper leak, that Prime Minister himself, in fact, is now monitoring the process. So, Sarthak, coming back to you on these big takeaways. Now, we understand two big takeaways coming in from the observations, which is still underway. Supreme Court mentions to centre that it is very traumatizing for the students who had to go through the exam cycle again just because of this paper leak. While in response, the SG mentions that the government is taking this very seriously, highlighting how Prime Minister himself is monitoring the process.
Yes, you rightly said it, Ishita. Supreme Court has observed that something that we have been constantly pressing upon, that it takes years for a student to prepare for an exam like this, and when it gets scrapped, when such a leak happened, it completely disbalances the mental state of that student. It is traumatizing for that student to go through this kind of problem, this kind of issue. This is something that has to be addressed. On the other hand, what is being told by the committee, that the Prime Minister is personally monitoring the entire investigation that is being done by the committee, or the measures that are being taken by the committee to make sure such a leak does not happen again ever in the future. But Supreme Court has certainly observed and pressed upon the fact that it is extremely traumatizing for a student to go through such a situation where he has to prepare for that exam all over again. He might be very happy, very confident about how his exam has gone, and now he has to prepare for that exam again. He puts in his blood and sweat and tears into preparing for one exam that happens once in a year, and such a leak happens. It is extremely traumatizing for him to go through that same hassle, and now NTA will have to answer that, why such leaks are happening despite them taking these measures. These leaks are happening time and again. Is it some problem with the execution? Is it some problem with some officials? Is it some problem with the entire mechanism through which NTA functions? What is that specific reason these leaks are happening? This is something that NTA will have to answer to the Supreme Court. Ishita.
Right, of course, and as you know, Supreme Court mentions that how traumatizing it is for the students to go through the entire process. SG in response mentions that the issue at stake is being taken very seriously by the government of the day. In fact, Prime Minister himself is now monitoring the process to ensure that there are no such leaks taking place in the future.
Yes, absolutely. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who is representing the central government in this case, says that everything is under control and they are taking measures to make sure such leak does not happen in the future. The committee that was formed after the 2024 leak, which is being headed by K. Radhakrishnan, is being monitored directly by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is directly making sure that all the measures are taken to ensure such leaks do not happen, as it is extremely traumatizing for a student who puts in his years, he puts his blood and sweat into preparing for an exam that happens once a year. This is something that NTA must make sure and should be held accountable for, that these leaks must not happen ever again. And do they have an answer of all the leaks that have happened so far till date? Ishita.
Right, Sadak. Thanks so much for joining us. And of course, we'll keep coming back to you for all the latest we're picking up as far as Supreme Court's hearing is concerned on the NEET paper leak. Thanks so much. And now, viewers, a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded Thursday evening at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Complex 36 in Florida, shaking homes across surrounding area and sending a towering fireball into the night sky. The incident, which a Blue Origin described as an anomaly, is the latest in a string of setbacks for Jeff Bezos' airspace company as it races to go close the gap, in fact, with Elon Musk's SpaceX. Take a look at this report.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded dramatically during a late-night test at Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Thursday. The explosion occurred around 9 p.m. The massive explosion occurred during a hot fire test, a critical stage where rocket engines are ignited while the vehicle remains anchored to the launch pad. Blue Origin described the incident as an anomaly, a term commonly used in the aerospace industry to refer to technical failures or explosions. Emergency officials confirmed that there was no danger to public from fumes or debris and no injuries were reported. The incident marks another setback for Blue Origin's New Glenn program, which has already faced delays and regulatory scrutiny. Blue Origin has increasingly expanded its presence in human space flight and tourism as well. Now, with the New Glenn facing another major hurdle, all eyes will be on how quickly Bezos' company can recover and resume testing in the intensifying billionaire space race.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching and don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short break, no Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Dip case. Delhi High Court won't restore Deep State Dip case. Cockroach Party handled. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Character, the taste of success.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen,
no Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Dip case. Delhi High Court won't restore Dip case Cockroach Party handle. Getting you all the updates on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
in fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The Supreme Court is hearing the NEET leak case and says that there definitely was a lack of accountability, and also saying that what happened was very traumatic to the students. We'll get to all the details and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. CBI gets 5-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain in custody till 2nd of June. CBI gets 5-day custody extension of Twisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh till 2nd of June. Open autopsy shocker from Bhopal. Body operated in open in Hamidia Hospital. No lessons learned from fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan. NTA files affidavit ahead of the NEET hearing. NTA says mulling computer-based test for NEET from next year. Supreme Court begins hearing on NEET. Top court questions NTA on how papers were leaked again. Big jolt to EPS, AIDMK split imminent. 2 AIDMK MLAs, including CV Shanmugam, likely to join TVK. Big row over Vande Mataram has emerged over not being played in full in Kerala Assembly. As per sources, Kerala government neglected Lok Bhavan directions. And no Delhi High Court relief for Deep State. Deep K, Delhi High Court will not restore Deep State, Deep K's cockroach party handle. With live and breaking, I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's tell you about the latest breaking news that is coming in after the Delhi Gymkhana was flagged. The Maharashtra government's Urban Development Department is set to inspect the elite gymkhanas and clubs in Mumbai operating on government-owned land. The investigation aims to verify compliance with lease conditions and other regulations. Now, according to the official sources, nearly 10 such gymkhanas in Mumbai generate around 2 crore rupees annually in rent for the state. Okay, so big updates coming in on Republic TV viewers. We'll get our viewers all these updates. So now we see that the Breach Candy Club is under scanner after Delhi Gymkhana Club. Let's put out those pictures on your screen. You see the Breach Candy Club in Mumbai. Super exclusive pictures coming in here on Republic TV. Maharashtra government to inspect elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. Investigation will focus on compliance with lease conditions. Now 10 gymkhanas and clubs in Mumbai under the scanner. So after Delhi's Gymkhana Club, the Breach Candy Club is right now under the scanner. And let's also tell you the Breach Candy Club does not allow Indians into trustee positions. I repeat, it does not allow Indians into trustee positions. Okay, let's put out that 2 visuals you see on your screen. Left-hand side, Gymkhana Club in Delhi, which has been asked to pay a huge amount of rent right now after coming under the scanner. And now right-hand side is the Breach Candy Club in Mumbai. Getting you these pictures coming in, following intense public scrutiny surrounding the Delhi Gymkhana, Mumbai's iconic and ultra-exclusive Breach Candy Club has triggered a fierce public debate over elitism, colonial hangovers, and exclusion dressed up as tradition. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by Revati. Revati, the Breach Candy Club has now come under the scanner of the Maharashtra government. This is just after Revati, after the Delhi Gymkhana Club had also come under the scanner. There are a lot of questions being asked about, is there still a colonial hangover much after the British left? Yes, go ahead, Revati.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that this is a colonial hangover which is left, but before we move ahead, there's an important thing we should bring to our audience's notice, is that the gymkhanas in Mumbai are under scrutiny or are under scanner because government of Maharashtra has issued a notice. Actually, the Urban Development Department has issued a notice saying that the gymkhanas which are on the government's land, they will be under scanner for various reasons, and an audit will also happen. So now the most important thing here to be noted is that the gymkhana presidents also conducted a meeting today with the district collector, and certain solutions were given in this particular meeting. We will also throw light on that as well. But the most important thing here now is that the Breach Candy Gymkhana or club is the most recent example of the colonial hangover, because there are some specific clauses in their constitution saying that the inhabitants of Bombay, because this letter is comes from 1965, says that the inhabitants of Bombay, especially Europeans, will only be on the executive positions, but others or people, ordinary people or Indians specifically, will be given only ordinary membership and not the executive membership of this particular Breach Candy Club. So now the question still remains that is there a colonial hangover? Yes, because we can see clear evidence of Breach Candy Club, and this was brought to light by Advocate Dipesh Mehta, which will be soon talking with, and we will also know that what exactly is happening or was happening within this Breach Candy Club. Over to you.
That's right. Now we see that the Maharashtra government is right now considering a comprehensive gymkhana policy, and the government order copy is with Republic too. Revati, we have the government order copy. Maharashtra government puts the elite club under review. There's a fresh controversy which has erupted. First, it was Delhi Gymkhana Club, which had come under the spotlight on that it was occupying prime public land, and now we're talking about the Breach Candy Club. So government order copies with Republic. What does that order copy say? They have put this club under review. Can you just tell us what that copy is saying and what action can we expect next now?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, but this is not specific to any club. There are around 10 clubs or gymkhanas in Mumbai, Maharashtra, which are currently under scanner. And as you rightly mentioned, these gymkhanas or these clubs give a revenue of 2 crore rupees annually. So the letter or the notice says that there's a need to change in the policy of gymkhanas and the clubs in Mumbai, Maharashtra. So on 29th, which is today, by 11:30, they were expected to visit district collector's office, which the clubs and gymkhanas president did, and they had a meeting about reviewing the policies of gymkhanas and the clubs in Mumbai. Also, there were some positive outcomes, but also the most important thing here to be noted is that the lease of Bombay Gymkhana, which is one of the elitist gymkhana in Mumbai, which is in South Bombay as well. So there's currently a case going on with the BMC because BMC was demanding some part of their land for the development. So as of now, it is not the conviction of that particular case has not been done. But now it will be important to see that after all this Gymkhana scrutiny over the all over state, will that happen to? Will that case be convicted? So it will be important to see that whether the conviction in this particular case and also what scrutiny is done by the government of Maharashtra, especially the Urban Development Department, because there, as you rightly mentioned, there is a colonial hangover as well as the elitism it's portraying a picture of elitism in Mumbai as well.
Right, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. I think let's go to the next set of breaking updates. Republic accesses the Maharashtra government order. And like Revati was telling us, this is not just one club. There are around 10 gymkhanas, 10 such clubs which are under review right now. 10 gymkhanas and clubs in Mumbai under scanner. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Amrita, the Maharashtra government has put the elite club under review. And, you know, the highlight here is that these clubs were not really showing true equality. Republic has accessed the order. I want to go to Amrita. Amrita, handing it to you. What does the order say?
Shivangi, we in fact have the order. It has been dated 25th of May 2026, and I just want to pan it out to the camera to show that we have. And in this order, the Maharashtra government has identified 10 such gymkhana clubs, the elite gymkhana clubs, and also the government will be verifying their lease conditions will be under inspection. In fact, and there are so far 10 such gymkhana clubs and operating within Mumbai, and also regarding the Breach Candy Club, their lease conditions will also be under inspection after this order particularly. And also Bridge Candy Club, a very famous site in fact in Mumbai, also reeking of colonial hangover, as you Revati and both of you have even highlighted. This particular Bridge Candy Club, well, it is open to Indians, to clarify, it is open to Indians, but the core committee and the management trustee positions are open to only for those who have a European passport, and who are living in Mumbai. So this is a very elitist club that we're saying, and now the Maharashtra government is under crackdown, saying that they will now be taking, inspecting 10 such elite gymkhana clubs operating within Mumbai, and will be verifying also their lease conditions also.
Right.
Shivangi.
Like you said, Indians can join as ordinary members, but ultimate executive power remained in the hands of the so-called trust members. We're talking about the Breach Candy Club. To this day, the trust's charter dictates that trust membership is reserved for European inhabitants of Bombay. This is what Amrita, my colleague, was saying. Only these trust members possess voting rights, the power to run for the managing committee, and ultimate control of the club's prime real estate. And this is very, very concerning. Let's go straight across to my colleague Amrita. Coming back to you, Amrita, if you could once again also look at that order which you have, because we need to get an idea about the first action the Maharashtra government would be taking here, because they will look at the lease compliance. The first thing we understand is they will look at the compliance when it comes to the lease. That's very, very important here. And the bigger question that we're asking is that today, in this day and age, why on Indian soil, why are Indians being excluded when it comes to trust membership in a club which is based out of India? This is definitely concerning. Yes, Amrita, go ahead.
That's right, Shivangi, and I'd like to show this notice that I have in my hand once again. This is from the Maharashtra government order dated 25th of May 2026. And here it details that 10 such gymkhana clubs have been identified. And mind you, this is those clubs that are operating on government land. This is a key condition, that those operating under government land, their lease conditions and their lease their lease will be verified by the Maharashtra government operating within Mumbai. And that also comes the Bridge Candy Club. That is also coming under this particular notice as well. 10 such Gymkhana clubs that will be now verified for their list conditions that have been operating under the government land. So this is a very big crackdown coming from the Maharashtra government regarding such elite Gymkhana clubs as well. And we know, as it has been highlighted, the Gymkhana club, the membership and the core committee and the trustee as all operated by those who hold European passports who are living in Mumbai. And well, even if the club is open to the Indians, and these are open only to those elite clubs after applying crores of rupees, after applying for many years, waiting for the wait list to be one of the membership, and only then they are inducted as a membership. But the core committee and management still lies largely at the hands of those who have the European passport and living in Mumbai.
That's right. So after intense scrutiny over Delhi Gymkhana Club, now we see the Maharashtra government looking at these conditions for multiple Gymkhanas and clubs in Maharashtra, because, of course, the question is what these clubs doing? They call it tradition, but it looks like a colonial hangover. Thank you, Amrita. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. TCS case, Nashik police has filed a second charge sheet. In TCS case, 2,000 pages. Charge sheet has been filed in a major development. Nashik City Police has now filed charge sheets in multiple cases related to allegations of workplace sexual harassment, outraging the modesty of women, attempts at religious conversion and hurting religious sentiments at TCS in Nashik. According to the police, a total of 9 criminal cases were registered on the complaints of women victims of Mumbai, Naka Police Station and other police stations. Considering the seriousness and sensitivity of the allegation, Nashik Police Commissioner Sandeep Karnik has now gone ahead and the SIT which has been formed to conduct detailed probe. 8 cases have been registered at the Mumbai Naka Police Station. 2,000-page charge sheet has been filed in the TCS case, viewers. We'll get our viewers all these updates coming in here on Republic TV. But this is the TCS case which really made a lot of headlines, and there were so many questions which were raised. This is a special SIT, the SIT probing the TCS sexual harassment forced conversion case, filing its second charge sheet in a Nashik court. The charge sheet concerns 8 FIRs registered at Mumbai Naka Police Station under the BNS against Raza Rafiq, Memon, Shahrukh Hussain, Shaukat Qureshi, Ashwani Ashok, Chenani, Tausif, Bilal and many, many more. Okay, let's move ahead. Viewers, a tragedy has struck UP's Hamirpur district, where a portion of an under-construction bridge over the Betwa River collapsed during a powerful storm. At least 6 laborers have lost their lives after getting buried under the debris while they were asleep beneath the structure. Many others were injured in the incident. CM Yogi has now taken cognizance of the tragedy and announced compensation for the victims' families. Here's more.
Under-construction bridge over the Betwa River collapsed during heavy stormy weather, crushing laborers sleeping beneath the structure. The accident took place around 3 a.m. at the Morakandar Naiti Bridge in the Kurara area in Hamirpur. Rescue teams, police and district officials rushed to the spot soon after receiving information. Excavators and emergency personnel worked through the rubble to rescue trapped workers. Officials confirmed that at least 6 laborers died in the collapse, while several others sustained injuries. The laborers were reportedly resting beneath the bridge after work when the structure suddenly came crashing down. Disturbing visuals from the Hamirpur tragedy show laborers trapped beneath the massive chunks of collapsed concrete after the under-construction bridge caved in during the night. The visuals show the horrifying aftermath of the collapse, with workers crushed under heavy slabs and twisted metal structures.
तीन लोग आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे पिलर पे फंसे हुए हैं। इनके रेस्क्यू के लिए हमारी टीम जो है यहाँ पे प्रयास कर रही है। कुछ लोग मलबे में दबे हैं। 6 लोग की सूचना है, जिसमें से अभी 5 लोग को तो हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए हैं और 3 स्लैब हटा करके उनका रेस्क्यू करेंगे।
The tragedy has left families devastated.
मेरे पापा काम करने आए थे, ड्यूटी मजदूरी करते हैं और हमारे यहाँ ड्यूटी करते हैं रात में, और ड्यूटी करने आए थे, इसलिए यहाँ हमें मालूम नहीं था। हम रात को फ़ोन भी किया था, जब आंधी आई थी तो कॉल नहीं उठाया था। तो फिर हमने दूसरों को जो मतलब साथ में रहते हैं उनसे किया था। वो अंकल ने फिर बताया था।
क्या हो गया?
वो अंकल ने बताया था कि ऊपर से जो मतलब रखी पट्टियाँ, वो पट्टियाँ और मतलब शटरिंग से गिर गई नीचे। उस अंकल ने बताया, तब हम लोगों ने सब लोग को बताया, तब यहाँ पर हम आए।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took cognizance of the incident and directed officials to speed up relief and rescue operations. In a post on social media, the Chief Minister expressed grief over the loss of lives and instructed authorities to ensure proper treatment for the injured. He also announced financial assistance of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased and 50,000 rupees for the injured. Questions are now being raised over construction safety and structural stability. As rescue operations continue, authorities are expected to launch a detailed investigation into the cause of the collapse.
Breaking news coming in at around 11 a.m. today. Fresh firing was reported from different areas of Manipur. Now, once again, we see that there has been a case of violence, ethnic tensions in Manipur. Around 11 a.m., fresh firing was reported from multiple areas, and suspected Kuki miscreants fired towards TM Kasom on National Highway 202 under police station of Ukhrul, near Ukhrul district. Reportedly, one civil truck driver was hit in the firing while traveling, and now the Army BSF have launched an operation in Ukhrul district after the tensions. During the attack, the assailants fired, and one non-Manipuri truck driver was killed on the spot. So once again, ethnic tensions are being reported in Manipur. Armed Kuki groups have opened fire, and these miscreants have opened fire, and once again, we are understanding that there has been a loss of life. One non-Manipuri truck driver has died on the spot. Now, this is coming in the backdrop of the continuous violence that we have seen in the past few weeks. Now, there has been an uptick of violence in Manipur. Deadly violence is spreading in Manipur. We also know that as deadly violence is spreading, there has been the government there is trying to make sure that peace should be negotiated, but the centre at the same time has appointed a former Supreme Court judge, Justice Balbir Singh Chauhan, as a new chairperson of the Commission of Inquiry investigating the violence in Manipur. So that is something also the centre is doing to make sure the situation is controlled. However, we'll try to go across to our reporters in a short while from now to make sure that we understand what the latest update is and what is happening on the ground. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Security forces have fired tear gas to disperse the protesters blocking the National Highway 202 in Ukhrul district amid tensions over alleged hostage taking. There have been hostage taking incidents, there have been firing incidents, abduction incidents which have come out in the past few weeks. And we'll try to get our viewers more updates as to what the latest is. All right, we'll be taking a short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We'll continue getting our viewers all the top updates. NTA has filed the affidavit ahead of the NEET hearing continues in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says that and flags that there was no clear accountability taken during the NEET paper leak. We'll get you this and much more coming right up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence?
Viewers, top headlines. CBI gets 5-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain in custody till 2nd of June. CBI gets 5-day custody extension of Twisha Sharma's husband Samarth Singh till 2nd of June. Open autopsy shocker from Bhopal. Body operated in open in Hamidia Hospital. No lessons learned from the fake cough syrup deaths. Now fake oxytocin reportedly kills 5 in Rajasthan. NTA files affidavit ahead of the NEET hearing. NTA says mulling computer-based test for NEET from next year. Supreme Court is hearing the NEET case. Top court questions NTA on how papers were leaked again. Big jolt to EPS. AIDMK split imminent. 2 AIDMK MLAs, including CV Shanmugan, likely to join the TVK. Big row over Vande Mataram has emerged over not being played in full in Kerala Assembly. As per sources, Kerala government neglected the Lok Bhavan's directions. No Delhi High Court relief for the Deep State Deep K. Delhi High Court will not restore Deep State Deep K's cockroach party handle. Viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So let's tell you a little bit about what's happening in the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has directed the Centre Ministry of Education to file a separate affidavit detailing the devising of a mechanism by which the process of conducting and concluding NEET examinations would be done by the NTA on a year-on basis. Now, what we see right now is that the NTA has filed an affidavit in Supreme Court of India concerning the ongoing NEET paper leak controversy, facing tough questions from the bench led by Justice P.S. Narasimha. NTA has assured the Apex Court that agency is committed to restoring trust, transparency and fairness in upcoming NEET retest on June 21st. Now, we have put that information for you, what the Supreme Court has said. They have mentioned a lot of things. The court observed that the endeavor must be to ensure that NTA possesses the important physical as well as intellectual wherewithal to prevent the recurrence of incidents such as the NEET examination controversies of 2024 and 2026. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us, Sarthak. Sarthak, there's a lot happening in the Supreme Court. They have made a lot of observations. They've also gone ahead and directed the Centre Ministry of Education to file a separate affidavit. They've also said very clearly that there was a lack of accountability during the NEET paper leak. They have said so many important things. They've also said that the NEET paper leak was a trauma to students. There's so much they have said. If you could just tell our viewers the most important statements coming in from the Apex Court.
Well, Shimangi, certainly Supreme Court has made some key observations in this entire case where not only Supreme Court has compared the NEET examination to UPSC examination, Supreme Court has also highlighted that such leaks cause a mental trauma to the students because students put in their blood and sweat into preparing for these exams. So they prepare for years for this exam, and when such a leak happens, it's not only heartbreaking for them, the kind of mental turbulences that a student has to go through, that is unfathomable. These are certain key observations, and also as a matter of fact, in today's hearing, before today's hearing, a fresh affidavit was filed by the committee that was formed after the 2024 leak. It was a high-level committee that was formed, which was being headed by the former ISRO chief K. Radhakrishnan. They have filed a fresh affidavit explaining what all measures they have taken so far and what all measures they will be taking in the future. They said that they have incorporated new technology, new ways of conducting these exams, the way the entire verification will be done, Aadhaar verification or maybe CCTV surveillance has also been added to this. The entire structure of NTA is being reformed, where 18 new personals have been added to this national testing agency. These people belong to some to CBSE, they come from IIT. These are experts who hold expertise in these departments. They have been added to the team. So basically, it's a 34-page long affidavit where they have explained what all measures they have taken so far and what all measures they will be taking in the future. However, the major concern of the Supreme Court was that you have explained in detail all these measures that you are likely to take and you have taken so far. Yet these leaks happen. These leaks have happened several times in the past. What is the main reason? Because this is an important examination. Is it a problem with the execution of these examinations? Is it the problem with some incompetence by certain professionals working at the National Testing Agency? What could be the possible reason? It is really traumatizing for the students to go through this kind of situation because they prepare for these exams for years and then they have to find out that the entire examination has been leaked. Certain measures have to be taken and NTA has to be held responsible for that. SG Tushar Mehta brought to the knowledge of the Supreme Court that this committee is relentlessly working towards taking measures to ensure that such leaks do not happen in the future, and Prime Minister is personally monitoring this committee and the
Absolutely, Sarthak, and yes, absolutely, Sarthak, and Supreme Court also saying that institutions must learn and not repeat these kind of incidents, should never be repeated. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Getting some more breaking news coming in West Bengal. A TMC leader, Manas Roy, has been arrested on allegations of embezzling nearly 10 crores from government development schemes between 2018 and 2023 during the tenure of his wife, Bubun Roy, as Gram Panchayat Pradhan. This case once again exposes a deep-rooted culture of alleged corruption under the All India Trinamool Congress, where funds meant for public welfare are repeatedly misused. That is right. So we will get our viewers all these updates coming in. TMC leader has been arrested in this embezzlement case. And this is in connection with embezzling nearly 10 crores from the government development schemes between 2018 and 2023 during the tenure of his wife, Bubun Roy, as a Gram Panchayat Pradhan. Okay, getting some pictures coming in as well from Alipurduar, West Bengal. Those are the pictures that are coming in. The case has once again exposed the deep-rooted culture of alleged corruption under the TMC, where funds meant for public welfare are repeatedly misused by some people with bad intentions. Okay, those are the pictures that we're getting for you. And let's move ahead right now to some of the other updates coming in. More breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's move ahead. MEA Randir Jaiswal says Bangladesh needs to verify the nationality of all illegals. All illegals staying in India will be dealt with as per law. Regarding Bangladesh, we have referred them cases and to identify their nationality. Verification is pending from Bangladesh for over 5 years now. This is what the MEA has said. MEA Randeep Jaiswal saying Bangladesh needs to verify its illegals. All illegals who are staying in India and who are from Bangladesh will be dealt with as per law. We have that statement coming in. Let's go ahead and play it out. Big and a strong message coming in from India to Bangladesh on infiltrators.
Here, they will be dealt as per law. Now, in the case of Bangladesh, as I had informed you earlier, we have referred 2,680 cases or more than 2,680 cases to the Bangladeshi side for them to verify the nationality of those people that we have handed over the names of. Once this nationality verification is done, then we will be in a position to deport these people, these nationals of Bangladesh. In many cases, I have told you earlier that these verification is pending for more than 5 years or so, and it is our expectation that we will receive an early response from Bangladesh on this particular issue, so that the bilateral arrangement that we have between both the countries, based on that, these people who are staying here, they can be sent back to or deported back to Bangladesh.
Getting some more updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what's happening. Amit Shah has made a big statement on curbing infiltration. We have decided to completely transform the BSF's concept of border security. Amit Shah says that now the scope will expand beyond just border protection to encompass the security of the entire territory. Amit Shah is saying this, viewers. Big updates coming in on Republic TV, where Home Minister Amit Shah making this statement about infiltration and sending a very, very strong message there that they will transform the BSF concept of border security. Infiltration is a major challenge, Amit Shah has said multiple times, and also saying the centre has constituted a high-level committee to examine demographic changes in the country due to illegal immigration and other unnatural causes. After the statement that Home Minister Amit Shah has made, he has now made a fresh statement saying that we have decided to completely transform the BSF's concept of border security. Now the scope will expand beyond just border protection, and we will undertake the task of strengthening security of our entire borders with both Bangladesh and Pakistan. This involves an investment running into thousands of crores of rupees, and the framework for this initiative is currently being established. We will construct a robust security grid that will ensure no one is able to make any attempt to breach our frontiers. This is a statement which has come in from the Home Minister Amit Shah. Earlier, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, said that unnatural demographic change due to infiltration and other reasons pose a very significant challenge to the present and future of any nation. And he said the committee was being formed following PM Modi's announcement regarding creation of a high-level committee on demographic change. We have that statement. Let's play it up.
इस 8वें साल में हमने बीएसएफ की सीमा सुरक्षा के कंसेप्ट को पूर्णतया बदलने का निर्णय किया है। एक चतुष्कोणीय कंसेप्ट के साथ एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम आने वाले दिनों में बनाएंगे और बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा की जगह टेरिटोरियल सुरक्षा का एक नया कंसेप्ट भी लॉन्च करेंगे, जिसमें जनता भी शामिल होगी, सिविल प्रशासन भी शामिल होगा, स्थानीय पुलिस और मिलिट्री भी शामिल होगी और बीएसएफ के जवानों की तो प्रमुख जिम्मेदारी रहेगी ही रहेगी। ये मिलाकर समग्र बॉर्डर पर बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान की एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड मजबूत बनाने का काम हम स्मार्ट बॉर्डर सुरक्षा के प्रोजेक्ट के तहत हम ले रहे हैं। हजारों करोड़ रुपया का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, मगर मुझे विश्वास है कि इसकी रचना अभी चल रही है। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुके हैं, कुछ होने हैं। इसके अंदर ड्रोन, रडार, वॉच टावर, पूरी आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक और आप जवान ये सभी कंपोनेंट मिलाकर एक मजबूत सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम खड़ी करेंगे, जिसके कारण हमारी सरहद को भेजने की किसी की भी हिम्मत नहीं हो पाएगी। और मुझे काफी कुछ तो काम हुआ है, मुझे मालूम है, इसके कारण आपकी तकलीफों में भी बहुत कमी आएगी, इसका मुझे विश्वास है। आपके काम में कुछ क्षेत्र जोड़ने का भी विचार हो रहा है, अभी निर्णय नहीं हुआ है तो मेरा कहना उचित नहीं होगा, मगर नए क्षेत्रों को भी बीएसएफ को देने के लिए हम आगे सोच रहे हैं। मित्रों, हमारी सुरक्षा ग्रिड में सबसे बड़ी कमी थी बंगाल की अधूरी बॉर्डर फेंसिंग। भौगोलिक परिस्थिति तो हम बदल नहीं सकते, मगर जहां जमीन है, बॉर्डर फेंस बन सकती है, वहां पर भी हमें अब तक जमीन नहीं मिली।
And viewers, let's move ahead. A tragedy has struck UP's Hamirpur district, where a portion of an under-construction bridge over the Betwa River collapsed during a powerful storm. At least 6 laborers have lost their lives after being buried under the debris while they were asleep beneath the structure. Many were injured, and CM Yogi has taken cognizance of the tragedy and announced compensation for the victim's family. Take a look at this report as we talk about the relief and rescue operations which were being carried on that time.
Under construction bridge over the Betwa River collapsed during heavy stormy weather, crushing laborers sleeping beneath the structure. The accident took place around 3 a.m. at the Morakandar Naiti bridge in the Kurara area in Hamirpur. Rescue teams, police and district officials rushed to the spot soon after receiving information. Excavators and emergency personnel walked through the rubble to rescue trapped workers. Officials confirmed that at least 6 laborers died in the collapse, while several others sustained injuries. The laborers were reportedly resting beneath the bridge after work when the structure suddenly came crashing down. Disturbing visuals from the Hamirpur tragedy show laborers trapped beneath the massive chunks of collapsed concrete after the under-construction bridge caved in during the night. The visuals show the horrifying aftermath of the collapse, with workers crushed under heavy slabs and twisted metal structures.
3 लोग आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे पिलर पे फंसे हुए हैं। इनके रेस्क्यू के लिए हमारी टीम जो है यहाँ पे प्रयास कर रही है। कुछ लोग मलबे में दबे हैं, 6 लोग की सूचना है, जिसमें से अभी 5 लोग को हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए हैं और 3 स्लैब हटा करके उनका रेस्क्यू करेंगे।
The tragedy has left families devastated.
मेरे पापा काम करने आए थे, ड्यूटी मजदूरी करते हैं और हमारे यहाँ ड्यूटी करते हैं रात में, और ड्यूटी करने आए थे, इसलिए यहाँ हमें मालूम नहीं था। हम रात को फ़ोन भी किया था, जब आंधी आई थी तो कॉल नहीं उठाया था। तो फिर हमने दूसरों को जो मतलब साथ में रहते हैं उनसे किया था। वो अंकल ने फिर बताया था।
क्या हो गया?
वो अंकल ने बताया था कि ऊपर से जो मतलब रखी पट्टियाँ, वो पट्टियाँ और मतलब शटरिंग से गिर गई नीचे। उस अंकल ने बताया, तब हम लोगों ने सब लोग को बताया, तब यहाँ पर हम आए।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took cognizance of the incident and directed officials to speed up relief and rescue operations. In a post on social media, the Chief Minister expressed grief over the loss of lives and instructed authorities to ensure proper treatment for the injured. He also announced financial assistance of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased and 50,000 rupees for the injured. Questions are now being raised over construction safety and structural stability. As rescue operations continue, authorities are expected to launch a detailed investigation into the cause of the collapse.
viewers, next we'll move ahead to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Let's get started. Rajasthan has banned a batch of oxytocin injections after the quality test reportedly found the drug ineffective following the deaths of 5 pregnant women at Kota Government Hospital after C-section surgeries. A state health department suspended members of the medical staff linked to the case pending investigation. A post-mortem on an unidentified body was conducted at a public area and open at Bhopal's Hamidia Hospital under doctor supervision has triggered outrage with viral visuals raising many serious questions over dignity and medical negligence. The centre is considering involving the Indian Air Force in transporting NEET question papers to prevent leaks, triggering sharp opposition criticism over repeated exam security failures. Rajasthan Minister Gautam Kumar has been booked after an alleged audio clip surfaced online showing him abusing and threatening policemen in public. The minister claimed that he had no connection with the audio making rounds on social media. Getting some updates coming in of viewers. Let's move ahead to the next sort of breaking news we're getting for you. Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar has now assumed charge as a 48th Vice Chief of the Naval Staff on 29th May 2026. Unassuming charge, the flag officer paid solemn homage to the bravehearts who made the supreme sacrifice in service of the nation by laying a floral wreath at the National War Memorial, New Delhi. An alumnus of the prestigious National Defence Academy, Pune, we see that Vice Admiral Ajay Kochar was commissioned into the Indian Navy on July 1988, a specialist in missile systems and gunnery. He has held a wide range of command, operational and staff assignments over his distinguished naval career spanning more than 37 years. He has commanded Indian naval ships, Nashik, Vibhuti and many more, and was commissioning as well. We're getting these updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV, and he has commanded these ships. The flag officer has also commanded the aircraft carrier INS Vikram Aditya. During his tenure, the carrier successfully completed the integration of its air wing. Viewers, late Wednesday night, a tragic AC blast triggered a fire on the ground floor of a 3-story home in South Delhi's Hoskas enclave. The incident claimed the life of Dhanendra Kumar, 80-year-old retired Indian administrative officer, service officer who passed away early on Thursday morning at the AIIMS Trauma Center due to severe smoke inhalation. His son was also injured in the blaze and remains hospitalized. Kumar had previously represented India as an executive director on the World Bank Board in Washington, D.C.
A retired IAS officer lost his life after a fire broke out at a house in South Delhi's Hoskas area late Wednesday night. The deceased has been identified as 80-year-old Dhanendra Kumar, a former bureaucrat previously represented India as an executive director on the World Bank Board in Washington, D.C. He succumbed to death due to smoke inhalation while undergoing treatment at the AIIMS Trauma Center. According to Delhi police, a PCR call regarding the fire in Hoskas was received at around 11:18 p.m. on May 27th. The staff members present at the residence alleged that fire tenders reached the spot nearly 50 minutes after the blaze erupted.
धुआं हो गया मैम साहब को निकाल लिए उसके बाद तो साहब और भैया जी थे और हमारा दोनों ऊपर भाई थे उसके बाद ऐसे आग इतने बढ़ गया ऐसे ब्लास्ट होके जो कि साहब को पूरा बेहोश की हालत में बाहर निकाला गया.
Meanwhile, Dhanendra Kumar's son fainted due to suffocation caused by heavy smoke inside the room.
घर में फायर ब्रिगेड आने में ऑलमोस्ट 20-25 मिनट लगे. एंड वो कह रहे हैं, बहाना ये दे रहे हैं कि हमको लोकेशन नहीं मिली या गली पतली थी तो हमने मिस कर दी गली। आई डोंट थिंक ऐसा कुछ हुआ, क्योंकि सायरन हमें एक ही बार ही सुना फायर ब्रिगेड का, और जब सुना वो आ गई फायर ब्रिगेड। ठीक है, मतलब
मतलब ये स्लम नहीं है, यहाँ पे पतली गलियाँ हो, अच्छा पॉश एरिया है।
स्लम फायर ब्रिगेड आई थी जब तो आ गई थी, बहुत इजीली आ गई थी। मतलब फायर डिपार्टमेंट को, जो हम सारे नेबर्स हैं, ये अंकल आंटी दोनों ओल्ड है, एंड मतलब ठीक है ओल्ड, मैं एज को नहीं कह रही, बट ओनली वो दो और उनके स्टाफ रहते हैं। एंड अंकल इतने प्रोमिनेंट पोस्ट पे ऑलरेडी रहे हुए, तब उनको ये हेल्प लाने में इतना उनको टाइम लगा।
At the time of the incident, 5 people, including family members and domestic staff, were present inside the residence. Initial investigation suggests that the fire was triggered by a blast in the indoor unit of an air conditioner installed inside the house. Officials said an electrical inspection is currently underway and added that no foul play is suspected at this stage. Further investigation into the incident is ongoing.
And viewers, much coming up on the other side. Supreme Court hears the NEET paper leak case. NTA says mulling computer-based test for NEET from next year. Stay tuned. We'll continue to be live and breaking here.
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow, and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling?
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case...
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Under scanner after Delhi Gymkhana Club, Maharashtra government to inspect the elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. Centre says the Prime Minister is personally supervising NEET paper leak issue. Supreme Court seeks plan to overhaul the NTA. India's strong message to Bangladesh on infiltrators. India says verification spending from Bangladesh for 5 years now. CBI gets 5-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain in custody till 2nd of June. No High Court relief for a deep state dipke. Delhi High Court will not restore deep state dipke's cockroach party handle. All right, we're getting in live visuals of NSA Ajit Doval in Moscow. He gets a rare glimpse of Yuri Gagarin's car in Moscow, given exclusive access to the legendary Black Volga.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Насколько я знаю, вчера у одного из вас был ваш первый выход в космос. Расскажите, пожалуйста, о своих впечатлениях. Что почувствовали, когда вышли из шлюзовой камеры и поняли, что у вас под ногами пустота?
Здравствуйте. Да, у меня действительно был первый выход в открытый космос. И у нас программа работы была построена таким образом, что выход из шлюзового модуля мы осуществляли на темной стороне, в темноте. И в процессе выхода я, кроме как освещенных элементов станции, ничего не видел. После того, как я вышел, мы через несколько минут как раз могли наблюдать восход солнца и то, как появляется из тени наша большая, огромная, необъятная земля. Вот это была...
So Ajit Doval given exclusive access to the legendary Black Volga that belonged to the first human in space, and now he was also, I think, interacting with the astronauts there in Moscow, and live visuals come. He's accompanied by Russia's first Deputy Prime Minister NSA Doval visiting the National Space Center.
I've heard that walking in space is a very physically demanding. What was the most challenging thing for you, and how did you prepare for it?
Это очень здорово. Я также слышал, что выход в открытый космос требует очень хорошей физической подготовки. Скажите, пожалуйста, что было там самым сложным и как вы с этой сложностью справились?
Добрый день, господин Довал. Действительно, работа в скафандре – это физически напряженная работа. Скафандр жесткий, и для каждого движения требуется трать силы. Самое трудное движение в этом скафандре – это мелкие движения пальцами и руками, когда ты делаешь маленькие движения, но перчатка все время сопротивляется. И поэтому надо очень внимательно подходить к тому, как ты берешь, захватываешь предмет, как ты двигаешь кистью, как двигаешь рукой, для того, чтобы делать эти движения наиболее эффективно и тратить меньше сил. Но все равно сил уходит достаточно много, и после выхода в открытый космос еще какое-то время чувствуется болевое ощущение в руках. Для того, чтобы работать в открытом космосе, все космонавты должны быть очень хорошо физически подготовлены и, конечно же, проходить тренировки, тренировки космонавтов, которые находятся на взлетной городке. Чем больше тренировок, чем лучше физическая форма космонавта, тем успешнее будет некоторое действие.
And how does it affect the brain? Is your mind able to respond and act normally, or you find that there is a little change in your mental capabilities?
А скажите, пожалуйста, как работа в открытом космосе влияет на мозг человека и его когнитивные способности? Вы думаете точно так же, как обычно, или есть какая-то разница?
На самом деле работа в открытом космосе, когда мы работаем в открытом космосе, мы думаем так же, как и на Земле. Но дело в том, что мы проходим тренировки в центре подготовки в условиях, приближенных к работе в открытом космосе. Мы используем те же самые скафандры, поэтому мы уже натренированы думать так, как должны думать при работе за бортом. Мы сфокусированы на задаче, и наши мысли о том, как выполнить поставленные задачи. Ну и, конечно, иногда можно оглянуться и посмотреть на нашу красивую землю. Но если говорить о нашей ментальной работе мозга в космосе, то, конечно, мы привыкаем к работе в невесомости. Здесь мы используем все три измерения, и, конечно, работа мозга немножко меняется. Наше восприятие мира в невесомости меняется.
Ребят, спасибо вам большое за прямое включение. Очень рады были с вами пообщаться. Отдыхайте, набирайте сил для последующих выполнения тех задач, которые перед вами стоят. Спасибо большое.
Right, that was the National Security Advisor in Moscow interacting with the cosmonauts, the Russian cosmonauts on his visit to Moscow, and asking the three cosmonauts about all the functioning there in space. How does it affect the brain being in space, and how one live in space and other technicalities. My colleague Ishan is joining us on the broadcast for more. Ishan, tell us about this visit. Very interesting. The NSA has got the access for the very first time to this flight Volga, and also he was interacting with the cosmonauts.
Absolutely, this is a very significant development in India's strategic relations with Russia, because Russia is one of the leaders in space-based weapon system and space-based technology. We have to see that Russia was the first country to send a satellite in space and has been a leader in space-based technology for a very long time. And this visit of the NSA to the space agency in Russia, wherein he was given a first-person access, and this is a very rare because he was accompanied by the Deputy Minister for Space during this visit, and the entire visit focused around new tech and technologies and technology demonstrators. The Black Volga was a very symbolic visit, because the Black Volga that was used by Yuri Gagarin is one of the remnants of space, and Yuri Gagarin being the first person in space was also very significant to showcase that the strength of the relationship between India and Russia is ever increasing. Now this visit is expected to culminate in a day, and during this visit a lot of technical aspects were discussed by the NSA about space-based surveillance and space-based ISR capabilities. Russia is one of the leaders in all of these capabilities and has one of the best capabilities to present satellite-based surveillance and satellite-based reconnaissance, and India is currently developing its own. Apart from satellite-based reconnaissance, Russia is also one of the countries that has a global presence with GLONASS, and India is trying to develop a similar system. So that is also something that is expected to be developed. Back to you, Rakshita.
All right, man. Thanks for joining us with those details coming in on that story. Meanwhile, viewers, after the Delhi Gymkhana, the notice that has been served Delhi Gymkhana and the matter is in the court, now other Gymkhanas and other such elite clubs across the country, especially in metro cities like Mumbai, are now under scrutiny. And one such is in Mumbai. Maharashtra government's urban development department now is going to inspect the elite Gymkhanas and clubs in the maximum city operating on government-owned land. The investigation aiming to verify compliance with lease conditions and other regulations. And according to official sources, nearly 10 such Gymkhanas in Mumbai are generating around 2 crore rupees annually in rent. And that's, of course, the rent for the state. And this is another case now in point after the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The Breach Candy Club in Mumbai is one such case that is now surfacing. And the Breach Candy Club, mind you, does not allow Indians, is what we know. Top sources tell us that Maharashtra government is going to review the terms of the Breach Candy Club as well. And we have also accessed the Maharashtra government order as far as the Breach Candy Club in Mumbai is concerned. You can see it's only available for the foreigners. These are elite Gymkhanas, clubs on government land under scanner. And you can see the sprawling this space, the sprawling club in that's the Breach Candy Club in Mumbai. My colleague Revati is joining us live on the broadcast. Apart from Breach Candy, what we're understanding, Revati, nearly 10 such gymkhanas are also under scrutiny. There are 10 such gymkhanas, at least in Mumbai, that we know of. But tell us about the notice that we've accessed as far as this particular club is concerned, and what are the irregularities, or rather the issues that have been found, or rather have been looked at?
Right. So the most important thing here is we need to clarify is that there are 10 such gymkhanas which are on the government's land, which are operating on the government's land. They will be under scrutiny. They will have to face the scrutiny regarding the lease conditions and others like rents and everything. So these are the 10 such gymkhanas in Mumbai. Also, the most eye-catching case in this particular matter is the Breach Candy club or gymkhana per se. This specific gymkhana doesn't give membership, the executive membership, to the Indians, which is why it is making a more controversial thing. And also it portrays a picture of colonial hangover in India, because even after almost 75 years of independence, there's only ordinary membership given to the Indians in Breach Candy Club. So that is the most important thing here. But other than this club, other 10 are such clubs or gymkhanas which are under the scanner of government. And today, the presidents of these clubs, Islamic Club, Catholic Club, Bombay Club for that matter, Police Gymkhana, also they met, the presidents of these particular gymkhanas met the district collector today, as the sources says that they have demanded a decrease in percentage of the lease, as well as the most important thing here to be noted is that the gymkhana presidents are also saying that they are ready to undergo the scrutiny. Also, it will be important to see that once the scrutiny or once the investigation is set in this particular matter, what irregularities are seen will be important to see. Over to you.
Absolutely. And, if you could just also elaborate on the signs of, colonial hangover that are still visible in this particular gymkhana, that is the Breach Candy club in the maximum cities. We have this whites-only policy. One cannot imagine that after decades of independence that we still have a whites-only club in India, that there is a swimming pool also, we are learning, which is of the shape of undivided India. And this is a sprawling enclave where we have these, all these British symbolism also very much heavy.
Right. So, as you rightly mentioned, even after decades of independence, still this club has a policy of only whites club. So, Republic has got an access to a letter dating back on 10th of August 1965, where the then charity commissioner, had written to the Breach Candy Club saying that they need to modify some specific clauses of their constitution, of the Gymkhana's constitution, where they have clearly mentioned that modification of the clause where at least Indians are given ordinary membership, and also it says that there should be no color bar. So this letter dates back to 1965, where the charity commissioner asked the Breach Candy Club to change their modifications. But it seems even after decades, the colonial hangover still is still there, and yet there is no member or Indian origin member on the executive panel. Over to you.
In fact, stay on with us. We have this breaking that is coming in, and as you were mentioning about this letter, that's the 1965 letter to the charity commissioner to Breach Candy, that he was that the charity commissioner back then asked to modify the several clauses, and the letter discussed proposed amendments to Trust's constitutional scheme that highlighted the portions that especially significant because they are asking for the removal of racial restrictions, that ordinary members to be included alongside the European members, that removing the color bar is important. The letter explicitly stating that legally there is no objection to widen the objects by removing the color bar. And overall, this document is the evidence of official pressure in 1965 to end the racially restrictive membership. So there have been efforts put in, but to no avail back in 1965, Revati. But it's 2026, and we still have a club in India that has whites-only policy for entry.
Right, this is the extreme elitism we can see in Mumbai, Maharashtra, because as I mentioned earlier, that this specific club has a policy of only whites policy. And currently, this specific club, Breach Candy Club, has been the talk of the town because of its own policy. In now that we have gotten access to the 1965 letter written by the then Charity Commissioner to the authorities of Breach Candy Club, saying that there should be modification in their clauses. But after that, we can't see any specific changes in those clauses, because even now, it is said, it is pretty much evident that the only European nationals are allowed to be on the executive position. Ordinary membership is given to the Indians, but if you carefully look at the letter, it clearly mentions that the clauses needs to be modified. Inhabitants of Bombay, which means that the ordinary people, the common people, or the Indian nationalites should be given at least the ordinary membership in the Breach Candy Club. Also, there should be no color bar in Breach Candy. All these specifics are mentioned in that letter.
Absolutely, and of course we expect that there should be some action taken on this, because this is even looking more serious than the case in Delhi Gymkhana, that there is only a whites-only club in the financial capital of the country. Thank you so much, Revati, for the details on that story. Meanwhile, we shift our focus quickly to what the Home Minister has said, as there is an exodus of the infiltrators in Bengal. It was Amit Shah today. The Home Minister was in Gujarat, and while speaking to the public, speaking to the people, he said that while 5,000 to 10,000 illegal immigrants, 5,000 to 10,000 illegal immigrants earlier entered Bengal daily, the same number are now going back each day. So in the numbers they came in, it's the same number that's going back. That's Amit Shah's claim. He's speaking there in Gujarat, home state, about the infiltration issue, and that the influx is now replaced by the exodus. Listen to what Amit Shah said.
इस 8वें साल में हमने बीएसएफ की सीमा सुरक्षा के कंसेप्ट को पूर्णतया बदलने का निर्णय किया है। एक चतुष्कोणीय कंसेप्ट के साथ एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम आने वाले दिनों में बनाएंगे, और बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा की जगह टेरिटोरियल सुरक्षा का एक नया कंसेप्ट भी लॉन्च करेंगे, जिसमें जनता भी शामिल होगी, सिविल प्रशासन भी शामिल होगा, स्थानीय पुलिस और मिलिट्री भी शामिल होगी, और बीएसएफ के जवानों की तो प्रमुख जिम्मेदारी रहेगी ही रहेगी। ये मिलाकर समग्र बॉर्डर पर बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान की एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड मजबूत बनाने का काम हम स्मार्ट बॉर्डर सुरक्षा के प्रोजेक्ट के तहत हम ले रहे हैं। हजारों करोड़ रुपया का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, मगर मुझे विश्वास है कि इसकी रचना अभी चल रही है। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुके हैं, कुछ होने हैं। इसके अंदर ड्रोन, रडार, वॉच टावर, पूरी आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक और आप जवान, ये सभी कंपोनेंट मिलाकर एक मजबूत सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम खड़ी करेंगे, जिसके कारण हमारी सरहद को भेजने की किसी की भी हिम्मत नहीं हो पाएगी। और मुझे काफी कुछ तो काम हुआ है, मुझे मालूम है, इसके कारण आपकी तकलीफों में भी बहुत कमी आएगी, इसका मुझे विश्वास है। आपके काम में कुछ क्षेत्र जोड़ने का भी विचार हो रहा है, अभी निर्णय नहीं हुआ है तो मेरा कहना उचित नहीं होगा, मगर नए क्षेत्रों को भी बीएसएफ को देने के लिए हम आगे सोच रहे हैं। मित्रों, हमारी सुरक्षा गिरिड में सबसे बड़ी कमी थी बंगाल की अधूरी बॉर्डर फेंसिंग। भौगोलिक परिस्थिति तो हम बदल नहीं सकते, मगर जहां जमीन है, बॉर्डर फेंस बन सकती है, वहां पर भी हमें अब तक जमीन नहीं मिली।
And on the issue of Bangladeshi infiltrators, ladies and gentlemen, we had the Ministry of External Affairs also issuing a statement saying that all the Bangladeshi nationals are being identified and dealt as per law. Also mentioning that it's important for Bangladesh to verify their identity. Listen to what Ranadhir Jaiswal had to say in this regard.
All illegal nationals who are staying in India, they will be dealt as per law. Now, in the case of Bangladesh, as I had informed you earlier, we have referred 2,680 cases or more than 2,680 cases to the Bangladeshi side for them to verify the nationality of those people that we have handed over the names of. So once this nationality verification is done, then we will be in a position to deport these people, these nationals of Bangladesh. In many cases, I had told you earlier that these verification is pending for more than 5 years or so, and it is our expectation that we will receive an early response from Bangladesh on this particular issue, so that the bilateral arrangement that we have between both the countries, based on that, these people who are staying here, they can be sent back to or deported back to Bangladesh.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, and this is in connection with Republic TV. Okay, this is from Rajasthan. Rajasthan Chief Minister Bhajan Lal has launched a major crackdown on corruption. 103 officers suspended, and action has been taken against 103 officials. That includes one IAS officer as well. And 6 officers have been dismissed. In fact, the pensions of 11 have been withheld. It's a tough stance against corruption. Prosecution sanctioned in 108 cases. So this is news coming in from Rajasthan, where the Chief Minister, Bhajan Lal Sharma, has launched a crackdown on the corrupt officials, the corrupt officers. And that's the breaking news we have right now. It includes the IAS officers as well. And 6 officers have been dismissed by the Rajasthan government, and pensions of 11 have been withheld. And that's the breaking news we have right now from Rajasthan. All right, let's move on to other news, viewers. It's news coming in from Florida, where a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded, and it shook homes across the surrounding area. And of course, there were tremors that were felt, and there were dramatic visuals that came in from Florida after this. Take a look at this report.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded dramatically during a late-night test at Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Thursday. The explosion occurred around 9 p.m. The massive explosion occurred during a hot fire test, a critical stage where rocket engines are ignited while the vehicle remains anchored to the launch pad. Blue Origin described the incident as an anomaly, a term commonly used in the aerospace industry to refer to technical failures or explosions. Emergency officials confirmed that there was no danger to public from fumes or debris, and no injuries were reported. The incident marks another setback for Blue Origin's New Glenn program, which has already faced delays and regulatory scrutiny. Blue Origin has increasingly expanded its presence in human space flight and tourism as well. Now, with the New Glenn facing another major hurdle, all eyes will be on how quickly Bezos' company can recover and resume testing in the intensifying billionaire space race.
Right, time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest update from the court. CBI gets 5-day custody of former judge and mother-in-law of Twisha Sharma, Giribala Singh. She's set to remain in custody till the 2nd of June.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it,
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, top headlines. Breach Gandhi Club under scanner after Delhi Gymkhana Club. Maharashtra government to inspect elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. Centre says PM Modi personally supervising NEET paper leak issue. Supreme Court seeks plan to overhaul NTA. India's strong message to Bangladesh on infiltrators. India says verification is pending from Bangladesh for 5 years now. CBI gets 5-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain in custody till 2nd of June. And no Delhi High Court relief for deep state Deepke. Delhi High Court will not restore Deepke's cockroach party handle. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A short while back, a Bhopal court has sent both Samarth, has extended his custody and sent Giribala to custody of the CBI for 5 days. CBI plans to question the mother-son duo and verify their claims. And in the backdrop of all this, we see that Republic TV has accessed the copy pages remanding Samarth and Giribala Singh to CBI custody till June 2nd. Order copy states that the CBI informed the court that the accused Samarth is not cooperating with the investigation. The CBI stated that Giribala and Samarth needs to be interrogated face-to-face. I repeat, face-to-face the CBI also mentioned that certain evidence still needs to be collected. So now, what will happen? CBI will be questioning the mother-son duo and verify their claims about the events leading up to late Twisha's death. Bhopal court had sent Twisha's husband Samarth Singh and her mother-in-law Giribala Singh to CBI custody for 5 days. They have been sent to custody till June 2nd. The CBI plans to question the mother-son duo and verify these claims. Early in the day today, the CBI produced both Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh before a court in Bhopal. Taking our viewers through what happened on May 28th, the CBI arrested retired Bhopal District Judge Giribala Singh in the Twisha Sharma case, dowry, harassment and death case, after the Madhya Pradesh High Court rejected the anticipatory bail a local court had granted her on May 15. We will be getting our viewers all those updates. We have accessed the order, and according to the order, we see that the CBI had informed the court that the accused is not cooperating with the investigation. So there's a bit of a issue there of non-cooperation with the investigation when it comes to the accused, particularly Samarth, the husband. The CBI stated that Giribala and Samarth need to be interrogated face-to-face. The CBI also mentioned that certain evidence will be collected as well. So certain evidence still needs to be collected. The CBI, by the way, remember, can go ahead and collect all the evidence required. They can also go ahead and investigate any person connected to the death case. The CBI is also going to camp out in Bhopal, and they will go ahead and continue the investigation. The parents of Twisha, remember, and the brother of Twisha, while speaking to Republic earlier, had asked for a CBI inquiry. And after a lot of pressure, after Republic TV's campaign, relentless campaign, we saw that the CBI has now taken over. All right, let's go to Satya Vijay, who's joining us live. Satya Vijay, coming across to you. We see that now the mother-son duo are going to be questioned, and it's very important, the CBI saying that both of them need to be interrogated face-to-face. I repeat, face-to-face. Yes, go ahead. Satya Vijay.
हाँ जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, आज गिरिबाला और समर्थ को भोपाल कोर्ट में पेश किया गया। जाहिर सी बात है, सीबीआई को उनसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है, पड़ताल करना है, सवाल जवाब करना है। इसके लिए सीबीआई ने 5 दिन का रिमांड मांगा था, जिसमें एक बड़ा पहलू ये भी है कि एक्यूज्ड के जो वकील हैं, उन्होंने इस रिमांड का विरोध नहीं किया, जिसके चलते कोर्ट ने गिरिबाला को 5 दिन का रिमांड दिया और समर्थ सिंह, जो कि रिमांड पर ही थे, 2-2.5 बजे तक उनकी अवधि थी, उसमें 5 दिन बढ़ा दिए गए। अब सबसे बड़ी बात यह कि जो ऑर्डर कॉपी आई है, उसमें साफ तौर पर जो सीबीआई ने एक रिमांड के लिए आवेदन किया था, उन पॉइंट्स पर अगर जाएं तो ये सीबीआई ने लिखित में दिया है कि वो चूँकि जो समर्थ सिंह है, गिरिबाला है, वो जांच में, या कहना चाहिए पूछताछ में सहयोग नहीं कर रहे, इसीलिए रिमांड दिया जाए। इसके अलावा सीबीआई ने ये भी बताया कि दोनों से फेस टू फेस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना है, चूँकि 3 कड़ियों में पूछताछ होती है। समर्थ से अलग बयान लिए जाएंगे, गिरिबाला से अलग बयान लिए जाएंगे और फिर दोनों को आमने सामने बैठाया जाएगा। सीबीआई चूँकि पेपर वर्क काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग करती है, सबूत जुटाने का काम और तकनीकी जो कमियां हैं उन पर ज़्यादा फोकस करती है, इसीलिए जो इनके स्टेटमेंट होंगे उसमें जो विरोधाभास होगा वो भी एक महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी होगी जांच में, और इसीलिए ये 5 दिन का रिमांड मिला है। हम कह सकते हैं कि इन 5 दिन के रिमांड में सीबीआई को वो सब सुराग मिलेंगे जो कमियां भोपाल पुलिस ने करी, उनको लेकर भी सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेट करेगी और ऐसे सुराग जुटाने की कोशिश करेगी जिससे कि जो पीड़ित पक्ष के आरोप हैं उन्हें कोर्ट में प्रूफ किया जा सके।
Right. Well, Satya Vijay, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Republic has access the order copy where the CBI will be going ahead and interrogating the mother-son duo. Republic TV will get our viewers all the top updates coming in. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we are tracking here on Republic TV. There's a shocking case coming in from Bhopal where a post-mortem was done in the open. That is right. This is in Hamidiyya Hospital. Now, as per protocol, it's required that a post-mortem be done inside, in the post-mortem room. Take a look at this report as we tell you the latest and the shocking visuals which have come in. Take a look.
A shocking incident from Madhya Pradesh's capital Bhopal has sparked outrage after a disturbing video surfaced from outside the mortuary of Hamidia Hospital. The footage allegedly shows a post-mortem procedure being conducted in the open, with the body of a deceased man lying naked in full public view, while stitching was being carried out outside the mortuary premises. The incident, reported from the state-run Hamidia Hospital, has raised serious questions over the handling of human remains, hospital protocols, and the dignity of the deceased. The hospital staff is seen stitching the body openly near the mortuary area instead of an inside designated post-mortem room, even as bystanders move around nearby. Following the outrage, hospital authorities reacted to the viral video and assured action.
All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories coming in. Breaking news coming in. This is in regard with the Vande Mataram controversy. Now, the Kerala CM V.D. Satishan has spoken on the Vande Mataram controversy, saying singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This after the governor expressed strong displeasure over the partial rendering of the national song Vande Mataram in the state legislative assembly ahead of his budget session. Now, let's tell viewers what happened. The Kerala earlier, when there was a session, the opening session of the Kerala Assembly saw that there was no Vande Mataram played, and that has led to a big dispute between the Congress-led UDF government and the Lok Bhavan. At the backdrop of all this, the Kerala CM has spoken on the Vande Mataram row in the Assembly. So back-to-back updates coming in, saying singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. That is right. Let's go ahead and play out the statement of the Kerala CM.
That singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This is not a provision of any of the act. Just like a flag code, nothing. This is a guideline only. We have certain decisions on that. Congress party and the UDF is having certain decisions on these stanzas. That is why we have taken that decision. If governor is having some complaint, I will discuss with the governor, definitely. That singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This is not a provision of any of the act. Just like a flag code, nothing. This is a guideline only. We have certain decisions on that. Congress party and the UDF is having certain decisions on these stanzas. That is why we have taken that decision. If governor is having some complaint, I will discuss with the governor, definitely.
Okay, so let's go to Shankar joining us. Kerala CM saying that Vande Mataram is not mandatory, and the governor saying this is a huge protocol violation. Yes, go ahead. This is the latest controversy, in fact, one of the biggest controversies now which has erupted just after there is a new Kerala CM. Shankar.
Yes, as V.D. Satishan said, the UDF, the Congress-led UDF has certain policy, and it does not mandate rendering the full song of Vande Mataram. As he had stated this during the swearing-in ceremony that held on May 18 as well. You know, on May 18, the full Vande Mataram song was played throughout, and UDF and even the Congress party were criticized by CPM very harshly. You know, even it led the CPM to pinpoint UDF by stating that UDF and the BJP are in a pact, and that is the reason why the ED raid was held in Kerala. So by pointing the full playing of Vande Mataram during the swearing-in ceremony led to the allegation by CPM against the UDF that it indicates clearly the deal between BJP and the Congress-led UDF. Now on today was the first session of the 16th Kerala Legislative Assembly, and today the V.D. Satishan took a decision in advance by giving strict directions to the Assembly Secretary and the other staff of the Legislative Assembly not to play the song, not to play the song, and as a result, the music of the first 3 or 4 stanzas were played in the beginning and at the end of the assembly session. After the event, the Kerala governor spoke to the media stating that he had given a strict direction to the Kerala CM and even other responsible person to play Vande Mataram in full.
That's right.
In full during
Absolutely, Shankar. Well,
the
thank you.
beginning of the
Absolutely,
session.
Shankar. Thank you for getting us all those details. We see one more controversy there just after the Kerala CM has taken over. This is over Vande Mataram. Okay, thank you so much for getting us those details. Let's move ahead, viewers. We'll put our focus now to Uttar Pradesh's Hamirpur. Now, what happened there was that an under-construction bridge collapsed during a storm that led to some people losing their lives. Relief and rescue operations are underway. Take a look at this report as we tell you a little bit more about this latest incident, which has led to many people being injured and some unfortunately losing their lives.
An under-construction bridge over the Betwa River collapsed during heavy stormy weather, crushing labourers sleeping beneath the structure. The accident took place around 3 a.m. at the Morakandar Naiti Bridge in the Kurara area in Hamirpur. Rescue teams, police and district officials rushed to the spot soon after receiving information. Excavators and emergency personnel worked through the rubble to rescue trapped workers. Officials confirmed that at least 6 labourers died in the collapse, while several others sustained injuries. The labourers were reportedly resting beneath the bridge after work when the structure suddenly came crashing down. Disturbing visuals from the Hamirpur tragedy show labourers trapped beneath the massive chunks of collapsed concrete after the under-construction bridge caved in during the night. The visuals show the horrifying aftermath of the collapse, with workers crushed under heavy slabs and twisted metal structures.
13 लोग आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे पिलर पे फंसे हुए हैं। इनके रेस्क्यू के लिए हमारी टीम जो है यहाँ पे प्रयास कर रही है। कुछ लोग मलबे में दबे हैं, 6 लोग की सूचना है, जिसमें से अभी 5 लोग को तो हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए हैं और फिर ये स्लैब हटा करके उनका रेस्क्यू करेंगे।
The tragedy has left families devastated.
मेरे पापा काम करने आए थे, ड्यूटी मजदूरी करते हैं और हमारे यहाँ ड्यूटी करते हैं रात में, और ड्यूटी करने आए थे, इसलिए यहाँ हमें मालूम नहीं था। हम रात को फ़ोन भी किया था, जब आंधी आई थी तो कॉल नहीं उठाया था। तो फिर हमने दूसरों को जो मतलब साथ में रहते हैं उनसे किया था। वो अंकल ने फिर बताया था।
क्या हो गया?
वो अंकल ने बताया था कि ऊपर से जो मतलब रखी पट्टियाँ, वो पट्टियाँ और मतलब शटरिंग से गिर गई नीचे। उस अंकल ने बताया, तब हम लोगों ने सब लोग को बताया, तब यहाँ पर हम आए।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath took cognizance of the incident and directed officials to speed up relief and rescue operations. In a post on social media, the Chief Minister expressed grief over the loss of lives and instructed authorities to ensure proper treatment for the injured. He also announced financial assistance of 5 lakh rupees each for the families of the deceased and 50,000 rupees for the injured. Questions are now being raised over construction safety and structural stability. As rescue operations continue, authorities are expected to launch a detailed investigation into the cause of the collapse.
We're getting some breaking news coming in. NSA Ajit Doval is meeting many leaders in Russia, and he just met the first Deputy Prime Minister of Russian Federation. They reviewed bilateral cooperation in defense, energy, space and other fields and exchanged views on regional and global developments. The Russian side organized a visit to their National Space Center and Roscosmos Joint Industry Information Center. So back-to-back updates coming in here. Viewers on Republic TV, pictures on your screen of NSA Doval meeting top leaders in Russia. And he has spoken about there cannot be a double standards in the fight against terrorism, as he has been addressing the first International Security Forum and 14th meeting of the High Representatives for Security Matters in Moscow. So he's also earlier met his Russian counterpart, exchanging views on the upcoming BRICS NSA meeting, which will be taking place very, very soon. Viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories that are coming in. There was a very tragic incident which had happened where a tragic AC blast triggered a fire on the ground floor of a 3-story house in South Delhi's Hauz Khas enclave. The incident has claimed the life of Dhanendra Kumar, who is a retired IAS officer. Take a look at this report as we tell you what happened. We also understand that Kumar had previously represented India as an executive director on the World Bank board in Washington, D.C.
A retired IAS officer lost his life after a fire broke out at a house in South Delhi's Hauz Khas area late Wednesday night. The deceased has been identified as 80-year-old Dhanendra Kumar, a former bureaucrat previously represented India as an executive director on the World Bank board in Washington, D.C. He succumbed to death due to smoke inhalation while undergoing treatment at the AIIMS Trauma Center. According to Delhi police, a PCR call regarding the fire in Hauz Khas was received at around 11:18 p.m. on May 27th. The staff members present at the residence alleged that fire tenders reached the spot nearly 50 minutes after the blaze erupted.
धुआं हो गया मैम साहब को निकाल लिए उसके बाद तो साहब और भैया जी थे और हमारा दोनों ऊपर भाई थे उसके बाद ऐसे आग इतने बढ़ गया ऐसी ब्लास्ट होके जो कि साहब को पूरा बेहोश की हालत में बाहर निकाला गया.
Meanwhile, Dhanendra Kumar's son fainted due to suffocation caused by heavy smoke inside the room.
घर में फायर ब्रिगेड आने में ऑलमोस्ट 20-25 मिनट लगे एंड वो कह रहे हैं बहाना ये दे रहे हैं कि हमको लोकेशन नहीं मिली या गली पतली थी तो हमने मिस कर दी गली. आई डोंट थिंक ऐसा कुछ है क्योंकि सायरन हमें एक ही बार ही सुना फायर ब्रिगेड का और जब सुना वो आ गई फायर ब्रिगेड. ठीक है मतलब
मतलब ये स्लम नहीं है यहाँ पे पतली गलियाँ हो तो अच्छा पॉश एरिया है.
स्लम फायर ब्रिगेड आई थी जब तो आ गई थी बहुत इजीली आ गई थी. मतलब फायर डिपार्टमेंट को जो हम सारे नेबर्स हैं ये अंकल आंटी दोनों ओल्ड है एंड मतलब ठीक है ओल्ड मैं एज को नहीं कह रही बट ओनली वो दो और उनके स्टाफ रहते हैं एंड अंकल इतने प्रोमिनेंट पोस्ट पे ऑलरेडी रहे हुए तब उनको ये हेल्प लाने में इतना उनको टाइम लगा.
At the time of the incident, 5 people, including family members and domestic staff, were present inside the residence. Initial investigation suggests that the fire was triggered by a blast in the indoor unit of an air conditioner installed inside the house. Officials said an electrical inspection is currently underway and added that no foul play is suspected at this stage. Further investigation into the incident is ongoing.
Viewers, in other news coming in, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has said that while at one point 5,000 to 10,000 illegal immigrants were entering India from Bangladesh and entering West Bengal, the same number are right now going back. So this is a statement coming in from Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And he has spoken specifically about illegal immigration, and he said that that there have been committees set up to make sure that infiltrators and will not be able to come into India, and if they are here, they will be sent back as soon as possible. So this is a big update coming in where Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken about infiltrators who had come here but are now leaving India each and every day. Let's take a look and listen in to what the Union Home Minister had to say.
इस 8वें साल में हमने बीएसएफ की सीमा सुरक्षा के कंसेप्ट को पूर्णतया बदलने का निर्णय किया है। एक चतुष्कोणीय कंसेप्ट के साथ एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम आने वाले दिनों में बनाएंगे और बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा की जगह टेरिटोरियल सुरक्षा का एक नया कंसेप्ट भी लॉन्च करेंगे, जिसमें जनता भी शामिल होगी, सिविल प्रशासन भी शामिल होगा, स्थानीय पुलिस और मिलिट्री भी शामिल होगी और बीएसएफ के जवानों की तो प्रमुख जिम्मेदारी रहेगी ही रहेगी। ये मिलाकर समग्र बॉर्डर पर बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान की एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड मजबूत बनाने का काम हम स्मार्ट बॉर्डर सुरक्षा के प्रोजेक्ट के तहत हम ले रहे हैं। हजारों करोड़ रुपया का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, मगर मुझे विश्वास है कि इसकी रचना अभी चल रही है। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुके हैं, कुछ होने हैं। इसके अंदर ड्रोन, रडार, वॉच टावर, पूरी आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक और आप जवान, ये सभी कंपोनेंट मिलाकर एक मजबूत सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम खड़ी करेंगे, जिसके कारण हमारी सरहद को भेजने की किसी की भी हिम्मत नहीं हो पाएगी। और मुझे काफी कुछ तो काम हुआ है, मुझे मालूम है। इसके कारण आपकी तकलीफों में भी बहुत कमी आएगी, इसका मुझे विश्वास है। आपके काम में कुछ क्षेत्र जोड़ने का भी विचार हो रहा है, अभी निर्णय नहीं हुआ है तो मेरा कहना उचित नहीं होगा, मगर नए क्षेत्रों को भी बीएसएफ को देने के लिए हम आगे सोच रहे हैं। जो हमारी सुरक्षा ग्रिड में सबसे बड़ी कमी थी बंगाल की अधूरी बॉर्डर फेंसिंग। भौगोलिक परिस्थिति तो हम बदल नहीं सकते, मगर जहां जमीन है, बॉर्डर फेंस बन सकती है, वहां पर भी हमें अब तक जमीन नहीं मिली।
Viewers, taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Next, now the Breach Candy Club is under the scanner after Delhi Gymkhana Club. We'll get you all those details. Do not go anywhere. We will continue to be live and breaking here.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial.
This week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy? Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025. LLB student.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. It's 5 p.m. and you're with the news here with me, Rakshita Mishra, and we're going to get you reports on how there is scrutiny on the supra-elite clubs, not just the Delhi Gymkhana, but also in Mumbai. There are at least 10 such clubs that are under scanner. There's a whites-only club in Mumbai also that's under lens, and Maharashtra government could be taking action against that also. Getting more on that, but first, quick check of the headlines. Breach Candy Club under scanner after Delhi Gymkhana Club. Maharashtra government to inspect elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. Centre says Prime Minister Modi personally supervising NEET paper leak issue. Supreme Court seeks plan to overhaul the NTA. India's strong message to Bangladesh on infiltrators. India says verifications pending from Bangladesh for 5 years now. CBI gets 5-day custody of former Judge Giribala Singh to remain in custody till the 2nd of June. Rao erupts as full rendition of Vande Mataram not played in Kerala Assembly. Lok Bhavan's instructions ignored. And no High Court relief for Deep State dip case. Delhi High Court says will not restore Deep State dip case. Cockroach Party handle. The Maharashtra government's urban development department is set to inspect the elite gymkhanas, the clubs in Mumbai operating on government-owned land. The investigation aims to verify compliance with lease conditions and other regulations. According to official sources, nearly 10 such gymkhanas in Mumbai generate around 2 crore rupees annually in rent for the state. So it's Gymkhana Club in Delhi, and then you have the Breach Candy Club in Mumbai. And remember, it's a white-only, mind you, that's a whites-only club. So no entry for Indians. So are we living in the colonial era? Well, we are not. We celebrated more than 75 years of independence, but such clubs exist right in the financial capital of the country. It's a super elitism, elite gymkhanas on the government land. And we have Revati joining us live on the broadcast. Revati, take us through how many such clubs are there? What about the Breach Candy Club? What about the entry rules and the rent? And many more things now that are coming to the fore in Mumbai as well.
Right, there are two different things actually in this Gymkhana and Club Row. Now, after Delhi Gymkhana scenario, now the Maharashtra government has also initiated compliances check with the clubs and the Gymkhanas in Mumbai, and that is because they need to check the compliances of the lease agreements and other facts with the particular Gymkhanas and the clubs, which include 10 such elite Gymkhanas and clubs in Mumbai. One such club which I'm standing right now is the Islam Gymkhana, where the president of Islam Gymkhana visited the meeting held by the district collector to have a one-to-one meeting with the president. This is the one side of the Gymkhana row. But now the second most important thing which has caught everyone's attention is that the Breach Candy Club in Mumbai, which still runs on the only white policy, still has this particular policy of only whites in the trust committee, and only ordinary membership is given to the Indians. This row started, or this particular thing came to light when an incident was shared of INC MP Shashi Tharoor, saying that when he was young, he was with his American origin friend when he was denied the entry at the Breach Candy Club. Not only this, but a French woman who was deeply tanned, she was also rejected the entry. Mind you, she was deeply tanned and she was not allowed to enter the club. She had to prove her nationality by submitting her passport or showing the passport, which means not only membership is enough for Breach Candy. This particular club does not only need membership, but also you need to look more like a European, and most importantly, if you're not looking like a European, you are denied the entry. Also, Harsh Goenka, who has tweeted about this particular matter, says that he's a member of that particular club, and yet today also only white policy runs in that club. Over to you.
Unimaginable, Revati. In 2026, there's color coding done for entry into a club in Mumbai. Well, thank you so much, Revati, for telling us details about what's happening in the Breach Candy Club. We were expecting the action to be taken in many more such clubs also. Viewers, we have some breaking news now coming in from Rajasthan. This is a viral audio recording that has now triggered a big controversy in Rajasthan politics, with Cooperation Minister Gautam Kumar Dak facing serious allegations of using abusive language and threatening police personnel outside Dungla police station in Chittorgarh district. Now, the incident reportedly occurred when police visited the premises of one of his party workers over alleged extortion complaints. And a nearly 3-minute audio clip that has spread widely. The minister is allegedly heard hurling expletives. Around 17 such instances where he's hurling expletives at the SHO, Shaitan Singh, and constables Lakshmi Narayan and Vishnu, while accusing them of demanding money and warning that he knows how to ruin careers. So he's openly threatening and, of course, using expletives. Listen in.
इनके भरोसे मत रहना। तो या चोटागिरी मेरे को बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है। और मेरे को मैंने कहा था उस गाड़ी को तेरे मेरे गांव का के तूने लट्ठा लगाए थे, तेरी को तेरा मारना है ना, पुलिस होने पे शर्म आएगी तेरे को। किसी खुमारी में मत रहना। और वो विष्णु किधर इधर अपना लक्ष्मण के क्या गाड़ी के यहाँ क्यों गया? अरे तू गया रे, तभी तो वो मेरे को कह रहा है, बाकी कौन कहेगा? कोई आदमी यहाँ से लखड़ों से रहना। मेरे को लग गया किसी आदमी से पैसे मांगे ना, तुम तेरे किस बात की खुमारी है? क्यों आया वापस? तेरे को वहां से बड़ी साड़ी से भगाया था तो क्यों आया? शर्म नहीं आती तेरे को? चोटे, एक आदमी से मेरे पता लग गया ना, मेरे एरिया में पैसे मांगे, किसी को फालतू टच किया है ना, यही इलाज करेंगे। नौकरी खराब करना मेरे को भी आती है, इनके भरोसे मत रहना कि ये हमारा हाथ रख देंगे जो कुछ भला हो जाएगा। शानदार जी, ये मैं पब्लिकली मेरे को क्यों कहना पड़ रहा है जो देख लो। यहाँ तुम्हें लेकर के आए जो इसलिए नहीं, मेरे एरिया के लोगों ये चोटागिरी करने के लिए नहीं लाया तुम्हें। यहाँ पे किस बात की कुमारी है तेरे? तो यही क्या कर और बोल। मेरे को पहले भी नजर नहीं आया था। तेरे क्या है, तू वहां से यहाँ आया, बढ़िया किया तूने यहाँ आ गया। तो अब तेरा यहीं से ढंग से इलाज करके भेजूंगा। बढ़िया किया तू यहीं आया। तुमको दिमाग में इनकी कुमारी होगी ना कि शानदार जी बचा लेंगे। नहीं, बहुत बढ़िया किया तू यहीं आया। बढ़िया किया तू यही वापस आ गया ना खुद। बढ़िया किया। बुला के हजार आदमियों को लेके रहूंगा। मांग लेना 100 रुपए। यहाँ पे मैं खुद आऊंगा। भूखा लाऊं सर आगा पैसे का? क्या है इसके पास? इसकी औकात है 20,000 रुपए मांगने तेरा? लुगाई को बजाय इसके साथ देगा 20 लाख।
And shifting focus to the Twisha Sharma death case now, Bhopal court has sent the victim's mother-in-law, former Judge Giribala Singh, and her husband Samarth Singh to CBI remand until the 2nd of June. Following the cancellation of her anticipatory bail by the Madhya Pradesh High Court, former Judge Giribala Singh was arrested by the CBI on the 28th of May after 6 hours of intense questioning. That was yesterday. Samarth Singh was earlier brought in for a medical examination today. Also, there's an update coming in from Advocate Anurag Shrivastava, who's the lawyer of Twisha Sharma's family. He says that the CBI remand could be extended further as investigations into the dowry, harassment and evidence tampering case continue.
गिरिबाला और समर्थ सिंह दोनों की 2 जून को 2 बजे तक के लिए सीबीआई रिमांड हुई है। अब वो सीबीआई के इंट्रोगेशन में 2 तारीख को 2 बजे तक रहेंगे। अगर सीबीआई को उसके बाद और आवश्यकता पड़ती है तो सीबीआई आगे रिमांड के लिए भी मांगेगी, नहीं पड़ती है तो तब की तब से देखी जाएगी। हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन सही दिशा में चल पड़ा है और इन जो समय सीबीआई ने उनसे पूछताछ के लिए लिखा उसमें निश्चित रूप से सही वास्तविक तथ्य सामने निकल करके आएंगे। बिल्कुल संतुष्ट है क्योंकि सीबीआई की हमारी मांग थी। सीबीआई बहुत अच्छी गति से, बहुत तेजी से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। अब सीबीआई पे हमने छोड़ दिया है, सीबीआई अपने तरफ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। वो क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकाल करके लाते हैं ये उन पर है और अभी हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि अब एक निष्पक्ष अनबायस्ड जांच सीबीआई के द्वारा
Last में लिया करो. And news coming in from Kerala now. Chief Minister V.D. Satishan has spoken on the Vande Mataram controversy in the Assembly today. He says that singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. And he says that after Governor Rajendra Arlekar expressed strong displeasure over the partial rendering of the national song Vande Mataram in the State Legislative Assembly ahead of his budget session policy address. Now you have the Kerala Chief Minister reacting on this full version of Vande Mataram not being played in the Kerala Assembly. Listen in.
That singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This is not a provision of any of the act. Just like a flag code, nothing. This is a guideline only. We have certain decisions on that. Congress Party and the UDF is having certain decisions on these stanzas. That is why we have taken that decision. If governor is having some complaint, I will discuss with the governor, definitely.
Shifting focus to more stories from Rajasthan. We are now shifting a focus to other stories from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Rajasthan has banned a batch of oxytocin injections after quality tests reportedly found the drug ineffective following the deaths of 5 pregnant women at Kota government hospitals after C-section surgeries. The State Health Department suspended members of the medical staff linked to the case pending investigation. Post-mortem on an unidentified body was conducted at public area in the open at Bhopal's Hamidia Hospital under doctor's supervision has triggered outrage with viral visuals raising serious questions about dignity and medical negligence. The centre is considering involving the Indian Air Force in transporting NEET question papers to prevent leaks, triggering sharp opposition criticism over repeated exam security failures. Rajasthan Minister Gautam Kumar Dak booked after an alleged audio clip surfaced online showing him abusing and threatening policemen in public. Minister made command that he claims he had no connection with the audio making rounds on social media. All right, we have some breaking news coming in. Amit Shah, speaking in Gujarat, has said that 5,000 to 10,000 illegal immigrants earlier used to enter via Bengal daily, and now the same number are going back each day. The claim made by the Home Minister on the infiltrator exodus, pushback of the infiltrators, the Bangladeshi nationals. Home Minister speaking on the infiltrators issue in West Bengal. Over the crackdown on the infiltrators, the deportation of the infiltrators. Listen to what the Home Minister said.
इस 8वें साल में हमने बीएसएफ की सीमा सुरक्षा के कंसेप्ट को पूर्णतया बदलने का निर्णय किया है। एक चतुष्कोणीय कंसेप्ट के साथ एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम आने वाले दिनों में बनाएंगे और बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा की जगह टेरिटोरियल सुरक्षा का एक नया कंसेप्ट भी लॉन्च करेंगे, जिसमें जनता भी शामिल होगी, सिविल प्रशासन भी शामिल होगा, स्थानीय पुलिस और मिलिट्री भी शामिल होगी और बीएसएफ के जवानों की तो प्रमुख जिम्मेदारी रहेगी ही रहेगी। ये मिलाकर समग्र बॉर्डर पर बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड मजबूत बनाने का काम हम स्मार्ट बॉर्डर सुरक्षा के प्रोजेक्ट के तहत हम ले रहे हैं। हजारों करोड़ रुपया का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, मगर मुझे विश्वास है कि इसकी रचना अभी चल रही है। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुके हैं, कुछ होने हैं। इसके अंदर ड्रोन, रडार, वॉच टावर, पूरी आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक और आप जवान, ये सभी कंपोनेंट मिलाकर एक मजबूत सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम खड़ी करेंगे, जिसके कारण हमारी सरहद को भेजने की किसी की भी हिम्मत नहीं हो पाएगी। और मुझे काफी कुछ तो काम हुआ है, मुझे मालूम है, इसके कारण आपकी तकलीफों में भी बहुत कमी आएगी, इसका मुझे विश्वास है। आपके काम में कुछ क्षेत्र जोड़ने का भी विचार हो रहा है, अभी निर्णय नहीं हुआ है तो मेरा कहना उचित नहीं होगा, मगर नए क्षेत्रों को भी बीएसएफ को देने के लिए हम आगे सोच रहे हैं। मित्रों, हमारी सुरक्षा गिरिडीह में सबसे बड़ी कमी थी बंगाल की अधूरी बॉर्डर फेंसिंग। भौगोलिक परिस्थिति तो हम बदल नहीं सकते, मगर जहां जमीन है, बॉर्डर फेंस बन सकती है, वहां पर भी हमें अब तक जमीन नहीं मिली।
And meanwhile, India has issued a strong message against infiltrators via the Ministry of External Affairs. Also, the MEA said in a statement that Bangladesh needs to verify the nationality of the illegals. MEA further says that all the illegal nationals staying in India will be dealt as per the law. Listen in.
All illegal nationals who are staying in India, they will be dealt as per law. Now, in the case of Bangladesh, as I had informed you earlier, we have referred 2,680 cases or more than 2,680 cases to the Bangladeshi side for them to verify the nationality of those people that we have handed over the names of. Once this nationality verification is done, then we will be in a position to deport these people, these nationals of Bangladesh. In many cases, I had told you earlier that these verification is pending for more than 5 years or so, and it is our expectation that we will receive an early response from Bangladesh on this particular issue, so that the bilateral arrangement that we have between both the countries, based on that, these people who are staying here, they can be sent back to or deported back to Bangladesh.
And in the meantime, we have breaking news coming in right now. The Home Minister has held a meeting regarding border security in Gujarat's Bhuj. And this is the breaking news we have right now. The Home Minister was in Gujarat today, is in Gujarat today. He's been addressing a public meeting as well. And now he is holding a meeting in the sensitive border areas also. And he inaugurated the BSF border outpost today, G7 in Bhuj also interacting with the personnel, and now he's holding a meeting. That's very, very important. Home Minister inaugurating BSF border outpost and stressing the need for stronger border infrastructure, enhanced surveillance and closer coordination among security agencies to tackle infiltration, smuggling and drone-based narcotics trafficking along the international border. And he's visiting the international border in Kutch today as well. He will be visiting the strategically significant and sensitive Harami Nala also, the creek areas along the international border in Kutch. And it's his second day of his Gujarat visit, and he's reviewing the security arrangements along the border by the BSF, also discussing the border security challenges with the senior officials as well. My colleague Swarali joins us on the broadcast for more. So, Swarali, tell us what's on the agenda. The Home Minister earlier in Rajasthan also had reviewed the border security in Rajasthan and hailed the BSF. Now we have him visiting Kutch also today, and we understand he will be visiting the strategically significant and sensitive creek areas also.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, Union Home Minister Amit Shah held a meeting regarding border security in Bhuj, Gujarat, after Rajasthan. Now, let me tell you, he's on a 2-day visit to Gujarat. Yesterday, he had his programs lined up in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, and today is an important visit and meeting he has conducted regarding the border security. As you know, that Gujarat has a long sea coast, and he has reviewed all the security parameters and regarding the policies of the border security. This meeting has been conducted. This is the primary information we are getting right now, but as we get more detail, we are going to keep you posted.
All right. That's the latest update. Thank you so much, Farali, for joining us. Viewers, you have the visuals from the meeting right now. From the meeting that's going on in Bhuj. You can see the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel, also, and he is discussing the security preparedness also with other officials. We will get you more details on that also. And now we shift our focus to other stories from across the globe. Now, a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded Thursday evening at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Complex 36 in Florida, shaking homes across the surrounding area and sending a towering fireball into the night sky. The incident, which Blue Origin has described as an anomaly, is the latest in a string of setbacks for Jeff Bezos' aerospace company, that's Blue Origin, as it races to close the gap with Elon Musk's SpaceX.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded dramatically during a late-night test at Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Thursday. The explosion occurred around 9 p.m. The massive explosion occurred during a hot fire test, a critical stage where rocket engines are ignited while the vehicle remains anchored to the launch pad. Blue Origin described the incident as an anomaly, a term commonly used in the aerospace industry to refer to technical failures or explosions. Emergency officials confirmed that there was no danger to public from fumes or debris and no injuries were reported. The incident marks another setback for Blue Origin's New Glenn program, which has already faced delays and regulatory scrutiny. Blue Origin has increasingly expanded its presence in human space flight and tourism as well. Now, with the New Glenn facing another major hurdle, all eyes will be on how quickly Bezos' company can recover and resume testing in the intensifying billionaire space race.
And with that, the time of a very short break, but we'll get you the latest coming in on the Gymkhana craze. In fact, it's not just the Gymkhana, but there's another super elite club that's in the Maximum City. Maharashtra government will be inspecting those elite Gymkhanas and clubs on government lands in the state as well. Let's get you more of that.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people who are doing this, but for all of us. In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the court...
Hello viewers, a very good evening. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We have a lot lined up for you in this show. A lot of breaking news coming in, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Breach Candy Club under scanner after Delhi Gymkhana Club. Maharashtra government to inspect elite Gymkhana and clubs on government lands. Centre says PM Modi personally supervising NEET paper leak. Supreme Court seeks plan to overhaul the NTA. India's strong message to Bangladesh on infiltrators. India says verifications pending from Bangladesh for over 5 years now. CBI gets 5-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain in custody till 2nd of June. Row erupts as full rendition of Vande Mataram not played in Kerala Assembly. Lok Bhavan's instructions ignored. No Delhi High Court relief for Deep State Deep K. Delhi High Court will not restore Deep State Deep K's cockroach party handle. Viewers, we go to Manipur because the Manipur Home Minister has visited the injured in the hospital after armed groups opened fire on convoy of vehicles, killing truck drivers in Manipur's Ukhrul. So we'll crowd those pictures which are coming in a short while from now. But once again, we have seen that tension has erupted in Manipur today. We have seen there was a fresh incident of violence and tension and ethnic violence in Manipur. Pictures coming in of on the left and right hand side. Left hand side, you can see the violence in Manipur, which took place earlier, and leaving many people injured. And on the right hand side, you can see the Manipur Home Minister meeting the injured. Let's tell you that there has been an uptick in violence in Manipur in the past few days and weeks. There have been cases of abduction, hostage taking, firing. I really want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go across to my colleague Johnson, who's joining us. Manipur Home Minister meeting the injured. And we have seen that there has been a lot of violence, a lot of deadly violence, tension, ethnic violence in Manipur in the last few weeks, raising fresh concerns. Yes, Johnson.
Okay, yes. There has been a tension in the said district, Ukhrul. The Ukhrul district has been under tension from the beginning of February this year, following minor tussle between the two ethnic groups, that is the Kuki and the Naga. So right now, as we have seen in the screen also, Home Minister Govindas, following today's incident that happened from the morning of around 10 a.m. and following of firing incident that happened in TM Kasom, so which resulted to the killing of one non-Manipur driver, which is identified as Nitish Kumar. So Home Minister Govindas Kothosam has paid visit to the Jennings Hospital, and also he has visited, interacted with the injured personnel, and also he have given a commitment that once the security personnel that has been shifted from Manipur to other states for election just return fully, and the additional security forces have arrived. The security arrangement will be made so that a massive combing operation can be conducted in both the hills and the valley district. Yes, right now in the side area, this TM Kasom and Ukhrul area is under huge tension. Villagers is seeking for separate places, and also Minister Govindas have also urged, have also appealed, for peace, and also. The Shed Valley area right now, it can be said that it is under huge tension, waiting for the government response. Back to you.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Johnson. We'll be coming back to you for more on this development. We have to move ahead right now, viewers. Getting some more breaking news coming in. In fact, a short while back, Kerala CM V.D. Satishan has spoken on the Vande Mataram controversy, saying that singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This after the governor expressed strong displeasure over the partial rendering of the national song Vande Mataram. So this happened just ahead of the budget session policy address. Vande Mataram Rao is back, and look at those visuals and the information coming in. The Kerala governor has raised concerns over the Vande Mataram protocol in the assembly. CM says singing full Vande Mataram is not mandatory. I want to play out what the Kerala CM had to say.
That singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This is not a provision of any of the act. Just like a flag code, nothing. This is a guideline only. We have certain decisions on that. Congress Party and the UDF is having certain decisions on these stanzas. That is why we have taken that decision. If governor is having some complaint, I will discuss with the governor, definitely.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm being joined by my colleague Shankar. Shankar, we just heard the Kerala CM there. And this is one of the biggest controversies after the new Kerala CM has taken over. Now, the Kerala governor has expressed displeasure over Vande Mataram not being played and sung in full, and said that this is a big violation of the protocol. Yes, go ahead, Shankar.
Yes, almost the entire Kerala, people in Kerala have termed this is a violation of protocol. As you remember, in 2026 or February 6, there was an order from the central government that made it mandatory in all the legislative assemblies and all other government programs. Singing Vande Mataram was made mandatory. But now, the VD Sadish, the new Kerala CM says it is not mandatory to sing Vande Mataram in assembly sessions. There is no such a order. It was just a direction from the central government, and it can be followed. And it is a choice of the state governments whether to follow it or not. But the order of the central government clearly states that it is mandatory and it is necessary that in all government programs, including the assembly sessions of Vande Mataram, has to be followed. But even though Sadishan said so, he directed the staff at the secretariat, even the secretary of the legislative assembly, to play the music of the two stanzas to be played before and after the assembly session, not the music of
Absolutely, Shankar. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Once again, a Vande Mataram Rao in the Kerala Assembly this time. Stay tuned, viewers. We're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. Breach Candy Club is under the scanner after the Delhi Gymkhana Club. Maharashtra government will be inspecting the elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. Stay tuned, viewers. We will continue to be live and breaking here.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the three men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist, is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused.
Viewers, welcome back. In a major development in the Twisha Sharma death case, a Bhopal court has sent the victim's mother-in-law Giribala Singh and husband Samarth to CBI remand. Now, here's an update from Twisha's lawyer, Advocate Anurag Srivastav, who states that the CBI remand could be extended further as investigations into the dowry harassment and evidence tampering continues.
कि गिरिबाला और समर्थ सिंह दोनों की 2 जून को 2 बजे तक के लिए सीबीआई रिमांड हुई है। अब वो सीबीआई के इंट्रोगेशन में 2 तारीख को 2 बजे तक रहेंगे। अगर सीबीआई को उसके बाद और आवश्यकता पड़ती है तो सीबीआई आगे रिमांड के लिए भी मांगेगी, नहीं पड़ती है तो तब की तब से देखी जाएगी। हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि अब इन्वेस्टिगेशन सही दिशा में चल पड़ा है और इन जो समय सीबीआई ने उनसे पूछताछ के लिए लिखा उसमें निश्चित रूप से सही वास्तविक तथ्य सामने निकल करके आएंगे। बिल्कुल संतुष्ट है, क्योंकि सीबीआई की हमारी मांग थी। सीबीआई बहुत अच्छी गति से, बहुत तेजी से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। अब सीबीआई पे हमने छोड़ दिया है, सीबीआई अपने तरफ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। वो क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन में निकाल करके लाते हैं ये उन पर है, और अभी हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि अब एक निष्पक्ष अनबायस जांच सीबीआई के द्वारा।
And taking a short break right now, viewers, but do not go anywhere. 8 p.m. our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami will be debating on the fact that after the Delhi Gymkhana, now the Mumbai Gymkhanas are facing scrutiny. Do not miss the debate at 8 p.m. with Arnab.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu, so people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice? Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son, Samarth Singh, escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Bora murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women, before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial. And I say thank God for the ongoing media trial in the Twisha Sharma case. And I'm ready to challenge anyone who says that media trial is bad. I say when media trial happens for the right reasons, without any malice and only good intent, it's the best thing that can happen in the persistent and constant and unstoppable fight for the truth. I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil.
From Asia's largest test, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching the news with me at 6 p.m. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Going to get you the latest coming in from Maharashtra after the Delhi Gymkhana Club. It's a crackdown, perhaps what we're going to see in Maharashtra. Also, the super elite clubs with racist rules on government land could be now cracked down upon. We'll get you more on that, but first, headlines at 6 p.m. Breach Candy Club under scanner after the Delhi Gymkhana Club. Maharashtra government to inspect the elite gymkhanas and the clubs on government land. Centre says Prime Minister Modi personally supervising the NEET paper leak issue. Supreme Court seeks plan to overhaul the National Testing Agency. India's strong message to Bangladesh on infiltrators, says verifications pending from Bangladesh for 5 years now. CBI gets 5-day custody of former judge and mother-in-law of Twisha, Giribala Singh. She will be in custody till the 2nd of June. Row erupts as a full rendition of Vande Mataram not played in Kerala Assembly. Lok Bhavan's instructions ignored. And no Delhi High Court relief for Deep State. Dip K High Court says won't restore the Deep State Dip K's cockroach party handle. Now, the Maharashtra government's Urban Development Department is set to inspect the elite gymkhanas and clubs in Mumbai operating on government-owned land. The investigation aims to verify the compliance with the lease conditions and other regulations as well. And according to official sources, nearly 10 such gymkhanas in Mumbai generate around 2 crore rupees annually in rent for the state. You can see the inside visuals from that sprawling club in Mumbai. And mind you, this is a white-only club that exists in the country. We are close to the celebration of the 80th Independence Day, and we have a white-only club in Mumbai. And there are many of the irregularities, and many other, in fact, clubs are under the scanner. 10 such clubs in Mumbai itself are under scanner, which the Maharashtra government is looking at. And Republic TV is the only channel to get you the news on this. So it's not just the Delhi Gymkhana that's opened up a debate. That's in the court, that's in the Supreme Court, that's in the High Court. But right now, this is not just limited to the national capital, but also to the financial capital, that is Mumbai. And many such clubs across the country, in metro cities, in the old cities, in the bigger cities, are under lens now. And you can see the visuals from inside the Breach Candy Club, viewers. And this is a case in point now after the Delhi Gymkhana. And this is on government land. And Maharashtra government will be inspecting all the elite clubs, the supra-elite clubs on government lands. In fact, we have Advocate Yusuf Abrahani, who is the president of Islam Gymkhana, joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Abrahani, if you can hear me, very good evening to you. And what do you make of this news that we are now getting in? Not just the Delhi Gymkhana, but it's also the Gymkhanas, the elite clubs, the super-elite clubs in Mumbai also, which will be now checked and inspected. Okay, we have also the interaction that Republic TV had with Mr. Yusuf Abrahani, who is the president of Islam Gymkhana. Listen in. We'll just get you that conversation, viewers, with the Advocate Yusuf Abrahani of Islam Gymkhana. He is the president of the Gymkhana, and these are one of the clubs that are under the scanner of the Maharashtra government. And we'll just get you that conversation my colleague Revati had with the president of the Islam Gymkhana. Listen in. Revati, in fact, is joining us live, I'm told. Revati, tell us more update, what you're picking up. You spoke to the president of Islam Gymkhana also. What is he telling you? Because we understand that it's not just the Breach Candy Club, or many such clubs in Maharashtra too, that are going to be inspected.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, so currently the issue is not actually just like Delhi Gymkhana, but it is some different issue with the Gymkhanas in Mumbai, and that is the compliances of these Gymkhanas and clubs, and that is currently under scanner by the Maharashtra government. To get more details, I have Mr. Yusuf Abrahani with me, who is the president of Islam Gymkhana. We'll get more details from him. Sir, there is the Revenue Department of Maharashtra has created a committee to scrutinize the compliances of Gymkhanas and clubs. So what exactly happened in today's meeting?
See, today we had a meeting. I think more than 85 Gymkhanas were present, clubs and Gymkhanas. So we had our own problems, our own issues, and even collector wanted some advice from us. So we gave the suggestions. But see, the Delhi Gymkhana case and our case is quite different. Though the controversy started from there, but we have got our lease issue pending and our lease conditions and other terms and conditions. So today we had a very good meeting, and we have given 4 suggestions. Regarding first is to execute the lease, second is to reduce the lease rent, and third is to allow us to have functions in our building without paying anything to the collector. I think they have accepted all the proposal, but there was one query from the collector and from the Konkan commissioner that we don't give admission membership to the class 1 government officer. So we have proved that we are giving it because nobody comes and apply. Once they apply, we give it to them. Now we have got GST commissioner, income tax commissioner, we have got judges also, plus IS, IPS, IFS officers here. So our membership is open to everybody. We don't charge anything from them. But our is a B category Gymkhana, Autos Club, Wellington Club, Garware, they are quite different. There the membership charges are more than 2 crore rupees. We hardly charge 4 lakhs rupees. So there is no comparison. And they have the restricted entry. We are open to everybody.
Right, as you mentioned just now that you are open to everybody, there's one specific club in Mumbai, Breach Candy Club, which is not even giving membership, executive memberships to Indian nationals. They are on the trustee committee, or the people who can become trustees or executive memberships. They are offering memberships only to the European nationals even after decades of independence. How do you look at that?
See, that is not possible. If you are Indian, then only you can get a membership. If you are not Indian, you should not get membership at all. You can't control the gymkhana, you can't control the club which is
And that too, that specific club is on the government land.
Definitely, even if it is a private club, you cannot put a condition where no Indians cannot become a member. Suppose if I am Indian, I'm in Bombay, I have got all the right to become a member, provided I fulfill all the other terms and conditions. But if such a condition is that they should be banned immediately. Okay. Yeah, their lease should be revoked.
Coming from Gymkhana or club committee, and you yourself are the president of Islam Gymkhana, so you condemn this particular thing?
I don't think it is possible also, but since it is mentioned somewhere, and even
has tweeted about it.
I've read that, so I don't think it is possible. Still, then suppose they have committed a breach, or they have put a condition which is against the constitution or against the lease deed given by the collector, they should cancel the terminate the lease immediately, or they should comply with the condition set by the collector.
Okay, so now what is the next step further? You today had a meeting with the district collector, and you also mentioned about a meeting with the revenue department or CM possibly. What is the next step?
I'll tell you. We were paying lease rent of 15,000 or 20,000. But suddenly we got a notice that we have to pay 15 lakhs rupees. So we filed
15,000 from to 15 lakhs.
So then we raised the objection. I think all the gymkhanas went to the court also. We filed a writ petition. But then there was again one more GR of 2017 where we were told to pay 9 lakh rupees per annum. And plus 1 lakh rupees for each functions which we have on the ground. We agreed to that. We approved the lease draft also. But now the stamp duty which they are demanding is 4 crore rupees, which nobody is ready to pay, because we are a small gymkhanas, Hindu gymkhana, Parsi gymkhana, Islam gymkhana, Catholic gymkhana. We have made given a letter to collector saying that you reduce the gymkhana stamp duty, we will go for the lease, 30 years lease, and they will abide by all the terms and conditions. Today also we are fulfilling all the terms and conditions. There is no dispute between collector, government or gymkhana, nowhere at least in Maharashtra.
Okay, so now as he mentioned, it will be important to see that what is the next step, and also the most important thing, what meeting will be held with the revenue ministry or the CM possibly. But now the question remains with the Breach Candy club, which is now portraying an image of a colonial hangover as of now. Over to you.
All right, thanks. Joining us there is Revati, speaking to the Islam Club president. We will now shift our focus to the pushback of the infiltrators. Home Minister Amit Shah today spoke on the issue, saying that at least 5,000 to 10,000 illegal immigrants used to enter India via the Bangladesh border, and today they are going back in the same number every day. That's a big statement made by the Home Minister while he was speaking in Gujarat near the border. He has gone to Kutch today, visiting Kutch, and visit comes to review the border security. Listen in, viewers.
पहले ममता के शासन में हर रोज घुसपैठ होती थी, अब घुसपैठ करने वाले अपने आप वापिस जाने लगे हैं, अपने आप जाने लगे। शुभेंदु जी ने, भाजपा बंगाल सरकार ने डिटेंशन सेंटर बनाए हैं, मगर हम सब लोग चाहते हैं कि जो घुसपैठ कर अवैध तरीके से आए हैं वो अपने आप जहां से आए हैं वहां वापिस चले जाए। अगर वो अपने आप चले जाते हैं तो बंगाल सरकार भी उन पर कोई केस नहीं करेगी, जाने के लिए उनकी सहायता भी करेगी। और मैं आशा रखता हूं कि जब अभियान चले पहचान का, उसके पहले ही ढेर सारे लोग अपने आप चले जाएंगे।
And in fact, Amit Shah also said that India has now decided to completely transform the BSF's concept of border security. In fact, Amit Shah said that the people will, that the scope will expand beyond mere border protection to encompass the security of the entire country. In fact, India will undertake the strengthening of the security of the entire borders with Bangladesh and the border along Pakistan as well. And there's also a reaction that's coming from the Ministry of External Affairs as well, talking about the Bangladeshi nationals and how there have been the issue of verification of the identity has been pending for 5 years as well, but the due process will be followed by India.
इस 8वें साल में हमने बीएसएफ की सीमा सुरक्षा के कंसेप्ट को पूर्णतया बदलने का निर्णय किया है। एक चतुष्कोणीय कंसेप्ट के साथ एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम आने वाले दिनों में बनाएंगे और बॉर्डर की सुरक्षा की जगह टेरिटोरियल सुरक्षा का एक नया कंसेप्ट भी लॉन्च करेंगे, जिसमें जनता भी शामिल होगी, सिविल प्रशासन भी शामिल होगा, स्थानीय पुलिस और मिलिट्री भी शामिल होगी और बीएसएफ के जवानों की तो प्रमुख जिम्मेदारी रहेगी ही रहेगी। ये मिलाकर समग्र बॉर्डर पर बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान की एक सुरक्षा ग्रिड मजबूत बनाने का काम हम स्मार्ट बॉर्डर सुरक्षा के प्रोजेक्ट के तहत हम ले रहे हैं। हजारों करोड़ रुपया का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, मगर मुझे विश्वास है कि इसकी रचना भी चल रही है। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुके हैं, कुछ होने हैं। इसके अंदर ड्रोन, रडार, वॉच टावर, पूरी आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक और आप जवान, ये सभी कंपोनेंट मिलाकर एक मजबूत सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम खड़ी करेंगे, जिसके कारण हमारी सरहद को भेजने की किसी की भी हिम्मत नहीं हो पाएगी। और मुझे काफी कुछ तो काम हुआ है, मुझे मालूम है, इसके कारण आपकी तकलीफों में भी बहुत कमी आएगी, इसका मुझे विश्वास है। आपके काम में कुछ क्षेत्र जोड़ने का भी विचार हो रहा है, अभी निर्णय नहीं हुआ है तो मेरा कहना उचित नहीं होगा, मगर नए क्षेत्रों को भी बीएसएफ को देने के लिए हम आगे सोच रहे हैं। मित्रों, हमारी सुरक्षा ग्रिड में सबसे बड़ी कमी थी बंगाल की अधूरी बॉर्डर फेंसिंग। भौगोलिक परिस्थिति तो हम बदल नहीं सकते, मगर जहां जमीन है, बॉर्डर फेंस बन सकती है, वहां पर भी हमें अब तक जमीन नहीं मिली।
All illegal nationals who are staying in India, they will be dealt as per law. Now, in the case of Bangladesh, as I had informed you earlier, we have referred 2,680 cases or more than 2,680 cases to the Bangladeshi side for them to verify the nationality of those people that we have handed over the names of. So once this nationality verification is done, then we will be in a position to deport these people, these nationals of Bangladesh. In many cases, I had told you earlier that these verification is pending for more than 5 years or so, and it is our expectation that we will receive an early response from Bangladesh on this particular issue, so that the bilateral arrangement that we have between both the countries, based on that, these people who are staying here, they can be sent back to or deported back to Bangladesh.
And the big story from Tamil Nadu that we're tracking. A Tamil news channel, Puthiya Talaimurai, has faced widespread disruption on the state-run Arasu cable network. Has triggered fresh concerns over press freedom in Tamil Nadu. Under the new Vijay-led government, viewers reported grainy signals and the channel being shifted from its usual 44th position to the 61st just within a few hours, with many alleging a complete blackout in several areas. In fact, it has happened just today after the channel questioned Chief Minister Vijay over skipping media interactions during his political engagements. The journalists and the opposition parties have all condemned it as a deliberate attempt to suppress independent voices, though that are critical of the ruling dispensation. A Tamil Nadu minister has dismissed the allegations, meanwhile terming it a mere technical issue, while another minister from Vijay's team has stressed that constructive criticism is necessary for good governance. Now, this episode has sparked a protest by journalists and political debate over media autonomy in the state of Tamil Nadu. The Vijay's minister, in fact, is lecturing the media over constructive criticism. And in an attempt to, the questions being raised, is this an attempt to muzzle press freedom? This is a big story coming in from Tamil Nadu. The minister from Vijay cabinet says it was a technical issue. Sharda joined us on the broadcast from Chennai. Sharda, tell us what really happened as far as this particular channel is concerned, and what's the criticism? In fact, what really had they, raised or covered with regards to Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay?
Was in Delhi covering the Prime Minister, the meeting with Nirmala Sitharaman as well. Now, in this while, the reporters in Delhi have questioned Vijay to answer to the questions of the media, because the former leaders of the Tamil Nadu, whoever let it be Jayalalitha, Karunanidhi or M.K. Stalin or even Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, have arrived in Delhi to meet the national leaders. They have given a press meet on what the entire meeting is about. So the question comes when Vijay has not spoken to the media, and the media raised stronger questions asking why the Chief Minister is not responding to the media questions. In this case, this particular channel went in and did a package of the story telling that Vijay is breaking all the laws and breaking all the information that generally that the Tamil Nadu leaders share with the Delhi reporters when they come to Delhi to meet national leaders. Following this, there was also a news script published by the same channel on the number of crimes and crime rates that increased in the state of Tamil Nadu in the last 21 days after the TVK took over the power. So the Vijay party was in question as to why the crime rate has not been decreased, because it was the same leader who questioned the DA leader M.K. Stalin and Uday Stalin when there was a lot of law and order issues in the state of Tamil Nadu when M.K. was in power. So questioning the TVK government on why they have taken action. So Vijay throughout his campaign has constantly mentioned when he comes to power, he'll make sure that separate forces will be formed to make sure none of the women are harmed in the state of Tamil Nadu. Keeping that in mind, almost 6 to 7 sexual assault cases have been raised in the last 2 weeks, and both the opposition leader Udayanidhi Stalin and the AIADMK leader EPS has questioned Vijay on this. And the banning of the chat comes after both packages targeted Vijay and party TVK. In that is the part the chat was blocked from the Arasu cable, which is government cable provider. Following that question by the minister, today the minister says that it was a technical glitch and a small change in the channel number, and that's all it is. But later on, the channel's number has now been pushed back and is not set with the news channels. And in this case, the channel has once again raised the issue with the Minister of the DK, asking if they could and not stop giving the press freedom, because, and everybody that's questioned have also pointed out that this is what the DMK also did when they were in power, when questioned MK Stalin. It was the same channel that was banned, Rakshita. So now again, press freedom is being questioned in the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right. Many thanks, Sharda, for joining us with details coming in on that story. And we will continue to, of course, bring more updates regarding that. But viewers, now shift our focus to story coming in from America, where a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded last evening at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's launch complex in Florida, shaking the homes in the surrounding areas, sending a towering fireball, in fact, into the night sky. And this incident, which Blue Origin described as an anomaly, is the latest in a string of such setbacks for Jeff Bezos's the aerospace company that is the Blue Origin, as it races to close the gap with Elon Musk's SpaceX.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded dramatically during a late-night test at Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Thursday. The explosion occurred around 9 p.m. The massive explosion occurred during a hot fire test, a critical stage where rocket engines are ignited while the vehicle remains anchored to the launch pad. Blue Origin described the incident as an anomaly, a term commonly used in the aerospace industry to refer to technical failures or explosions. Emergency officials confirmed that there was no danger to public from fumes or debris, and no injuries were reported. The incident marks another setback for Blue Origin's New Glenn program, which has already faced delays and regulatory scrutiny. Blue Origin has increasingly expanded its presence in human space flight and tourism as well. Now, with the New Glenn facing another major hurdle, all eyes will be on how quickly Bezos' company can recover and resume testing in the intensifying billionaire space race.
And now, time for a very short break, but we continue to get you more updates coming in from Kerala viewers as Rao erupts over the full rendition of Vande Mataram not being played in the Kerala Assembly.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिप, MTH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization?
This week on Get Me Right,
The Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
एयू करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। एयू
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
Welcome back, friends, to today's edition of our Global. In this edition, we begin with a major setback for Jeff Bezos' space venture after a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded during a test at Cape Canaveral in Florida, United States. Then we move next to satellite imagery and defense analysis indicating towards a sharp expansion of China's nuclear infrastructure in Xinjiang, with new hardened facilities, launch sites and command units near the Hami Silo field. And then next, for story number 3, we go to West Asia, where a tentative US-Iran ceasefire framework has emerged after months of escalation. The proposal seeks a 60-day truce, reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and talks on Iran's nuclear program. But the final approval still remains pending. That's, of course, on the table of President Trump in the White House. Story number 4, finally, is going to be about the United States Indian origin teenager Shreya Parekh, who has claimed the Scripps National Spelling Bee title after a high-pressure spell-off final against Ishan Gupta. Both Indians, so essentially India keeping the spelling bee with itself. Let's begin with the headlines. New Glenn rocket explodes during Florida test launch, sends fireball over Cape Canaveral. Blue Origin back to the drawing board. Satellite images reveal over 80 new military sites near Xinjiang silo field amid strategic concerns about China's nuclear expansion. Shreya Parekh wins the Scripps Spelling Bee in record spell-off, defeating Ishan Gupta. Spelling Bee remains an Indian stronghold in the United States. Tentative ceasefire framework emerges between US and Iran awaits Trump approval amid the nuclear and Hormuz disputes. Right, not so good news for Jeff Bezos. A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded Thursday evening at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Complex 36 in Florida, shaking homes across the surrounding area and sending a towering fireball into the night sky. The incident, which Blue Origin described as an anomaly, is the latest in a string of setbacks for Bezos and his aerospace company as it races to close the gap with Elon Musk's SpaceX.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket exploded dramatically during a late-night test at Florida's Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Thursday. The explosion occurred around 9 p.m. The massive explosion occurred during a hot fire test, a critical stage where rocket engines are ignited while the vehicle remains anchored to the launch pad. Blue Origin described the incident as an anomaly, a term commonly used in the aerospace industry to refer to technical failures or explosions. Emergency officials confirmed that there was no danger to public from fumes or debris and no injuries were reported. The incident marks another setback for Blue Origin's New Glenn program, which has already faced delays and regulatory scrutiny. Blue Origin has increasingly expanded its presence in human space flight and tourism as well. Now, with the New Glenn facing another major hurdle, all eyes will be on how quickly Bezos' company can recover and resume testing in the intensifying billionaire space race.
According to satellite imagery analysis and reports through sources, China is rapidly expanding its nuclear infrastructure in the remote deserts of Xinjiang, and that, of course, should be a matter of concern for India as it borders our Ladakh. The images reportedly show more than 80 hardened military facilities near the Hami nuclear silo field, including launch pads, bunkers, and command centers. Strategic analysts say the large-scale buildup is aimed at strengthening China's second strike nuclear capability amid rising tensions, of course, with the United States and increasing military competition in the Indo-Pacific region.
New satellite imagery has revealed a massive expansion of China's nuclear infrastructure deep inside the remote deserts of Xinjiang. According to sources, China has built more than 80 hardened military facilities near the Hami nuclear silo field, including launch pads, fortified bunkers, communication nodes, and operational support infrastructure. Analysts say that the network appears to be designed to support mobile missile launchers, air defense systems, electronic warfare operations, and command control activities across a vast desert region. At the center of the expansion are two large octagon-shaped military complexes constructed over the past several years southwest of the Hami missile silos. Satellite images show housing units, vehicle storage areas, rail links, airfields, and reinforced underground bunkers, all spread across the thousands of square kilometers. The development also aligned with China's stated no first use nuclear doctrine, under which Beijing claims its nuclear arsenal is meant for deterrence rather than a preemptive attack. The Pentagon has previously warned that China's nuclear arsenal is expanding faster than any other major power, with estimates suggesting Beijing could possess nearly 1,000 nuclear warheads by 2030. The expansion comes amid intensifying strategic competition between the United States and China, particularly over Taiwan and military influence in the Indo-Pacific. While China's defense ministry has not commented on the latest satellite findings, the images are expected to further sharpen global scrutiny over Beijing's military modernization program.
According to US media reports, a tentative ceasefire framework has been reached between the United States and Iran after months of negotiations and repeated accusations of truce violations. The proposed deal, which is still awaiting President Donald Trump's approval, aims to extend the ceasefire by another 60 days, reopen the Strait of Hormuz for unrestricted shipping, and initiate structured negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. However, officials on both sides remain divided, with Washington and Tehran presenting conflicting positions on key issues including uranium enrichment, sanctions relief, and control over maritime routes.
After months of back and forth efforts and proposals, a tentative ceasefire deal has been reached between the United States and Iran. This development comes after both sides accused each other of violating the truce that began in April, 3 months after the West Asia war was triggered by US-Israeli strikes on Iran. Though President Donald Trump's approval is pending, the deal aims to extend the ceasefire for 60 days, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and begin negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Washington says the ball is in Tehran's court, but Iran said that the so-called final text is anything but final. At the heart of the deadlock, uranium enrichment. The US wants zero enrichment, but Iran refuses to yield nuclear sovereignty. Under the proposal, both sides will sign the memorandum allowing a 60-day ceasefire that could be extended if needed on a mutual basis. It further stated that the shipping through Strait of Hormuz would be unrestricted with no tolls and harassment. Iran would also agree to remove all mines from the strait within 30 days. Another key point included in the proposal is that the US would lift its blockade from Hormuz if commercial traffic resumes. The US would also issue some sanctions waivers to allow Iran to sell oil freely. As per US officials, a deal could be announced by Sunday, though it has not been finalized and could fall apart. These details have not been confirmed by Iran, though it says a deal is getting close.
All right, connected with the ceasefire talks and a truce plan, breaking news coming in from the Iranian side, which is that the Speaker of Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament, M.B. Ghalibaf, remember he's the one who was spearheading the truce talks from the Iranian side in Islamabad with Pakistan or with the United States via Pakistan. And now he has made a statement and said that we seize concessions not through dialogue, or we seek concessions not through dialogue but with missiles, In negotiations, we merely make them understand. I think it is an indication that Iran is toughening up its posture on the truce. He has also said, we have no trust in guarantees or words, only actions are the measure. No action will be taken before the other side acts. And point number 3, Ghalibaf says the winner of any agreement is the one who's better prepared for war from the day after. So saber rattling happening from the Iranian side. Someone as key a person as Ghalibaf, who has been part of the dialogue with the Americans, led by J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, when the Islamabad talks happened, and then subsequently through back channel, now toughening his posture and saying that we are not seeking concession through dialogue, we are only going to negotiate from a position of strength, and that the proof of the pudding is its eating, and the Americans have to show whether they can deliver. Strong words there coming in from Ambi Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Iranian Parliament. All right, coming out of that, moving on. Indian origin teenager Shreya Parekh has won the prestigious Scripps National Spelling Bee contest in the United States after a dramatic spell-off finale. The 14-year-old defeated fellow finalist and fellow Indian origin American Ishan Gupta by correctly spelling 32 words in just 90 seconds, setting a new record in the lightning round tiebreaker format. Take a listen.
14-year-old Shreya Parekh has emerged victorious at the prestigious Scripps National Spelling Bee in the United States, clinching the title after a dramatic lightning round tiebreaker. Shreya defeated fellow finalist Ishan Gupta in the spell-off round, correctly spelling an astonishing 32 words in just 90 seconds, setting a new record for the fast-paced finale format introduced in 2022. The final showdown unfolded after both contestants remained locked through multiple conventional rounds, forcing the competition into a sudden death-style spell-off before a packed audience in Washington. While Ishan Gupta put up a strong fight with 25 correct spellings, Shreya's speed and accuracy ultimately sealed the championship.
Shreya and Ishan, the spell-off results are in. Shreya, during the spell-off, you correctly spelled a total of 32 words. Ishan, you correctly spelled a total of 25 words, and that means that Shreya, you are the 2000.
Shreya, who entered the competition as one of the favorites, said his nervousness disappeared once he heard the word and understood it was within his control. The winning word was later announced as bromocryptine, a medical term linked to dopamine activity. With the victory, Shreya takes home over $52,000 in prize money along with the championship trophy and other awards. Shreya Parekh now becomes the 31st Indian origin champion in the last 37 editions of the competition, a streak that has defined the modern era of the spelling bee.
Fresh Russian drone strikes have targeted Ukraine's southern port city of Odessa, triggering fires, damaging commercial cargo ships in the Black Sea and leaving nearly 4,000 people without electricity. Ukrainian officials say the attacks targeted critical infrastructure and vessels moving along the maritime corridor. Here are the details.
Massive Russian drone attacks rocked Ukraine's port city of Odessa early Friday morning. Firefighters rushed to the scene as multiple fire broke out following the strikes. Ukrainian officials say air defense systems intercepted most of the incoming drones. Despite that, nearly 4,000 residents in southern Odessa were left without electricity after infrastructure was damaged. No civilian deaths reported in the attack. Ukrainian authorities also claim that Russian drones struck 3 commercial cargo ships operating in the Black Sea. The vessels, flying the flags of Vanuatu, Comoros and Panama, were reportedly moving through Ukraine's maritime corridor when they were hit. Officials say 2 crew members sustained injuries in the attack. The latest attack comes amid continuing tensions in the Black Sea region and renewed Russian attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure and shipping routes. Ukraine says attacks on commercial shipping threaten global trade routes and regional security as fighting between Russia and Ukrainian forces continues with no sign of easing.
Okay, another breaking coming in. According to, we have in fact former Russian President Medvedev making a comment or a statement rather. And he's also the Security Council Deputy Chairman. He's Dmitry Medvedev, the former Russian president. And he has warned the European Union and the European nations Okay, so we are getting this big breaking. According to a statement by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, he has said that European authorities have unilaterally entered into a war with Russia, and he has warned European citizens, saying that the peaceful sleep is over, in a strongly worded message directed at Europe. So essentially, Medvedev acting as agent provocateur there, warning the Europeans even as the war with Ukraine of Russia continues. We have seen through the last 3 years of the war how Medvedev has provided an additional phalanx to the Russian war, and now we are seeing another statement coming in. In fact, staying with this, tensions along NATO's eastern flank have escalated after a Russian drone launch during attacks on Ukraine crashed into a residential building in Romania, injuring 2 people. The incident has triggered strong reactions from Romanian authorities and NATO allies, with fresh concerns over regional security.
A Russian drone crashed into an apartment building in eastern Romania during overnight attacks on Ukraine. Emergency crews rushed to the scene in the city of Galati after the drone struck the roof of a residential block, triggering a fire. 2 people suffered minor injuries while several residents were evacuated from the building. The drone was reportedly tracked in Romanian airspace before impact. Romania's foreign ministry has called the incident a serious violation of international law and urged NATO to speed up the transfer of anti-drone systems. Romanian President Dan convened an emergency meeting of the country's top defense body following what he described as the worst such incident on Romanian territory since the start of the Ukraine war. The United States ambassador to NATO has strongly condemned the incident, calling it a reckless incursion into Romanian territory and reaffirming Washington's commitment to defend every inch of NATO soil. In a post on social media, the ambassador said the US stands firmly with its NATO ally Romania and expressed support for those injured in the city of Galati. While military officials in Romania say the incident highlights the growing security risks faced by the countries bordering Ukraine.
România ar trebui să înțeleagă din aceste situații că Rusia este o amenințare pentru securitatea țărilor din zonă, iar acțiunea militară, războiul pe care îl duce împotriva Ucrainei, afectează în egală măsură toate țările din flancul estic al NATO și nu numai.
Credeți că ar trebui să ne îngrijorăm și în ce măsură?
Așa cum am apreciat, cum am afirmat în ceea ce am spus puțin mai devreme, nu ne confruntăm cu un atac a Rusiei asupra României, însă trebuie să avem în vedere că astfel de situații s-au întâmplat și pot să se mai întâmple.
Ukraine says Russia launched more than 200 drones and a ballistic missile overnight, with strikes reported across multiple regions. While drone debris has previously landed inside Romania since the war began, this is the first such incident to cause such injuries. The latest incident is likely to intensify NATO's focus on air defense along its eastern border as Russia continues large-scale drone and missile attacks on Ukraine.
At an international security forum in Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that India and the Eurasian Economic Union, or EEU, are currently negotiating the liberalization of trade agreements. The Russian president also stated that discussions are underway to ease trade barriers and expand economic cooperation between the two sides. Let's listen into what President Putin had to say.
Pool of partners of our union is expanding. We signed an agreement last year with Mongolia and United Arab Emirates, and also with Indonesia. We are negotiating on liberalizing trade agreements with India, and of course we support the draft decisions on launching the talks on the free trade agreements with the new promising.
All right, friends, a lot happened from Alaska to Australia and from Mombasa to Mongolia, around the world. This is all what we could pack for you in 20 minutes. Short break coming up on the other side. This is exclusive with Niranjan.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection. देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट.
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान. अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ.
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
का ये जश्न है, जश्न का ये जश्न है.
राष्ट्रीय इलायची, जश्न का जश्न.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से. MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता. उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, Is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
Week on Get Me Right, the Pope weighs in on the morality conundrum of artificial intelligence in his first encyclical that has gone viral. Would the tech bros of Silicon Valley listen to the pontiff? Second, we take a deep dive into the cow slaughter ban debate that surfaced around the Eid festivities, the civilizational ethos that guide the Hindu sentiments on cow and what the Muslims can do about it. And finally, we deal with the private sector ostrich that corporate India seems to have become when it comes to betting on our economy. Are they going to be the black sheep in black forever with no skin in the game? This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Breach candy after Gymkhana. The supra-elitist clubs. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching This Is Exclusive. We have two exclusive show stories lined up on the show this evening. One of a student who was killed in Canada, stabbed in Canada, and her family was not informed for almost 10 days. That story lined up on the show this evening, along with a witness in the Air India crash who's breaking the silence after almost 1 year. Both these stories lined up on the show. Here are the headlines. One year after the Air India crash, Republic getting you an exclusive account of an eyewitness who saw the bodies in the mortuary. He's breaking his silence. A 22-year-old girl from Gujarat, Vidhi Megha, stabbed in Canada, killed. The family is only informed after almost 2 weeks. They're still waiting for Vidhi's body. Mumbai's Breach Candy Club under scanner after Delhi's Gymkhana Club. The Maharashtra government will now inspect the elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. Major controversy erupts as full rendition of the Vande Mataram is not played in the Kerala Assembly. The Lok Bhavan's instructions have been ignored. Congress tries to block Vande Mataram. Starting with a story from Gujarat, where a little girl, 22 years old, went to Canada to study and pursue her dreams, instead was stabbed in Canada in a disturbing incident that's now coming to light. Details are still emerging. And her family in her hometown is grieving. They're waiting for the body. It's been 12 days since she was killed, and they were informed recently. The victim, identified as Vidhi Megha from Borsad, had been living in Canada for the last almost 4 years. While pursuing higher studies, police now say that the young woman was attacked in broad daylight. She sustained fatal stab wounds. The family alleges that the Canadian government kept them in the dark. Here's the full story as we know it this evening.
सरकार श्री से मेरी यही विनती है कि जितना बुरा होना था हमारे साथ हो चुका है। थोड़ी सी सिक्योरिटी को लेकर मुझे इश्यू है कि बच्चे हमारे यहाँ, हमारे दिल के टुकड़े हम बेच रहे हैं। थोड़ी सिक्योरिटी प्लीज, थोड़ा सा ध्यान और रखें, क्योंकि वहां तक हमारी पहुंच नहीं जा सकती है, तो आपको ही कोऑपरेशन करना पड़ेगा।
A desperate plead from a mother who just lost her young 22-year-old daughter, Vidhi Megha. The family is shattered and still waiting for answers. A young girl who left Gujarat with big dreams now returns home only in a coffin.
मुझे कनाडा से तो कुछ पता नहीं चला, लेकिन इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से मुझे मेल आया ऑफिशियली, तो मैंने वहाँ पे मेरे जो रिलेटिव्स हैं उनको बोला कि ये प्रॉब्लम हुआ है, तो उसको भी नहीं मालूम था। तो फिर उसने वहाँ के जो मैंने उसको मेल भेजा, तो वहाँ के पुलिस स्टेशन में नियर बाय वो गया और फिर उसने सब चेक किया, तो पता चला कि ये सही बात है। उन्होंने हमसे 10 डेज़ कुछ बोला ही नहीं। 15 तारीख को हुआ तो मुझे लेटर 22 को मिलता है, 22 या 20-30 को। तो मुझे ये पता जानना है कि ये कनाडा गवर्नमेंट क्या कर रही है। 10 दिन बाद मेरी लड़की का पता चलता है, वो आइडेंटिटी भी नहीं ले रहे हैं कि 10 दिन उन्होंने क्या किया।
Vidhi, who was a resident of Borsad in Gujarat, was stabbed in Canada's Niagara region on May 15. For 4 years, Vidhi was balancing her education and part-time job in a hope for better future. Recollecting their last call with Vidhi, family said that nothing in her voice suggested that she was in danger. Reportedly, Vidhi was attacked in broad daylight, suffering fatal stab wounds, and was later taken to hospital where she was declared dead. But it was only on May 27 that the Indian government officially informed the family about Vidhi's death.
उनको हमने कैसे भेजा था, इतना अच्छे से सब सेलिब्रेट किया था जब गई तो, और इतने सारे सपने हमने सजाए रखे थे, हमें क्या पता ऐसा होगा। हम बोल ही नहीं पाते, हमारे में अभी हिम्मत ही नहीं, हमें हमारी लड़की चाहिए वापस। जैसी भेजी उसकी मम्मी की हालत तो हमसे देख ही नहीं जा रही है मैम।
The big question now, why did it take so long for the Canadian government to inform about Vidhi's death? Now the family demands help from the Indian government for speedy action in bringing back Vidhi's body.
तुरंत मेरी ऑफिस का कांटेक्ट करके मैंने दिल्ली अपनी एम्बेसी में अपने विदेश मंत्रालय को एक चिट्ठी भी लिख दी है और एक ईमेल भी कर दिया है कि जल्दी से जल्दी उनका पार्थिव देह भारत देश में ला जा सका और गुजरात तक लेने में सरकार की मदद जो चाहिए वो मदद के लिए मैंने पूरा पत्र लिख के पूरा उनको भी वहां तक मैंने बता दिया है।
The family alleged that Canadian government kept them in dark regarding Vidhi's death. Though Vidhi's documents carried complete contact details including her second address and details of relatives in Canada, yet no one was contacted. Now the family demands justice and Vidhi's body back home in India.
When was the family involved, informed rather, and why is it taken so long?
Yes, let me tell you, when we tried to talk with the family members of Vidhi Meghani, who's a 22 years old, was staying for 4 years in Canada, and according to the biggest complaint in this entire case is that the family was not informed by the Canadian authorities or Canadian government. That's the biggest complaint in this entire case. Let me also tell you, the family has revealed that girl's mama, that is uncle, was staying in Canada in other areas, but they have the documents and all the details. For the contact, all the details are present, the address, the contact number of relatives, because it's important where you belong to foreign, you're a foreign national. At that time, on all the documents, you have to provide all these details, and it was present with the Canadian government through her documents, which must have been confiscated after she was being murdered. Now, their biggest complaint over here is that if they were not communicated by university authorities or police officials from or the Canadian government, why did not they inform relatives who are present in Canada? And there are all sorts of doubts over here. Was there anything fishy? Why did investigation take so long? On the other hand, they had to say that Indian authorities, on the other hand, immediately informed, because initially it passes from the Indian embassy and then it comes to the state government and then to the Anand police, which is a district, and in the Anand district, Borsat town is there. So through the Indian government, after receiving a letter or official communication from the Indian government, they sent the same letter to their relatives who are present in Canada, and then they reconfirmed, reassured that this has actually happened. Now they don't have any details. We did try to talk to them, and on the last time they talked to Vidhi was on 14th May. So these are all details, and according to the family, she was happy. And on 15th, this horrific incident has happened. Back to you.
Just a small correction there, ladies and gentlemen. The student's name is Vidhi Meghani, and the wait continues for Vidhi Meghani's family for the mortal remains to be received. They were informed almost 2 weeks after she was stabbed to death. Moving on to the big story, the interview of the witness. 1 year after the Air India crash in Ahmedabad, we get you this exclusive conversation with one of the key witnesses. His name is Romin Bahora. Romin lost 3 members of his family in the tragedy in the Air India 171 crash. His brother, his 3-year-old niece, and his aunt. And when he spoke to Republic TV, he spoke in detail about what he saw, what happened, but some of the key takeaways of Romin and his interview is how he was inside the mortuary a day after the crash, and he saw the mortal remains, the bodies, the burnt bodies of most of them, the victims of the AI-171 crash. He speaks about two particular incidents. One, him having seen bodies of the victims, including that of Captain Sabarwal, one of the pilots. And secondly, an incident where his own phone, his brother's phone, iPhone, went missing. And when the phone was tracked using the IMEI, and when it was given back, it was tampered with. Now, he's speaking out for the first time. Here are excerpts of that interview.
क्योंकि आप मॉर्चुरी तक पहुंचे थे उस दिन, और जैसे कि आपने कहा कि आप उन बहुत चंद लोगों में से थे, क्योंकि स्ट्रिक्ट रूल्स होते हैं, प्रोटोकॉल होता है, लोग जान, और हम ये समझते हैं कि जो विक्टिम की फैमिलीज हैं, तब इमोशनली काफ़ी एक धक्कादायक चीज़ थी, और कैसे डील किया जाए, कैसे कोप किया जाए, ये समझ नहीं आता इंसान को। लेकिन आप कैसे मॉर्चुरी में पहुँचे और क्या देखा आपने एग्जैक्टली वहाँ पे, और किस तरीके से आपको एंट्री मिल पाई? क्योंकि बहुत कम लोग ये दावा कर पा रहे हैं कि एक्चुअली उन्होंने मॉर्चुरी में जाकर के देखा, जहाँ पे वो सारी बॉडीज़ रखी हुई थी, कि वहाँ क्या था, रिलेटिव्स को अलाउड नहीं था। तो क्या एग्जैक्टली उस टाइम पे हुआ था? आप 12 जून को कब वहाँ पे तुरंत पहुँचे साइट पर, और फिर वहाँ से जब सिविल हॉस्पिटल सबको ले जाया गया तो आपको एक्सेस कैसे मिल पाया? विस्तार से दर्शकों को इसलिए बताइए क्योंकि होता कैसे है, लोगों को, आम जनता को इन सारे सवालों के जवाब नहीं पता होते हैं, और काफ़ी सवाल जनता के भी मन में, क्योंकि यह हादसा ऐसा है जो इंडियन सिविल एविएशन की हिस्ट्री में ऐसा हादसा आज तक नहीं हुआ है, और सारी चीज़ें सामने आना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
पहले तो मैं आपसे माफ़ी चाहूँगा, मैं आपसे सवाल करना चाहूँगा कि क्या आपने कभी एक साथ में 200 बॉडी जला हुआ देखा है? मैं आपसे सवाल कर रहा हूँ, क्या आपने कभी एक साथ में 200 बॉडी एक साथ में जला हुआ देखा है?
नहीं, मैंने नहीं देखा है।
तो आप मेरी वेदना नहीं समझ पाओगी कि उस टाइम पे मैं किस हालात में था। नो डाउट मेरे फैमिली की 3 मेंबर इसमें डेथ हो चुके हैं। तो उस दिन जो मैंने देखा है वो आप नहीं समझ पाओगे, क्योंकि अगर आपने देखा होता तो पहले ये सवाल ही नहीं होता, राइट? हाँ, मैं आपके सवाल का जवाब देना चाहूँगा कि जब 12 जून 2025 को गुरुवार के दिन दोपहर में 1:41 में जब ये फ़्लाइट क्रैश हुई, मुझे विदिन 1 मिनट में कॉल आ गई थी। मेरा एक ब्रदर है, डॉक्टर लुकमान करके मेरे गांव में रहता है। वो भाई ने मुझे कॉल करा कि भाई की फ़्लाइट कितने बजे थी, तो मैंने उसको बताया कि 1:30 बजे वाली थी, क्योंकि 1:38 को टेक ऑफ होने का टाइमिंग था, बट फ़्लाइट 1:10 वाली थी। ये फ़्लाइट ये डिले हुई है थोड़ी।
ये डिले हुई थी फ़्लाइट,
राइट। 1:10 की फ़्लाइट की टिकट थी मेरे भाई की, और 1:38 को इसका टेक ऑफ हुआ है। तो भाई का फ़ोन आया कि बोले परवेज़ की फ़्लाइट कितने बजे थी। मेरे ब्रदर का नाम परवेज़ है। तो फ़्लाइट कितने बजे थी? मैं बोला भाई 1:30 बजे वाली है। तो बोले ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो मैंने उसको पूछो क्या हुआ, तो बोले एक लंदन जाने वाली एक फ़्लाइट क्रैश हुई है अहमदाबाद में, पर तू बोल रहा है कि 1:30 बजे वाली होगी, तो कोई टेंशन नहीं है। तो तब तक मुझे पता नहीं था कि सबके लोग डेथ हो चुके हैं। तो मैं सीधा अराउंड 15-17 मिनट में फुल ट्रैफिक के बावजूद विदाउट एनी सिग्नल देखे मैंने सिग्नल तोड़ के सीधा अहमदाबाद सिविल पहुंचा।
तब तक आपको उम्मीद थी कि आपके फैमिली परिवार के लोग?
तो मुझे 12 तारीख को रात को 10 बजे तक थी, क्योंकि मैंने 12 तारीख को मेरी फैमिली के मेंबरों को आसपास के अस्पतालों में सभी जगह पे मैंने चेक करवाया है। शायद झाड़ों पे भी चेक करवाया है, ट्री पे, बड़े बड़े झाड़ों पे के उस आसपास में ट्रीज थी बहुत सारी, के कहीं ब्लास्ट होने के बावजूद उछल के पेड़ पे लटक गए हो, या कोई हॉस्पिटल में लेके चला गया हो बचाने के लिए, एसेट्रा एसेट्रा। तो मैंने हॉस्पिटलों में चेक करवाया, पेड़ों में चेक करवाया कि शायद तीनों में से एक भी शायद जिंदा मिल जाए। फिर हॉस्पिटल में भागा दौड़ी। मेरी मदर ऑलरेडी डायबिटिक BP पेशेंट है। फ़्लाइट क्रैश होने के बाद मेरे फादर को भी 2 बार हॉस्पिटलाइज करना पड़ा है रिगार्डिंग ऑफ हार्ट। और ये भागा दौड़ी जब चल रही थी तो शाम को मैंने, अफवाहें भी बहुत सारी आ रही थी कि ये ज़िंदा है, इस वार्ड में है, ये ज़िंदा है, उस वार्ड में है। तो जैसे ही जो भी अफवाह मिल रही थी, हम उसको ट्रस्ट करके उसी वार्ड में भागा दौड़ी कर रहे थे। उम्मीद से हाँ कि कोई मिल जावे। कोई वार्ड बाकी नहीं था 12 तारीख को जो मैंने ना ढूंढा हो। एक वार्ड में मैं 15, 17 बार गया हूँ। फिर उस दिन रात को अप्रॉक्स पता चला कि सभी लोग फ़्लाइट में डेथ हो चुके हैं।
उसके बाद आप सिविल पहुंचे थे?
ऑलरेडी सिविल हॉस्पिटल में ही था। जैसे मैंने बताया 12 तारीख को ये सिविल में लाया जा रहा था, तब सिविल में ही था। फिर रात को अप्रॉक्स बॉडी लाना सब शुरू हो गया पीछे की ओर से। समझो ना 7-8 बजे के तकरीबन बॉडी लाना, 6-7 बजे के आसपास बॉडी लाना स्टार्ट हो गया था मोस्टली।
तब पूरा ऑपरेशन चल रहा था वहाँ पर?
चल रहा था कि कोई बच जावे, कोई निकल जावे, ऐसा है, सब मेहनत चल रहा था वहाँ पे। और पहले तो जो घायल लोग थे उन्हीं को हॉस्पिटल में लाया गया है। जो ग्राउंड लोग घायल थे उनको भी मैंने नियर बाई डिस्टेंस में सभी को जहाँ पे मिला हूँ पूछा हूँ कि आप फ्लाइट में थे, आप फ्लाइट में थे, आप फ्लाइट में थे, तो सभी ने बताया कि नहीं मैं नीचे ग्राउंड पे था सभी को। क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा था कि फ़्लाइट में सब जिंदा हो गए। उतना बड़ा हादसा नहीं है ये, क्योंकि मैंने देखा नहीं था आंखों भरे 12 जन को जो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुई। हाँ, नहीं देखा था। फिर बॉडी आना शुरू हो गया, तो बॉडी भी आना स्टार्ट हुआ। तब मैंने देखा 12 तारीख को रात को मैंने बताया आपको कि मेरी मदर की कंडीशन थोड़ी उस टाइम पे भी बहुत सीरियस हो गई थी। तो वहाँ से मैं 12 तारीख को रात को मदर को लेके आनंद आया। मैंने थोड़ा हॉस्पिटलाइजेशन किया, उनकी ट्रीटमेंट करवाई। फिर 13 तारीख को अर्ली मॉर्निंग 5 बजे मैं अहमदाबाद वापस जाने के लिए चला गया। और 13 तारीख को मेरा, जैसे कि मैंने अब आगे भी इंटरव्यू में बताया है कि मैं पहले अहमदाबाद सिविल में कोविड टाइम पे फ्री ऑफ सर्विस नाइट में देता था।
ये कब की बात कर रहे हैं सर?
2021 की बात कर रहा हूँ, जब मैं अहमदाबाद सिविल में नाइट में कोविड में फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट विदाउट मनी वहाँ पे मैं सर्विस कर रहा था, जो कोविड पेशेंट को ट्रीटमेंट देना एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा।
आप सिविल हॉस्पिटल से जुड़े हुए थे 2021 से?
हाँ, मैं 2020 से सिविल हॉस्पिटल में जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। हाँ, मैं 2 साल से सिविल हॉस्पिटल में जुड़ा हूँ। मेरे अच्छे सोर्सेज भी है वहाँ पे, मेरे अच्छे कॉन्टैक्ट्स भी है बहुत सारे डॉक्टर से। और उसी सोर्सेज के रिगार्डिंग मैंने 13 जून से मेरी एक्सिस लेने की ट्राई करी। फिर मुझे एक्सिस भी मिल गई इजीली, मैं एक्सिस लिया। 13 तारीख को अप्रॉक्स 12 बजे से दोपहर में 12 बजे से लेके 2-2:30 बजे तक मैं ऑलरेडी मॉर्चुरी वार्ड में ही था।
मतलब ये कंटेक्स्ट है रोमिन भाई आपका कि आप पहले से सिविल हॉस्पिटल से जुड़े हुए थे, आपके सोशल वर्क के रिलेटेड 2020 से, और इस वजह से आप मॉर्चुरी में जा पाए। क्योंकि ये सवाल उठता है कि रिलेटिव्स को या बाकी, तो आपको कैसे एक्सेस मिला? क्योंकि आगे भी हम सवाल करने वाले हैं कि जो आपने कैप्टन की बॉडी देखी, आपने जो दावा किया है वो भी बहुत बड़ा दावा है इस पूरे इन्वेस्टिगेशन के चलते भी। तो ये उसके पीछे का बैकग्राउंड बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है लोगों के लिए समझना कि क्यों और कैसे आप अंदर जा पाए। आपने जब आप अंदर गए, जैसे कह रहे हैं कि 13 तारीख के 2 बजे के बाद आप वहीं पर थे, क्या देखा आपने?
पहले तो मैं ये बता दे रहा हूँ क्लियरिफिकेशन के साथ कि मैंने अभी भी आगे बताया आपको कि मैं जब 2020 और 2021 में मैं सिविल हॉस्पिटल में जुड़ा था, फिर कंटिन्यूसली मेरा वहाँ पे विजिट भी रहता था। मैं वहाँ के बहुत से सारे पैरामेडिक्स के साथ मेरी अच्छी जान पहचान है, दोस्ती है। फिर लाइक उसी सोर्सेज के रिगार्डिंग मैंने थोड़ा मेरे सोर्सेज के झेक लगा के हॉस्पिटल में एंट्री लिया 13 तारीख को दोपहर 12 बजे के पास। फिर वहाँ से मैंने एंट्री लेने के बाद एंट्रेंस में हुआ, सब बॉडी वहाँ पे लाया जा चुका था। थोड़ा बॉडी जो पेंडिंग था वो भी लाना शुरू था। एंट्री होने के बाद मैंने वहाँ पे अंदर चार कैबिन है ऑलरेडी। मॉर्चुरी मैन वार्ड है अहमदाबाद, पुराना सिविल बोलते हैं उसको। पुराना सिविल में जो मॉर्चुरी वार्ड मैन है, जहाँ पे पोस्टमार्टम भी होता है और बॉडी भी वहाँ पे ही लाया जाता है। तो वहाँ पे जो बॉडी लाया गया था, वो बॉडी में लाइक मैंने जैसे ही एंटर किया, मैंने रिगार्डिंग ऑफ कि मेरे ब्रदर की, मेरी बच्ची की या मेरी मासी, मेरी आंट, उनकी
ढूंढने की कोशिश की हो कि
उनकी बॉडी ढूंढने की कोशिश करी कि कोई मिल जावे मुझे जो अच्छी हालत में हो, तो मैं उनकी बॉडी लेके घर जा सकूं। बस उस नीयत से मैंने सोर्सेज का झेक लगा के अंदर एंट्री करी थी।
और इन तीनों को ढूंढते हुए आपने वहाँ क्या नज़ारा देखा?
पहले ही जैसे मैं यहाँ से एंटर हुआ तो मैं सीधा मैन वार्ड में एंटर हुआ, जहाँ पे सब बॉडी रखा हुआ था। मैंने आगे भी इंटरव्यू में बताया है कि मैंने एक 2 से 2.5 साल की बच्ची का सिर्फ सर, विदाउट बॉडी, सिर्फ सर मेरे हाथ में लिया है, ऐसे ही तरह से एक हाथ में, और एक हाथ में ऐसे फ़ोन रख के मैंने मेरी बच्ची जुवेरिया का फ़ोटो मैच करने की कोशिश करी थी कि ये मेरी बच्ची तो नहीं है। फिर वो बच्ची की मुझे अभी भी याद है, वो बच्ची की कान की बालियाँ भी मुझे याद है, जो तार से वीटी हुई थी वो बालियाँ, इस टाइप की इतनी छोटी छोटी बालियाँ थी वो बच्ची की। आंखें खुली हुई थी। वो बच्ची का सर मैंने सिर्फ दिखाया हाथ में लेके। फिर मैंने वो एक टेबल पे सब पार्ट रखे हुए थे, किसी का हाथ टूटा हुआ था, मतलब कटा हुआ था, किसी का पैर था, किसी का कोई शरीर का कोई पार्ट था, ये बच्चे का सर था। पास में ही एक दूसरी बॉडी भी रखी हुई थी जो।
रोमिन भाई, आपकी आवाज़ काँप रही है, मैं समझ पा रही हूँ यहाँ बैठ के।
फिर मैंने वो सब भी देखा हुआ था। फिर जो ग्राउंड में जो डेथ हो चुके थे उनकी भी बॉडी मैंने देखी हुई थी उस टाइम पे, जो एक साइड पे पड़ी हुई थी। मोस्टली सभी बॉडी बिना जली हुई थी। फिर वहाँ से मैं दूसरे वार्ड में गया जहाँ पे ढूंढने की कोशिश करी मैंने। फिर दूसरे वार्ड में मैंने एक बॉडी ऐसी देखी है कि एक अराउंड 23 या 25 ईयर की एक लेडी थी जो ऑलरेडी प्रेग्नेंट थी। जो मैंने आगे भी बताया था कि उनका ग्रीन कलर टाइप का रजवाड़ी साड़ी का पल्लू भी जला हुआ नहीं था, पर उनका पेट बीच में से फट के बच्चा, अराउंड 6 महीने का बच्चा भी उनके पेट पे लिपटा बाहर पड़ा था। विथ प्लेजेंटा लाइक जो मैली बोलते हैं, राइट, प्लेजेंटा के साथ एम्बेलिकल कॉर्ड के साथ वो बच्चा जुड़ा हुआ था। वो बच्चा भी मैंने उसके पेट पे देखा था, सिर्फ इतनी साइज़ वाला। फिर उसके पास में थोड़ा डिस्टेंस में एक बॉडी ऐसा भी था कि एक मदर थी जो बच्चे को लिपट के पूरी बन पोजीशन में जली हुई पड़ी थी, वो भी मैंने देखा हुआ है। फिर बहुत सी बॉडी ऐसी भी है जो पूरी बंद थी, जो पहचान में भी नहीं आ पाए ऐसी थी। लाइक मैंने मोस्टली समझो ना 200 अराउंड बॉडी नियर बाय डिस्टेंस से देखा हुआ है। सभी ने मुंह पे मास्क बांधा हुआ था, पर मैंने मुंह पे एक कपड़ा भी रखा हुआ नहीं था। रीज़न ऑफ कि मेरे फैमिली के मेंबर हैं, वो मेरे लिए बदबू नहीं है। और वो पोजीशन मैं मरते दम तक भूल भी नहीं पाऊंगा और किसी को बयां भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा, जो मैं सिचुएशन फेस करा है। और कोई भी बंदा इस सिचुएशन पे अपने आप को रख के इमेजिंग भी नहीं कर पाएगा कि वो उस टाइम की मेरी परिस्थिति क्या थी। मैंने 13 तारीख को जब एंट्री लेने के बाद ये सब बॉडी भी देखा, तब मुझे अंदर जाने के बाद जैसे एंटर हुआ, राइट हैंड साइड पे एक कोने के अंदर स्टीललेस टेबल, जो स्टील का टेबल रहता है जो हिलाया जा सकता है, उस टेबल के ऊपर कैप्टन सुमित सुब्रवाल सर की भी बॉडी नियर बाई डिस्टेंस, अभी जितने डिस्टेंस में हम बैठे ना उसी डिस्टेंस में मैंने देखा है उसी दिन 13 तारीख को। 12 तारीख को
आपको ये कैसे पता चला कि ये कैप्टन की ही बॉडी है? विस्तार से बताइए, क्योंकि बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। आपने जो अभी पूरा दृश्य बताया, इट्स हार्ट व्रेंचिंग, और आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि हम समझने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं लेकिन समझ नहीं सकते कि क्या आपकी मेंटल परिस्थिति तब रही होगी। क्या एग्जैक्टली कैप्टन की बॉडी में आपको आपने रिकग्नाइज कैसे किया? क्योंकि जैसे आपने कहा कि काफ़ी बॉडीज़ थी, कुछ बर्न थी, समझ नहीं आ रहा था क्योंकि आप अपने परिजनों को ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। मीनवाइल आपको कैप्टन की बॉडी दिखी, रिकग्नाइज कैसे किया?
जैसे मैंने अभी बताया आपको कि मैं 12 बजे के तकरीबन में अंदर एंटर हुआ था। फ्राइडे का दिन था, जो हमारे इस्लामिक तौर से उसको जुम्मा बोलते हैं। मैं उस दिन नमाज़ पढ़ने भी नहीं गया था क्योंकि मैं हालत में ही नहीं था, हमारी कंडीशन ही नहीं थी उस टाइम पे। मैं अंदर एंटर होने के बाद मैंने जो उससे बोला कि पहली जैसे एंटर हुआ, राइट हैंड साइड एक कोने के अंदर जो ग्राउंड लोग थे उन लोग की बॉडी पड़ी थी, विदाउट बर्न थी, वो अच्छे से पहचान में आ सके ऐसी थी। फिर जैसे ही दूसरी साइड में सब बॉडी नीचे रखा हुआ था, सिर्फ कफन था उस टाइम पे, प्लास्टिक पैकिंग नहीं करा था मैं। प्लास्टिक पैकिंग के हाँ, सिर्फ वाइट कफन डाला हुआ था उनके ऊपर। फिर जो ये बच्ची की बॉडी देखी वो भी फिर मैंने देखी, और बच्ची की बॉडी के साथ 3 टेबल और थे जिस पे बॉडी पड़ी थी, और एक टेबल सेपरेट साइड में सुमित सुब्रवाल सर का बॉडी के साथ रखा हुआ था। मैं जैसे ही मैंने बताया आपको कि मैं सब बॉडी ऑलरेडी खोल के देखा है, मोस्टली बॉडी मैंने ओपन करके देखा हुआ है। तो जैसे अंदर एंटर हुआ तो नियर बाय में मुझे पता चला, क्योंकि वो मैंने भी फ्लाई किया हुआ है, तो कैप्टन और क्रू मेंबर की यूनिफॉर्म मुझे पता है
जी, उनकी यूनिफॉर्म अलग दिखाई देती। तो कैप्टन जो हैं उनकी यूनिफॉर्म जला हुआ नहीं था, आपने खुद देखा अपनी आंखों से?
मैं आपसे विस्तार के साथ बताना चाहूँगा आपको कि जैसे ही मैं वो टेबल के पास गया, जैसे ही मैं बोल रहा, वहाँ पे बहुत बड़े बड़े अधिकारी थे जो लाइक अच्छी पोजीशन पे बिलोंग करते होंगे, जो सब बॉडीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई और करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, और उसके आगे क्या प्रोसेस करना एक्सेट्रा वो भी वो लोग कर रहे थे। तो उस टाइम पे जब सुमित सुब्रवाल सर की बॉडी जो एक साइड में रखी हुई थी, मैं उसके नज़दीक गया, एकदम नज़दीक, मतलब लाइक टेबल और मेरे डिस्टेंस के बीच में अराउंड 1/2 फीट का डिस्टेंस होगा, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं।
आपने काफ़ी नज़दीक से देखा? बहुत
नज़दीक थे, एकदम नज़दीक से। उनका वाइट कलर का यूनिफॉर्म, ब्लू कलर का पैंट, जो फॉर्मल पैंट उनके पहनते हैं वो पैंट था, टाई थी, टाई का कलर लाइक ब्लू कलर की टाइप पट्टा वाली होती है, वो टाई थी।
मतलब उनकी फ्रंट बॉडी जली हुई, आपने चेहरा भी देखा है उनका?
श्योरिटी के साथ 100% मैं क्लियरिफिकेशन के साथ नहीं बता सकता हूँ, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मैं मेंटली बहुत डिस्टर्ब था। वो बच्ची का हाथ में फ़ोटो लिया था उसके वजह पर। हाँ, मैं उनकी बॉडी टर्म और उनकी जो परिस्थिति थी उसके हिसाब से श्योरिटी के साथ बता सकता हूँ कि वो बॉडी सुमित सब्रवाल सर की ही थी। और हाँ, वो उनकी पोजीशन सिटिंग पोजीशन में थी, पैर लाइक इस तरह से मुड़े हुए थे, जो ऐसा अपने पोजीशन में बताते हैं, जैसे गाड़ी में इस तरह से बैठे हुए ना, उसी पोजीशन में बैठे हुए, और हाथ के अंदर कॉपलिंग लाइक जो स्टीयरिंग रहता है उसे ऐसे हाथ करके ऐसे स्टीयरिंग के साथ था उनका पूरा बॉडी, और पीछे की पीठ के साइड पे लिटाया हुआ था, और पैर और हाथ दोनों ऊपर साइड में ऐसे लटके हुए ही थे।
मतलब चेयर की पोजीशन में उनको लेटाया था, इसलिए बैक टेबल पे था और पैर ऊपर हो गए थे, क्योंकि वो एग्जैक्टली जो स्टीयरिंग पकड़ने की पोजीशन में होते हैं वो वैसे ही थे।
राइट। और उसकी क्लियरिफिकेशन उस वजह से बता रहा हूँ कि जब भी कोई बॉडी बंद होती है, और उनकी बॉडी ये भी बता रहा हूँ कि उनकी बॉडी बैक एंड साइड से बंद थी, फ्रंट एंड साइड से बंद नहीं थी,
इसलिए आपको
कलर्स हाँ सब याद है मुझे। और दूसरी चीज़ कि जब भी कोई बॉडी बंद होती है तो उसके मसल्स और वेन्स सब खींचना शुरू होता है, उस वजह से जो बॉडी जिस पोजीशन में बंद होती है ना, उसी पोजीशन में वो रहती है, उसको सीधा करना दैट्स नॉट लाइक पोजीशन।
ये काफ़ी बार सवाल उठ रहा है रोमिन जी कि पायलट और को पायलट दो होते हैं कॉकपिट में, आपको कैसे पता चला कि वो बॉडी कैप्टन सुमित सब्रवाल की ही थी?
उसकी क्लियरिफिकेशन उस वजह से बता दे रहा हूँ, मैंने पहले ही बताया कि मैं पैरामेडिक फील्ड से बिलोंग करता हूँ और बॉडी टर्म मुझे अच्छे से पता है। सेकंड थिंग, कैप्टन कुंदन सर, उनकी बॉडी हाँ को पायलट थे, उनकी बॉडी लाइक जस्ट लाइक जिम बॉडी थी, जो हाइट में भी थे और थोड़े हैवी टाइप में थे। और सुमित सर अराउंड 50 ईयर के थे, और उनकी बॉडी थोड़ा खाता पीते घराने के जैसी थी, लाइक थोड़ा मोटा टाइप। उस पोजीशन से मैं अच्छे से आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता हूँ कि ये बॉडी किसकी है। हाइट में भी डिफरेंस था। राइट।
आपने कैप्टन कुंदन की बॉडी देखी?
उनकी नहीं देखी मैंने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
एयू करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। एयू
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। एमटीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सब का राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her.
Welcome back, friends, to today's edition of Super Prime Time, in which we bring to you a roundup of the main stories and news that has happened through the day. Let's begin with the headlines. Beach Candy Club under scanner after Delhi Gymkhana. Maharashtra government to inspect elite club on government premises, government lands. Centre says Prime Minister Modi personally supervising NEET paper leaks. Supreme Court seeks plan to overhaul NTA. Respond by 6 weeks, says the top court. India's strong message to Bangladesh on infiltrators, says verification spending from Bangladesh for 5 years now. CBI gets 5-day custody of ex-judge Giribala Singh to remain with them for questioning till 2nd of June. Rao erupts as a full rendition of Vande Mataram not played in Kerala Assembly in its opening session. Lok Bhavan's instructions ignored. New Glenn rocket explodes during Florida test launch, sends fireball over Cape Canaveral. Welcome back. Big developments in the Twisha death case and the campaign for justice for Twisha. The court has now sent Giribala, or a Bhopal court in fact, has sent Giribala to CBI custody for custodial interrogation over the next 5 days. The custody of Twisha's husband, Samarth Singh, has also been extended by another 5 days as the CBI intensifies its probe into the high-profile case. Here are the details of what has happened through the day in Twisha case.
The investigation into Twisha's death case has intensified. The court remanded Twisha's mother-in-law Giribala Singh to 5 days of CBI custody. The court also extended the custody of Twisha's husband Samarth Singh by another 5 days.
समर्थ सिंह का जो रिमांड अवधि है वो 29 मई दिन के 2 से 2:30 बजे तक की थी, तो इसीलिए ये कयास लगाया जा रहा है कि 2:30 बजे से पहले दोनों को ही कोर्ट में एक साथ लाया जा सकता है। यहाँ पर की सीबीआई रिमांड की मांग करेगी। इस 3 दिन से लेकर 7 दिन के रिमांड की मांग की जा सकती है, क्योंकि कई सवाल हैं जिनके जवाब अभी सीबीआई को नहीं मिले हैं।
Both accused were produced before Justice Shobhana Balave's court after the CBI sought custodial interrogation. The central agency argued that the detailed questioning of both accused was necessary to move the investigation forward. According to Twisha's family lawyer, both Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh will remain in CBI custody till June 2nd.
सीबीआई ने समर्थ सिंह की 5 दिन की रिमांड एक्सटेंशन मांगा, जो कोर्ट ने दे दिया है, और गिरिबाला सिंह का भी 5 दिन का उन्होंने सीबीआई रिमांड मांगी है, और गिरिबाला सिंह की भी 5 दिन की सीबीआई रिमांड दे दी गई है। तो आज दोनों को 5 दिन के लिए सीबीआई ने रिमांड पे लिया है। 2 जून को 2 बजे तक के लिए सीबीआई रिमांड हुई है। अब इस बीच में सीबीआई अपना इन्वेस्टिगेशन दोनों से जारी रखेगी, और इसके बाद यदि आवश्यकता उनको पड़ती है तो वो और रिमांड लेंगे, या फिर ये जो 2 तारीख को वो अपनी स्थिति बताएंगे कि उनके इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या हुआ।
Giribala and Samarth are being questioned by the CBI over alleged inconsistencies and circumstances surrounding Twisha's death. The latest court order is being seen as a significant step into the ongoing probe. The CBI is now expected to conduct detailed interrogation of both accused over the next 5 days as investigators attempt to piece together the events leading to Twisha's death.
After back-to-back NEET paper leak scandals shook the confidence over 22 lakh medical aspirants across the country, the National Testing Agency, or NTA, is now preparing for an unprecedented security overhaul. In a big move revealed before the Supreme Court, the NTA has proposed deploying the Indian Air Force for the transportation of NEET question papers to prevent future leaks. As the top court tore into the examination body over repeated failures and the opposition targets the centre over governance collapse, the battle over one of India's biggest entrance exams has now turned into a national flashpoint.
The National Testing Agency is now planning an unprecedented security overhaul after repeated NEET paper leak scandals rocks the country. In a formal affidavit before the Supreme Court, the NTA revealed that the Indian Air Force will now be deployed for the transportation and logistics of NEET question papers. The move comes after catastrophic paper leak allegations forced the cancellation of NEET UG 2026, impacting over 22 lakh medical aspirants nationwide. The Supreme Court came down heavily on the NTA today, saying repeated leaks had traumatized students and their families. The bench also questioned how such breaches could happen despite oversight committees and monitoring systems already being in place. Drawing comparisons with UPSC, the top court observed that such large-scale leaks had never occurred in UPSC examination. The affidavit filed by the high-powered steering committee headed by former ISRO chief Dr. K. Radhakrishnan also detailed new reforms including Aadhaar biometrics, CCTV surveillance and tighter logistics control. The NTA says the proposed airtight security loop will ensure question papers remain uncompromised from the printing press till exam centres. Meanwhile, the opposition has launched a blistering attack on the centre over the NEET paper leak. Shiv Sena UBT leader Priyanka Chaturvedi mocked the move, saying perhaps ISRO or NASA should also be roped in. With the Supreme Court demanding accountability, now even the Indian Air Force being considered for exam logistics, the NEET crisis has evolved far beyond a paper leak into a full-blown credibility battle over India's examination system.
A shocking healthcare tragedy in Rajasthan's Kota has now triggered a nationwide outrage after at least 5 women reportedly died following administration of suspected fake oxytocin injections during and after C-section deliveries. Investigators suspect a massive fake drug racket may have penetrated the government healthcare supply chain in Rajasthan, with preliminary laboratory findings reportedly revealing that the injections contained zero active oxytocin content. The Rajasthan government has now banned the suspected batch, launched a high-level probe, and suspended several officials linked to the case.
A massive healthcare tragedy has erupted in Rajasthan's Kota. At least 5 women reportedly died after being given suspected fake oxytocin injections during and after C-section deliveries. The investigators are now suspecting a large-scale fake drug racket operating within the healthcare supply chain. Preliminary laboratory findings have reportedly shown that the suspected batch contained zero active oxytocin content. This raises serious questions over the drug quality checks and approvals.
ऑपरेशन भी अच्छे से हो गया, डिलीवरी अच्छे से होगी, बच्चा मेरी सिस्टर के हाथ में थमा दिया. उस टाइम पे हम ऊपर वाले वार्ड में शिफ्ट कर दिया. वहाँ पे सब नॉर्मल था. नाइट में 2 डोज लगी थी, एक तो बोतल लगी थी, उसके बाद नीचे एक इंजेक्शन भी लगा था ऊपर। उन इंजेक्शन के बाद सुबह मॉर्निंग में 4 साढ़े 4 बजे उसकी तबीयत ऐसी खराब होने लग गई, घबराहट होने लग गई, बीपी एकदम लो हो गया। फिर उसके बाद अर्जेंट में वहाँ के जो कंपाउंडर जो बैठे रहते हैं उनसे 4-5 बार बोला तो वो उनका एक ही रिप्लाई आता है हमारे पास कि हम क्या करें, हम भी तो रात भर बैठे हैं ना आपके लिए।
Women developed serious complications within hours of receiving the injections, including a sharp drop in blood pressure, falling platelet counts, and signs of acute kidney failure. Oxytocin is a commonly used drug during childbirth and is considered as a high alert medicine due to potential of serious complications. Following the incident, Rajasthan government has now imposed a statewide ban on suspected batch, reportedly after nearly 16,000 injections had been circulated. Authorities have so far seized thousands of, while inspections continue across hospitals, distributors and medical supply chains. Kota District Collector Piyush Samaria told Republic that a consistent pattern emerged across multiple cases, prompting a detailed investigation.
जितनी भी हमारे यहाँ पे सिजेरियन डिलीवरीज हुई थी इन द NMCH न्यू मेडिकल कॉलेज हॉस्पिटल यहाँ पे और सुपर स्पेशलिटी वार्ड में, तो कुछ सस्पिशियस केसेस आए थे जो आपके भी ध्यान में होंगे, अभी आप लोगों ने भी देखा होगा। तो उन पे एक मतलब जो एक पैटर्न देखा है, एक कॉमन पैटर्न दिख रहा है, एंड विच इज़ बीइंग इन्वेस्टिगेटेड बाय हमारा हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट, एंड देयर हैज़ बीन अ टीम विच हैज़ कम फ्रॉम एम्स दिल्ली ऑल्सो, उन्होंने भी देखा है।
As the probe continues, many have also been suspended from the Kota Medical College.
डॉक्टरों ने कोई ये नहीं सुना। हमारा केस 5 बजे बिगड़ा, उसके बाद में इंजेक्शन के थ्रू वो बिगड़ा था केस, उसको इमरजेंसी वार्ड में लेके गए। उसके बाद हम बाहर बैठे रहे, उनके कई डॉक्टर रात भर लगे रहे 8 बजे तक उसके पास। कोई उसका बढ़ने वाला कोई केस नहीं दिखा हमें, उसके ये कोई जवाब नहीं दिया, हमें सांत्वना देते रहे 8 बजे तक। फिर उसके बाद में कई रात हो गई 11-12 बजे, पुलिस वाले 20 पुलिस वाले आके मुझे इकट्ठा करके मजबूर किया, भाई साइन करोगे आप या पोस्टमार्टम कराओगे।
As grieving families demand answers and the investigation continues, the big question is how a suspected fake drug batch entered the government hospitals.
A political row has erupted in Kerala over the playing of Vande Mataram in the assembly session, after the state government decided to play only the opening lines instead of the complete version as mandated by a central government notification. The move has triggered criticism from political opponents and fresh debate over the centre's directive on the national song. Here are the details.
Row erupts in Kerala over the playing of Vande Mataram during the assembly session. The Kerala assembly session began with only the first 2 lines of Vande Mataram, unlike the swearing-in ceremony of the new government where the complete version of the song was played. The decision was reportedly taken following directions from Kerala Chief Minister V.D. Satishan. The move has sparked criticism from several quarters, including the Raj Bhavan. The controversy comes months after the Union Home Ministry issued a nationwide directive marking the 150th anniversary of Vande Mataram. The February 2026 directive mandated the community singing and playing of the complete 6-stanza version at official functions and school assemblies. However, CPM leaders had earlier objected to portions of the song, claiming some verses were against certain sections of society. Defending the government's decision, Kerala Chief Minister V.D. Satishan says singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory.
That singing Vande Mataram is not mandatory. This is not a provision of any of the act. Just like a flag code, nothing. This is a guideline only. We have certain decisions on that. Congress Party and the UDF is having certain decisions on these stanzas. That is why we have taken that decision. If governor is having some complaint, I will discuss with the governor, definitely.
BJP leaders who had earlier welcomed the full rendition during the government's swearing-in ceremony are now attacking the Congress-led government over the latest move. The controversy has once again reignited the political debate over nationalism, tradition and the official use of Vande Mataram in public institutions. With Raj Bhavan reportedly displeased and opposition parties sharpening their attack, the Vande Mataram row is set to intensify in Kerala's political landscape.
From fear and sleepless nights to hopes of a secured future, India's Bangladesh border in North Bengal is witnessing a dramatic transformation. Under the newly elected BJP government in the state, border fencing and anti-infiltration measures have gone into overdrive. Villagers who once lived amid fear and infiltration are now welcoming the accelerated fencing work, even as concerns over compensation and land acquisition continue to simmer. Here are the details.
India's Bangladesh border in West Bengal is now witnessing one of the biggest anti-infiltration crackdowns in recent years. Border fencing work has accelerated rapidly under the newly elected BJP government in Bengal, with land now being handed over to the BSF across vulnerable stretches. Union Home Minister Amit Shah claimed the government has fulfilled its election promise of strengthening the Bangladesh border.
समग्र border बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान की सुरक्षा ग्रिड मजबूत बनाने का काम हम स्मार्ट बॉर्डर सुरक्षा के प्रोजेक्ट के तहत हम ले रहे हैं। हजारों करोड़ रुपया का इन्वेस्टमेंट है, मगर मुझे विश्वास है इसकी रचना अभी चल रही है। कुछ प्रेजेंटेशन हो चुके हैं, कुछ हो रहे हैं। इसके अंदर ड्रोन, रडार, वॉच टावर, पूरी आधुनिक से आधुनिक तकनीक और आप जवान, ये सभी कंपोनेंट मिलाकर एक मजबूत सुरक्षा ग्रिड हम खड़ी करेंगे।
Amit Shah also highlighted the state's new detect, delete and deport policy targeting illegal Bangladeshi infiltrators and Rohingyas.
मुख्यमंत्री जी ने एक ही सप्ताह के अंदर फेंसिंग के लिए सारी भूमि देने का फैसला सैद्धांतिक रूप से कर दिया है और कुछ जमीन तो देने का भी काम कर रहे हैं। ये फेंसिंग पूरी होते ही घुसपैठ की प्रक्रिया बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में रोकने में हम सफल हुए।
Official data accessed by Republic shows 386 suspected infiltrators are currently housed in holding centers across Bengal border districts. Basirhat police station has recorded the highest number of detainees, including men, women and children. But beyond politics, for border villagers, this issue has always been about survival and safety. Residents say rampant cattle smuggling earlier turned villages into transit corridors, with armed infiltrators moving through settlements at night. Villagers now say temporary fencing has reduced illegal movement, but permanent high security fencing is urgently needed. Even as locals support the fencing drive, many families are demanding proper compensation, transparent land measurement and consultation before acquisition. For thousands living along India's once porous Bengal border, this fencing project is now about reclaiming security, stability and peace after years of fear.
This is all we had in Super Prime Time, but don't go away as Super Prime Time Max is next as Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami brings to you the debate. Don't go away after a short break.
candy after Gymkhana. The supra-elitist clubs. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट। क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Character, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
मसाला।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
You have a huge role to play in one of the marquee products of the Kalyani Group and the Bharat Forge, which is your artillery gun. I'd like to hear from you the story of that artillery gun.
There's a gentleman called Baba Kalyani. When we started, he started by saying that make an artillery gun. It's close to my heart. I cannot imagine that India, with all its manufacturing competence, cannot make a gun, and we have to depend, since by that time you should realize the background, till 1986. The last Indian gun which was developed was IFG and LFG by an Indian team. And artillery gun has some few thousand parts. It's not a, it's a complex equipment with a lot of science and little bit of art. So this was the backbone of 40, 50 young
engineers. Kids with you.
They were with me. They were totally committed to the project. The aim was to make a gun.
Reach candy after Gymkhana. The supra elitist clubs. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
पहले ममता के शासन में हर रोज घुसपैठ होती थी, अब घुसपैठ करने वाले अपने आप वापिस जाने लगे हैं, अपने आप जाने लगे।
Infiltrators flee India now. Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Presenting by Zoho Business Software, trusted by 15 crore users. Co-powered by IIHM International Institute of Hotel Management.
The Naya Bharat approach. From UCC to Vande Mataram. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Presented by Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies since 1820. TVS iQube, India's favorite family EV.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, the controversy regarding the Breach Candy Club of Mumbai, which restricts Indians and promotes only Europeans. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, infiltrators told to get out of the country. The Home Minister says 5,000 to 10,000 infiltrators are running away from India every day. And at 9 p.m. tonight, from the Uniform Civil Code to Vande Mataram, Indians are embracing the Naya Bharat approach, but not the Muslim party called the Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a group of people in India who carry an Indian passport, but they don't really feel they are Indian. They are coconuts, brown outside, white inside. We can also refer to them as the shameless brown sahibs. These are people who wish the British were still here, because mostly this class and their forefathers were chamchas of the British, sycophants, licking the boots of the British, the white man, the Europeans. These are Indians which are deep inferiority complex. It is because of these shameless Indians, these brown sahibs, that you've got these supra-elitist clubs over which bulldozers should be run like the Delhi Gymkhana Club. The Delhi Gymkhana Club, a relic of the past, all its members also relics of the past. And now there is apparently a club in Mumbai, the Breach Candy Club, in which I am told, it's been reported, that the Breach Candy Swimming Bath Trust, founded in 1878 during the British Raj, continues to restrict trusteeship only to European inhabitants of Mumbai. So you have to be a European or a pseudo-European to be on the trust of this club. And this was put out by a tweet that Harsh Goenka put out. Others put it out, and then it is now found that Indians in India today in 2026 are allowed only as ordinary members of this great club and not in decision-making roles. This is racism. I call upon all the members of the Breach Candy Club to immediately close the club or resign. Unless they believe in this form of racism. I want to tell all these members of the Breach Candy Club, remember how this small country called England ruled India by dividing Indians and by creating a small subgroup of brown sahabs, coconuts. To them, I would say, to these people, if you are not coconuts and you are members of the Breach Candy Club, please resign. Keep your sense of nation and nationalism and national duty. To the Maharashtra government, I would tell them that if it is true that this Breach Candy Club is running on the lease of the Maharashtra government, then it is best that the Maharashtra Chief Minister of the government, the MVA government in Maharashtra, should immediately, ladies and gentlemen, cancel the license of this club, stop it from functioning. If the constitution of this club restricts the trustees only to Europeans, then I would like to say to the members of this club that in India today, public resources cannot be used to uphold only Europeans. Those days are gone. In fact, when I heard about it, I was shocked that these sort of colonial era privileges are still prevalent. This is apartheid on our soil. It is apartheid against Indians. It is a brown sahab mentality. Down with the brown sahab. Remove the coconuts. Let's free India from these people with an inferiority complex and a fake accent. Let's save the country from the supra-elitism of these colonial clubs. Ladies and gentlemen, spread this message as much as you can. Let's change India. Let's debate.
Mumbai's Breach Candy Club, one of India's most exclusive social clubs, is now at the center of a massive debate. Membership is already highly restricted, with long wait lists and strict entry rules. But the big controversy is not about membership. It is about control. Only European residents can become trust members, giving them oversight over the club's governance structure. How does a club operating in modern India still function with such a rule book?
The Breach Candy club or Gymkhana per se, this specific Gymkhana doesn't give membership, the executive membership to the Indians, which is why it is making a more controversial thing, and also it portrays a picture of colonial hangover in India, because even after almost 75 years of independence, there's only ordinary membership given to the Indians in Breach Candy Club. So that is the most important thing here. But other than this club, other 10 are such clubs or gymkhanas which are under the scanner of government.
Established in 1878, the club was originally created as a Europeans-only space during the British era. Today, the club is known for its ultra-premium facilities. From a sea-facing swimming pool shaped like map of British India, to tennis courts, squash facilities, a private gym, fine dining spaces, and elite social events, the club remains a status symbol in Mumbai. The biggest concern is that this governance model of the club has also been backed by the courts. In 2015, the Bombay High Court ruled in favour of the Europeans-only governance structure, with Justice S.C. Gupte calling the restriction inescapable based on the club's constitution. The court also removed a managing committee that included Indian members and barred it from taking policy decisions or admitting new members. Then again in 2022, a division bench upheld the same position, stating that only Europeans could legally serve as trustees. Now, the Maharashtra government is set to inspect the elite gymkhanas and clubs on government lands. So, the big question now, Is this exclusivity? Or is this a colonial hangover that never really ended?
It's so simple, I don't know. Heavens will not fall if this Breach Candy Club is closed down. Nothing will happen. Delhi Gymkhana is anyway going. I feel sorry for PK Basu, who is a member of the Delhi Gymkhana Club, I'm told. Very sorry for it's going. No more chicken sandwiches